Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. MIT nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling, but you just still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout,
your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a knee walk, Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer mom, yodel back, yodel at little me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my D-com or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3. On MP3. STC. Shoutouts to Vic, Agnostic One, up and Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital Stip, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? I am the often imitated, never duplicated macaroni muppet that never uses a sock puppet, Tony TGD. And as you can see, there's no Gary here tonight. Once again, Gary has went MIA. His wife has kidnapped him and has not allowed him to come stream with us. But in his place, we've got Rhea. What's up, Rhea?
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Now, before we get to what Rhea has been up to this last week, we got another special surprise, a special guest, someone that all you know and love. We got Carl back. What's up, Carl?
Yo, what up, bitches and Rhea? Not much.
Yo. Welcome back.
Just stuff. Been finished Axiom Verge too, and that's about it. And
so how was
nothing much, honestly.
Carl?
Huh?
How was the vacation from Gabbing with Geeks?
Oh, it was all right. I mean, it's just real life. So for me, it gets pretty boring, I guess.
Did you see the Ninja Kitty video that he did on you?
Yeah, I did. I love it. Like I said, you're not famous until Ninja Kitty does a video on you.
Then I'm not famous because he hasn't done a video on me. I'm like the only one.
Yeah, I know. What's up with that?
Even Rhea got into the Intellivision Amico video.
I mean,
yeah, that was I was like blown away. Like I was caught off guard, but then I like listened to it and I'm like, this track like is another banger. Like every song he's made so far is like just slapped. So if he's in the chat, thank you so much for including me in your work. I really do appreciate it.
He was looking for inspiration for new lyrics. I don't think he should really Amico-ize the Cruella DeVille song. That song is so fun. Yeah, I was singing a little bit. I'm not good at lyrics, so I'm more like a.
This week, Rhea?
Yeah, so I've been finishing up Monster Hunter Stories 2. I've been playing that on Switch, and I just ordered my first custom PC So I'll be doing gaming streams
Ooh.
pretty soon, late next week at the earliest. So yeah, I just went, full throttle after, so many folks have been asking me, when am I going to stream? When am I going to stream? So yeah, I made the plunge to, get a setup that can do what I needed to do. And I'm really stoked on it.
And she spent billions and billions of dollars.
It felt like it, but no, it's actually not too bad. But like, yeah, the biggest thing that was holding me back was like graphic card availability. But after I just bit the bullet and got what was available, I'm pretty happy with that decision.
You live in California. They hate graphics cards in California.
There was like this thing about I think it was like the amount of power that PCs take up like could potentially be fire hazards. So there was a thing in the summer about potentially those being banned. But
gamers,
I haven't heard anything about that since. So because I was easily able to order a PC. So yeah.
Gamers in California have to order parts like kids in other parts of the country have to go across the border to buy illegal fireworks.
No one does that, Carl. We would never, ever suggest you do that. MIDI Music wants to know, what times would you be streaming on, Rhea?
Pacific Standard Time. So potentially, like, I don't want to set a schedule just yet because I need to do some test streams through the different softwares that I'm going to be using, like OBS Studio, Restream.io, and then I want to be dual streaming from Twitch. I mean, from those two, Twitch and YouTube. So I have to run some tests first before I announce a full schedule. But it would possibly be like 6 or 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time onward.
Nice. Well, my week has been very, very interesting. We got Carl coming back, Gary pulling an MIA on me twice.
He's married. What do you expect?
I'm going to have to dock his pay. Rhea's not getting paid for this episode, by the way. She's doing this pro bono. Been playing a lot of the Guardians of the Galaxy game. It dropped, I think, on Monday at 11 my time. I've been playing it ever since. Great, love it. Did a review on it, and turns out OBS fucked me and put stills instead of actually putting the video that I recorded. So that was lovely to see.
I got the Castlevania Anniversary Collection and Symphony of the Night on the Xbox. Which, folks, by the way, they're around $4 each right now. Grab them if you have an Xbox. Not on sale on the Nintendo Switch, though.
I got the Castlevania collection on PS4, 5. I haven't played it yet. I have so many games. I don't play it.
I mean,
I'm like a digital collector.
It's all right, but it's an awkward game collection I found it. But I'm telling you, I actually like Castlevania Bloodlines more because like all Sega Genesis games, usually the colors pop.
Ooh. Anything else been going on with you, Carl, Rhea?
No, that's about it for me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, today we're going to be talking, if you saw the description of the video, we're going to be talking about the new He-Man, Masters of the Universe Season 2, some Amico topic. Retro Bro is supposed to pop in later. So we'll probably hold off on that as much as we can.
Are we going to talk about Skyrim?
Stuff. Yeah, Carl wants to talk about Skyrim.
And Grand Theft Auto is a thing, sort of.
And also, we were supposed to have Sidekick Max come on, but he's very, very tired. He went to a party last night. He was out till about 11:30. Came home very tired. So that's why he's not here, in case you're wondering. Mike Garcia wants to know, did you miss us, Carl?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't come back if I didn't miss you.
Oh, look at that. So sweet. So, what do you want to talk about this Skyrim, Carl? Give us the
All
411.
right, so nobody really knows whether or not, and they're going to pay for end up having to pay for the anniversary edition, or how much it's cost in the scenario of buying it. But it's a upgrade patch. So in other words, you patch it, it downloads into your Skyrim. A special edition on the major consoles, not the Switch, sorry folks, and the PC. You get, as I remember hearing, the Seducers and Saints DLC, the fishing game that they're going to launch, survival mode. I think you get all the I think you get all the Creation Club DLC though. I think it's just so. There's actually a trailer that ESO was watching, so you can just search for that. But there's gonna be a next gen patch, so people with the next gen consoles benefit from that, and new graphical, basically anniversary edition comes with some kind of graphical enhancement and just technical enhancement in general. But I tell you, I think the reason they're doing this is Starfield.
Elaborate.
No, I mean Starfield, the game that's coming out from Bethesda. I think they're going to have to fix up the game engine if they're going to use it. So, what better way to test it than the most oversold game in the universe? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I think Skyrim's been like 3 generations of consoles already.
Let's see here. There's the original. There's yeah, pretty much.
I think it was on PS3, 4, and 5. So.
Yeah, pretty much. PS3, 4, and 5. So Canadian gamer, if you're watching, if you've not got Skyrim yet, I would just wait until the anniversary edition hits, see if they release a physical version.
I will say, in my opinion, Skyrim is completely overrated because it is not that good of a game.
Well, it's good of a game for different reasons. Oh, yeah, one more thing. They're supposed to have a Creation Club content for Morrowind weapons and armor, folks. So there's See, the thing is, Skyrim presents a kind of freedom that, well, most games usually don't. And there's stories I heard that kind of cement it being one of the best games ever. So,
in my opinion, it's vastly overrated. A lot of the quests are basically repetitive. Go here, grab that, fetch quest.
Radiant Engine quests, yeah, pretty much. But that's just how the game's designed, to give you stuff to do.
Yeah, but like I said, a lot of it is repetitive. I don't like that you can stumble upon quest, get the item before you even know the quest exists. You can get the item. And you're like, oh, I'm already done with this quest. I didn't know I was doing.
I mean, it is really, yeah, but the fact that it's designed like that and works, I mean, that's okay about me.
I think there should be a switch internally that the item does not spawn until the quest has been activated. That way you're not stumbling upon these things beforehand.
Well,
additionally, it's a broken mess. You can go within the first hour of the game with the alchemy and enchantment system. You can
yeah, it is alchemy. The crafting system is broken. I agree. I mean, okay. Here's an example of where it's when you're talking about the quest, it's okay. Like the quest for the Golden Claw, for example, you can either do that quest, or you can skip that, go to the castle, and you end up getting the Bleak Falls Barrow quest anyway. So, one quest literally does lead to the other.
What do you think, Ray? Any opinion on Skyrim?
I've actually never played it, so that would
You've
kind of
never played Skyrim?
yeah. That
Oh,
I was
well,
gonna say
whatever.
like I can't contribute too much to this convo at the moment.
Well, just wait another 5 years, and the Ultimate Super Skyrim Edition PlayStation 6 version will be
Now,
out.
I did play around with I did play around with character creation a little bit, and I realized something like some facial settings work. You can use them from one class character race and bring them to another, but that's not always the case. Like you can use the Nord facial settings and use them on a dark elf, but you can't use it on a Bren.
Yeah, character creation is another thing. I mean, there's really nothing. You pick your race, and then it really doesn't contribute to the overall story. No one really. You just get repetitive dialogue
Actually,
about you being.
I kind of have a theory here.
What's your theory, Carl?
See, I've always theorized that the developers want you to be a Nord.
Yeah, I think the Nord would probably be the canon.
I mean, like, for example, okay, there's racial segregation in Skyrim, so like making a Khajiit or an Argonian just doesn't make sense because it just doesn't work. It doesn't make sense because the Khajiit are not allowed in the cities, and yeah, so it definitely feels like they did drop the ball here and there.
Yeah, I think if there was more involved, like some kind of quest dedicated to each class or each race, whatever you want to call it, however you want to describe it, I think it would work out a lot better, give you a lot more options, a lot more reason to pick certain classes, certain races. I also think that they should have gated off certain things. Like the more you increase your magic, it should have prevented you from, say, increasing your stamina. Force you to pick either the wizard, thief, or
Well,
warrior
like,
role.
well, I
By
mean, I
allowing
don't
you to
think
do
they're really.
anything, it's too open ended.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be.
I think that's detrimental to the story and the gameplay, and I think that hurts the game overall.
Maybe. I mean, here's the thing. Here's what it comes down to. Skyrim fans, and I know there are probably going to be quite a few people watching, but Skyrim fans are the same as sports gamers. We will literally buy the same copy of Skyrim over and over, like sports gamers buy Madden
Or FIFA.
or FIFA. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Archery is way overpowered in the game. You could just take everybody out before they even see you.
I mean, especially like if you have crossbows.
Yeah. So, in my opinion,
Crossbows.
it's a fun game. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy it. It's fun to fool around. Overpowering your character and just punching dragons to death is cool. But it never holds my attention for long. I'll play it for an hour and then like, all right, you're away. I'm never going to touch you again for a month. I mean, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just the odd one out.
That's okay. It's all right to, variety makes the world go round. So,
anything else you want to say about the anniversary edition? You think it's going to be worth the upgrade?
Depends on the cost. If it's free, yeah. But if it's any more, I mean, even $10 more would just, it'd be questionable. I think it's got to be free.
Yeah,
if they sell that upgrade, I mean, here's the thing: it's a patch. How in the world are they going to do that without getting it? It's a patch, not DLC. That's what I'm curious about. There are a lot of details I don't understand.
Well, they might patch it for anybody who already owns it, and then increase the price for anybody who wants to, buy Skyrim going forward.
That's possible.
So we'll see. We'll see. If it's free, of course I'll take it. Probably will never play it. Maybe fish for a little while.
We could move on to Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, if you want. Sorry, the trilogy, the definitive edition.
Have you played Grand Theft Auto, Rhea? Or is this another?
I haven't played since like the PS2, so I'm actually excited to get the remastered collection that's coming out next month. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked on it. I would never really do any of the missions like playing it. I would just drive around and like run people over and listen to the radio. So a lot of my music taste came from those games.
Were you one of those people that got the prostitute that when she was done ran her over for the cash?
Not me,
it's
but
okay.
I know some of my cousins were.
So okay, what I know about this one is on the big consoles, it's going to be 4K at 60 frames per second. There are going to be new graphical enhancements, obviously. For the Switch gets gyroscopic aiming and touchscreen controls, at least for menu navigation. The PlayStation now gets Grand Theft Auto 3, the remaster, and Xbox Game Pass gets San Andreas. Price is going to be $60 total. They're not going to let you buy one game or another. You have to buy them all.
And the big issue with the trilogy is that they're censoring the games.
I mean, they're not. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah. And, they say it's making it less harsh for everyone. Thank you, California, for screwing us over. Sorry, Ray, it's nothing personal, but.
Oh yeah, no, I mentioned before, I know that there's like a higher quality of living and just like, general like happiness in other states and areas and stuff. It's just I have Stockholm syndrome, like as far as like enjoying living here. So yeah, it's a catch-22.
Yeah, they are changing the dial. They are changing the dialogue to include more references, and they are making it nicer to live with.
Yeah, but all we know right now is that they removed a Confederate flag from somebody's shirt. Which
it goes deeper than that. It goes deeper than that.
But we don't know because nothing has been revealed. They said that they're going to update it for modern sensibilities. I think that's the way they framed it.
But everything.
The original, if you played Vice City in San Andreas, there's a lot of questionable content. We'll just call it that.
Yeah, well, everything I've heard suggests they're going to sensitize it, I guess. We'll see if I'm wrong though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I've heard
buy it though.
I've heard the suggestion that they're going to change things, but there's no definitive this is what they've changed list.
Yeah. Well, who knows? But those are all the details I'm aware of. Oh, there's one thing, like as far as I can tell, all three games are separate. So in other words, you buy them, you don't, it's like you can launch each one individually.
No, there's not like a main hub with all three.
Yeah, there's not as far as I know, there's not a main hub because I was looking on the Switch. Oh yeah, and the download for the Switch is like 30 gigabytes. The physical version comes a month after the digital version. Nintendo is publishing Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, the definitive edition.
Yeah, but is it really physical? I know that there was another issue with that too.
Well, there's a download like the BioShock collection, how that's handled. So basically, you put the cartridge in, or discs, and it downloads the rest of it to your system, which, that's
So
about
not
it.
quite.
A little
quite
this, a
either.
little that. That's everything I know.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was always the best Grand Theft Auto, in my opinion.
And most racist.
Why? I'm confused here, Carl.
I just the way, just the way the game is orchestrated. And this comes from, and I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and it was just an observation. That's all. I mean, I like lots of questionable things, so it's not that big of a deal to me. I'm just making a comparison. That's all.
Ninja Kitty says Vice City is also the better game, much better soundtrack and characters. I disagree.
Oh, Vice City has the better soundtrack by far. I'm sorry, it just does.
I disagree on both those points. GTA San Andreas was right there in the 90s, had that 90s rap music in the soundtrack. I know you don't like it, but I am ghetto. I am from the ghetto. Okay, it was great music. The characters spoke to me because that's the way people talk in my area. So to me, it wasn't racist. To me, it was just spot on. It was like, hey, I know those kind of people.
I didn't mind a little bit. My heart goes to Grand Theft Auto 3 because of the radio commercials and the quests, like the bitch and dog food factory missions, and
I think I've never played 3, so that's the only one I've actually never played. Ninja says no one ever talks about San Andreas for its music. It's Vice City. Well, Vice City has nothing but 80s music that you could hear everywhere. It's not like a big deal. Whereas,
I mean, like Vice City does have one of the best comprehensive soundtracks out there. So,
okay, we're gonna look up the soundtracks and we're gonna compare.
You better look up the complete soundtrack then.
No, you can't. You got to look up the soundtrack from the game. Because
no. The complete soundtrack has everything from the game, but the problem is, and I'm telling you this because the soundtrack is broken up into multiple discs.
Okay, here we go. We got full list of songs on all radio stations, and then what's the other one? San Andreas.
I've never found a comprehensive soundtrack for San Andreas, and I have looked, but maybe I didn't look hard enough. We'll see.
Look at that. San Andreas has songs from Tupac, Rick James, Public Enemy, Bell Biv DeVoe, Eric B. and Rakim, Willie Nelson, Cypress Hill, James Brown, Rage Against the Machine. I mean, a lot of the Vice City soundtrack is just random stuff, not actual big name people. You do got a couple. You got what do we got here? Herbie Hancock.
But I gotta be honest though, I have the Time Life Loves the 80s CD deluxe collection, so I don't need the Vice City set. I probably have as many. Yeah, what do you think?
About the soundtrack and like which one I like better out of what game?
Yeah,
San Andreas and Vice City.
Oh, that's a hard one. So like Probably San Andreas because it did have 90s and 80s music.
There you go. Like I
There
said,
you go.
Carl was wrong.
Well, I'm a bit touchy
Dave
anyway.
Gaming is right. Vice City did have Flock of Seagulls, so there's that.
I mean, like, for me, I think the best music are between the 60s through the 80s. So I'm old when it comes to taste in music, really old.
I'm old sometimes. I appreciate all music. But like I said, I guess the 90s is more my generation. I do enjoy rap. So there is that. We are going to move on from the San Andreas talk because we have a special guest coming on.
Ooh.
Carl didn't know about it. I didn't know about it, which is weird because it's actually my show. So not knowing that a guest was going to show up is kind of odd. But we got Mad Max. What's going on?
Yay, Max!
Oh, this isn't the right
What
stream.
the hell are you doing here?
Well, we had Mad Max.
Oops.
He must have popped into the wrong stream.
I'm just.
There you go.
I just wanted to play a joke. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm here for Rhea and Carl the shirtless. Carl followed me on Twitter recently. That nice picture, Carl.
Thanks.
There.
Wait, Tony, can you move my my camera so that it looks like I'm looking at Max? I'm kind of just staring off into the distance otherwise. Yes,
Give
thank
Days
you.
Gaming. What? Give me the boot. Oh no. Hey, chat.
Is this your first time on the channel?
Yeah.
Willingly?
I didn't realize.
It's my
this.
first time on the channel too.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but
Man,
you're
your Joy
considered cool
Divisions,
here, Ray.
Ray, you have really good taste in music. I didn't know this.
Dude, so do the
Yeah.
so do the I don't want to call them detractors, but like just the other folks in the community also have really good taste in music too.
Okay. I don't know if I should be here. Tommy Talrico just became my member of my channel too. Just for disclosure's sake, FTC disclosures. He's my member. And I disclose everything. I got a bunch of swag. I got a coffee cup. Just let everyone know out there. I got to disclose that.
That's all right.
You got to do it on your channel, not on mine.
No, you got to disclose it everywhere. Isn't that the point?
Also, I'm an investor on Mad Max Movies and Entertainment. I am
You're a producer.
I'm a producer on his channel.
She also heads up the complaint box.
Yes, I handle the complaint box. I bankroll his content.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I got to disclose that I don't like seeing Carl shirtless.
I don't know.
Well, I'm not
seen
doing
yet.
it.
I'm not judging till I get the whole context.
I'm
of
not
all
doing
that
any
shirtless
more.
Carl.
I'm
I
not
just
doing any
asked
more.
that- I just
Huh?
ask that you ask if it's okay before you take off your shirt.
I mean,
okay with
like I'm not doing any more shirtless videos until spring. Fall and winter are freaking cold where I live. So
I didn't get the Ferrari, and I'll be honest. One of the biggest disappointments from the Crayola event is he came up in like a Dodge Charger. It wasn't a Ferrari. He rode up in a Charger. I'm like, what is this?
he came out in the lamest muscle car. The guy has bad taste in automobiles.
No, he rented a car.
Oh man, he picked a Dodge Charger.
At least he didn't show up in a minivan. That would be really like. Can you
Now,
imagine?
okay.
All
This
the
was all rental place had as a minivan, or
Now
like
our
a mini.
crossover, we have a crossover van, and that thing definitely looks pretty badass. I gotta be honest.
Kelly,
It looks very retro. So
please don't bark. We're on Tony's stream.
She barks louder.
56K warning wants Carl to ask Max how many sneakers he has.
yeah, how many sneakers do you have? The ultimate masculinity test.
I don't want to give the real answer then because I have 2 sets of sneakers.
Oh, that's okay. You're cool.
Okay.
Carl
I have
has
some
a theory
boots.
that if you have too many shoes, you're less manly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Carl's like Fred Flintstone. He just with no shoes on, just.
I actually am not wearing any shoes or socks at the moment.
Mitty wants to know what kind of dog you have, Max.
A Sheltie and an Aussie.
It's called supper and lunch.
My dogs?
Yeah, I know.
your
I happen to have a recipe for stewed dog.
Ooh. No. Keep Carl away from my dogs, please. Only shoes I saw him is crushing that box that he had in the mail for that video. Those are nice shoes.
I got a pair of dress shoes, a pair of work boots, and a pair of sneakers.
Well, you're like really tall. Like the camera was really far away from the ground, so you were like a giant.
Yeah, I'm pretty tall for a Mexican. It's weird. So, Max, how's your week been? That's usually what we ask our guests when they first show up.
It's been a crazy week. It's been pretty emotional, too.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of your stream the other day.
Yeah, I'm good now though. No jokes or anything. I do take mental illness seriously. I do have mental illness, and I take my medicine, and I'm not afraid to share that. I've had some very dark times in the past, but I got help. There you go. And I'm not. That doesn't make me depressed to say that either. But yeah,
it's cool.
So I'm feeling all right today. I got some good rest. Good sleep always helps with that.
Everyone has their own struggles, so
yeah.
Carl's right. It doesn't make you weak to admit it. It makes you stronger, actually. Willing to admit you need help. Willing to admit
we all have our demons, so it's just facing that is just natural.
Like Carl says, we all have our demons. Mine is named Carl, and every week I come out here.
The Terminator, bitches! The Terminator.
No, I have to admit, when I saw Carl as the Terminator and the Ninja, I did watch Ninja Kitty's video. I'm not gonna lie. I get annoyed by some of you people, but some of the stuff you do is actually really hilarious. And when I saw Carl pop up as the Terminator, I was like, yeah. So that was funny. That, and then I don't even know if he's in the chat right now, but what's his name? Lucky. The Michael Scott, Tommy Tallarico, Michael Scott connection. I lost my shit when I watched that. When he's doing the tours of the
Lucky
office.
Day rules.
When he's doing the tours of the office.
I'm trying to get Ninja Kitty to do a Johnny Mnemonic video. I mean, it would be so perfect for the Amico.
I'm not going to stay long. I just wanted to pop in to support Rhea and Carl and say hi to Tony.
You love me, Max.
I don't know if I don't know.
Thank you, Max.
I don't know if I love you. No. You are interesting.
You heard it here, folks.
And I do want to talk to people that I disagree with. And I think
you heard it here, folks. Dr. Doom came to pay us a visit.
Yes. I do wish everyone the best. Have a safe holiday, and have a great weekend.
I got a quick question, Max.
Okay.
Since you wear a mask every day on Halloween, do you take it off? Is it like reverse?
No, I could break out one of the old schools.
Like a mask over your mask?
No, I could. I just do the Dr. Doom because I've had some really bad streaming experiences in my other masks. The idea when I started being on camera was to have a different mask every video because I have like 30 of them. But they're very hard to stream.
Now I have one.
I'm a boomer as it is. So when I have for example, my Darth Vader mask, I'm fogging up. I can't see the chat, and they can't hear me through the mask. So
now I do have a question. Do you make your masks out of postal workers?
No.
It is Halloween tomorrow, to be fair. So
no, I don't want to do that to postal workers. No, I buy them on Etsy and eBay. I don't make my own masks out of people either, and postal workers. No.
You know, I thought when I saw the different masks, I thought you were gonna do like different characters. Like each mask was gonna be like a different.
That would be good. I'm not that. I'm not. You mean a lot of you have seen my channel too. I'm not that talented. I don't do voices and stuff. Yeah, that would be cooler. I basically just cosplay all the time on my channel. Yeah, but I'm not good with, I'm not good with impersonations and stuff. No.
And another question I had, because I hear the opening of your videos all the time.
Yeah.
Then when it gets to the end, what the hell are you saying? Because it's like strong opinions, something, and then like you make it like
yeah, I used to do a big like rock star growl in my videos at the beginning and go mad. I don't do it anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So unlike Pat
like that. Yeah.
Unlike Pat Nean, we do have the
false
balls
advertising.
To have the Madman on. We got the Madman.
Yeah. I shouldn't have done this the day that Tommy becomes a member of my channel. So I don't know.
But he's gonna cancel.
But I was looking at Rhea's DMs and she's like, "Hey, why don't you come on?" So casually. I'm like, "Okay, Rhea, I'll just pop in." And then I you know what? Sometimes I come for the joke. I was like, it'd be really funny if I popped in and said wrong stream. That's about the extent of my comedic abilities here.
What I noticed though is that like more or less folks are a little bit more grounded and down to just chill when I'm around. I don't know why.
Yes,
I don't know. Maybe it's just the vibe that I give off. I'm like, I'm just here to support
Joe
folks,
vibe.
hang out.
Yeah, she's the best. I think everyone agrees Rhea's the best.
Everyone loves Rhea.
Right. Yeah.
Man,
so treat her well.
I never get any love on my own show. Everyone just loves my guest.
Well, I did. I if it was just you, Tony, I wouldn't be here. I got to be honest. I'll be real. I don't like hate you or anything. I think that's the best I could muster tonight. I don't hate you. You're a dude that covers the Amico. I don't just I get annoyed, but I don't hate you or anything. And I guess thank you for having me. I got to be somewhat nice here. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you.
Yes, I think MIDI music likes me too. Yeah, I am keeping it. I can't lie. Thanks, Dazed. I kind of like Dazed too.
Hey,
yes.
Dazed.
That was a good interview. I do want to do more interviews. I think it helps to talk to more people. Maybe Carl the shirtless.
Yeah, Carl would be a great guest. And then I was asked if we would have a Turbo Joe, with whom I've never actually spoken with directly, but I think he makes a lot of, or he may have made Amico content in the past that was like pretty positive, right?
Yeah.
And
he triggers some people though. Just be prepared.
I don't know. I have zero context.
Yeah. Great.
I gotta say one thing. I am a hack, but I'm the most badass hack in the universe. So.
Okay. Yeah, Darius and Turbo were going at each other this week. And Radical.
Oh, of course they were. So I watch their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really pay attention to that side of the YouTube sphere.
No, if you want to, Rhea, I'm up for it. Like, people don't understand. I'm like, I support Rhea. It's my channel, but I'm just like, okay. And I don't, fair enough. People say I don't do prep work. No, I don't. I have like a job, a full-time job, and then I take care of my parents, and I get very, very few free time. So I'm just like, okay, I'll stream. I'll just talk live. I don't know everything before I stream.
I think I was just gonna say like this week feels like a nice time to take a break, and then next week we'll come back and reconfigure. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I'll be rambling. I still I'll also give another honest thing. Last night, remember when I was gonna react to Ramblin's Man's Mad Max video? I actually watched it last night before I went to sleep, and I laughed my head off. It did a good job. So I actually finished it last night.
Yeah.
Well, not the whole thing. It was like a 40-minute video. I watched like 15, 20 minutes. So it
I
was
mean,
funny.
you know, if you wanted me to invite me to your show, I would show up.
Carl wants the invite.
Okay, sure. Talk to producer Rhea. I do take that serious. You know, we do want to do other type of topics too, though, not just Amico. Maybe other gaming or maybe music.
I got a lot to
whatever.
say about everything.
You know
Well,
what would be
speaking-
cool, Rhea, if we get Nick and Lex to talk about music because they're super into music, and you have a that's another one of your fandoms there. It seems like.
Yeah, no, that was something I was like super interested in talking with Gen X Gamer and Ramblin' Man about. Maybe even Tommy Amico too. Like I just kind of enjoy like there's more to talk about than just the Amico with folks who met because of the Amico, you know? So that's another thing I want to kind of like, you know, try and bridge too.
I can do something nice here that I was thinking about doing a separate video, but I might as well just do it here. I should apologize to Gen X Gamer because I didn't like him because I did take one of his videos too personally, and I was annoyed with something else. But other than that, he does good content recently. I've been watching, I believe, in comments. So that's sort of my semi-apology to him. But I still didn't like that particular video, but I can't take, that is constructive criticism that, you know, I can't take it too personally if he criticized certain, and I'm not going to get into the specifics, but other than that, he does do good content. So I will apologize to him.
What I wanted to say was, I think if you're going to react to somebody's video, Max, and you haven't watched it yet, there's no, you know, you didn't prepare.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should probably title the video Mad Max Reacts rather than this guy's an asshole, I'm reacting to his video, or this guy's wrong and here's why I'm reacting.
Actually, I think you should go even harder.
Oh, Gen
more
X
hardcore.
Gamer is here. He's here.
Hey.
Yeah, no, I did take, you know what? I'll be, okay, since you're here, I'll say the one where you're very, very critical of Tommy and his free gift. I thought it was, my opinion was it was disrespectful, but it is your right to criticize it. So that's why I got a bad taste. And I'm not saying you're wrong to do that. I'm just saying that's why I particularly didn't. I mean, like I have to grow up though. I can't think things too personally, and it's not.
I mean, look, I liked the idea of the collection. My problem was none of it was CD based. It was MP3s.
Well, let's be real. I don't want to get into a lot of Miko talk, but they need to make money. That I think we can all agree on that. And there wasn't much he could offer at that time. I mean, they build it up. He might have built it up too much for what he was releasing, because it means a lot to him. It's his life's work.
You know, I actually, well, I mean, like, I actually considered buying the collection of music, but it's not. There's no option to buy the CD version, as far as I know.
No, you could.
I think it's on his website.
Yeah. So
I looked on his website. I couldn't find the CD version. I couldn't find.
Thanks, Days Gaming. That's real nice. The man's life work. And you say that,
I just appreciate how blatantly like honest Dazed is, like consistently.
No. All right, well, I'm being real. I'm telling you my thoughts, my opinions. But you know, Gen X Gamer's been doing some nice content. Oh yeah, it is. This is Tony's show, and I should leave soon because I got to get ready for my show.
No, hold on.
Hold on. Oh no.
Hold on.
This is like my show now.
Life's work, right? You're like. It's his life's work
that he was giving as a gift. Yes.
But here's the thing: VGL, that wasn't all his music that was on those CDs. It was him and an orchestra playing video game music, but it wasn't all exclusively Tommy's music. Like it wasn't like the music from Earthworm Jim and from Cool Spot and other things. The Terminator, you know, games that he actually worked on. A lot of the music from VGL has nothing to do with him other than he produced VGL.
Did he play
However, I should say out of full discretion, me and Days Gamer did have an interesting conversation about the free gift. So
okay. No, okay, Days, I know I'm just playing too.
So
I know you, Tony, you exhaust me with your specifics. I understand. I was just saying in general, it's his life's work, and then you go like, well, actually, Well, actually, I can
mean,
see you just like
if it
pushing
was
your
if it was music from the actual games he worked on, I could see you be like, "That's his life's work, guys. You should respect it." And that'd probably be a better gift than just music from random games that were at VGO.
And I still really like the man. I do think he has a habit of talking things up really big, and then
sacrificing virgins,
and he gets people's and then the problem with the internet is you build up expectations too high. And I was happy with it, but I could see a mile away that people were going to complain about it. Yes.
So over promising and under delivering.
Well, it's weird because it's like a free gift that no one knew that they were going to get.
Right.
And he has shitty taste in cars.
All right. I should leave because I can't take this bashing of my channel member. Full disclosure, he's my channel member, and I got to get ready for my.
Max. As soon as you popped in, he
oh my, no! I hope not. Don't tell him I'm here, anybody. Please don't do an exposed video on me tonight.
He's got to have. When is he going to start? When is he going to talk to you?
I'll come visit you on your channel, on your stream later.
Okay.
When is he going to talk to you to tell you to start calling people psychopaths?
I don't know.
I feel like he has this talk with people, with his associates.
No. He doesn't tell me to call anyone that. No.
So, anything you want to say before you leave, Max? Any reveals? Everyone that comes on, you got to give a big reveal. You got to give us like an exclusive.
I don't have any exclusives. I've been playing some games recently that are pretty good. Oh, here's an exclusive. I did get tired of waiting for the play my Amico after I got my physical boxed editions. That I actually bought Retro Force Redux on my PS5 since it was half off. I was like, I'm tired of waiting to play this game because I was trying to hold out until I could play it on the Amico. So I was just like, you know what, forget it. But I'm still not buying Fox and Force. I'm going to wait for Finnegan. That's my exclusive. I betrayed Intellivision at the event.
Yeah.
I was really surprised by Moon Patrol. It was a lot of fun, and that was one player. That's more one player than they have multiplayer on it. And I know you're going to get into the specifics. The multiplayer sounds pretty, but the single player was amazing. And the reason I was so surprised by it was I played it on the app on my phone and I didn't like it. And then also Brett Weiss sucks at Moon Patrol. When he was playing with Cyrus and those things, I'm like, yeah, I didn't think there was lag. I'm like, but something's off. No, you really can't do precision jumps with the Moon Patrol buggy with the touchscreen. And yeah, the controller. I'm not gonna sell you guys on the Amico. Okay, I really like the way the controller feels, but it was really good. Yes.
I actually do have a serious question, and the subject. Okay. I did a recent video of.
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead, what do you think? What do you think happens when it comes time for Intellivision to repair broken Amico consoles, considering they are using outdated components? Do you think they will have to come to a point?
That doesn't mean they're going to break because they're old, Carl.
That's not what he's saying, Max.
Yeah, okay.
You're not listening.
All right.
He's saying let's say I get a console and I drop it. I drop my console and I break it. And I send it to Intellivision to fix it. The chips are outdated, so they're having issues getting them as it is now. So in 3 years, would they be able to repair it? That's what Carl's saying.
Okay.
Do you think do you think they will come to a point? And do you think, in your opinion, do you think they will come to a point where they will have to manufacture an Amico with modern components for ease of manufacturing, cost, and such?
Well, that's a good question because it's so hard to even get the first batch made. What if something breaks on it? Even if it's well made, how can you do a replacement? They might just have to issue a refund because they don't have a replacement.
Yeah.
So now you say you're also asking about a newer version of the Amico down the line.
Yeah, do you see them making a newer version because it'll be easier to manufacture one with more modern components?
An Amico Pro.
Uh,
I don't know about Amico
I
Pro,
don't.
just like
I would hope so, but you know, they're having so much issues doing this one. They're going to update like newer components will raise the cost, right? So
well, I don't know if it is.
well, I think if it were going too much further, and they really can't get the console out by next year, they should just redesign the whole thing. And I actually would like, unless you really need the touch screen, I like the touch screen. Remove the thing that's costing it so much and just make a basic and market it to the hardcore. But I'm not in charge. I mean, if it gets too far, I would think they should just redesign it for today's market of everything that's happened. But
well, here's my thought. I said that they should have a regular controller for the Amico when it comes out, and then just package the touchscreen one with Bomb Squad. It's kind of like a peripheral that goes with Bomb Squad.
I think that's a good idea. No, I think it make a cheaper one, right? You know, lower the cost of the console, but then you're going to have games that only work with the touch screen and games that don't, and that's going to cost. That would cause development costs to change some of the games because there's stuff on the touch screen. I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
I mean, Microsoft did it with the Xbox consoles.
Make it like a premium controller with the motion control and the screen that you need for certain games. But then that's going to divide the consumer, though. That's the problem, though. That I agree. That's a great idea to lower the cost and get it out there. But then you'll have some games that you can play right away. But I really don't think that's what he wants, though, because it's going to divide your consumer of what certain games they can play, certain functions on each game.
Yeah, but with the Amico app, you could use your phone to replicate the touch screen and the motion controls, so you'd be covered that way, no?
Yeah, that's true. Mike Garcia is saying, ask Max my question. I didn't see his question. And then I got to go because I got to get ready for my stream.
I don't see your question, Mike. Maybe I missed it. But the two-player mode on Moon Patrol, since you brought it up, Max, I've heard two different versions of it. Is there two versions of the two-player
I didn't play the multiplayer mode. I be honest, I had a hard time getting playtime in Retro Bros basement. So I didn't play as much games as I wanted to. So I only played the one player. I assumed that they would do something just based on what I was thinking of. That's one player would be the Moon Patrol buggy, and then the multiplayer would be like enemies coming and trying to zap them would be fun for me. I didn't know that one person was going to control the gun. I'll be honest, that doesn't sound great, but I also want to use the context of actually trying it with multiplayer to see if it's fun or not. But I would assume that the core thing would be to have people control the ships and shoot down at the moon buggy and try to stop the one player, like a versus type thing.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting, but I'm not sure if that would work well. I think Mike wanted to know something about your thoughts on disclosures or something. I don't know.
I have a history of doing this with or my wife did for getting products sent to her. I absolutely agree that you have to disclose it if someone was sent it. It's kind of different in this situation because, yes, there's a conflict of interest on the lady's part. Now, I don't want to go back into. I've said I have a whole video on it.
You should probably
Well, here's the thing too. Like I saw some other videos pop up of my friends, my Amico family, like I like to call them, not a cult, that they have shirts and stuff. You have to disclose it when you get it, but you have to disclose it every time you wear that same damn shirt because they wear those shirts a lot. I don't think that's necessary. But people like
that's what it said though.
There has to be some nuance here. You have to, if there's a video proof of you disclosing it, there you go.
But it says in the disclosure stuff on the website that even if you disclose it in one video or in a previous disclosure, that you still have to assume that someone tuning into the new video might not be aware of that previous disclosure. You'd have to do it every time.
So it'd be easier to buy your own Amico shirts then. But that
Yeah.
I honestly, I know a lot of YouTubers, they disclose it when they get it. They don't disclose it each time they wear it. Like,
but here's the thing.
Like Rich from Review Tech USA probably disclosed it when he got it, but when he was wearing it on the stream, I don't know if he disclosed it that stream. I don't know. I didn't watch that whole stream.
Well, here's the thing, because you keep saying every time they wear it, and that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you wear it and talk about the Amico, then you would have to disclose. But if you wear it and you're talking about Nintendo, then you wouldn't have to disclose.
Even if you're talking about the Amico, if you disclose it, and when you get like say they get a package from Intellivision Tommy, if they disclose it, I think they're okay. Now I don't know if everyone that some of you are being critical has disclosed it in any video. So if they didn't, then they should. But some of them, it might not be intentional. Some of them just not realize because these are not big YouTubers. So, I will also give like the benefit of the doubt and not assume that there's some intentional, some may just not know what they're doing yet. I know if I get something, I have to disclose it. If I talk, now I sometimes say at the beginning of a stream when I have an Amico shirt on, yeah, Tommy sent this to me as a joke. But, if I did a box on the opening of the stuff he sent me. So I think I'm covered.
Actually, did he ever give you his Amico friends the opportunity to buy the physical media first?
No.
Really? I mean, they're supposed to be his friends, right?
No, I bought mine when the stream went up.
They're not.
I didn't even know when the video was going to come up until I saw on Twitter. I was assuming something when 1010 was going to happen. And, I knew because he was saying he's finally going to reveal what's in the boxed editions. P.O. Box Christmas. I'm the guy that you said I finally made a good comment on Generation X. This is the most intelligent comment you've ever made. I'm the same guy.
Who
changed my name? Damn it. That's Saggy. Damn you, Saggy. Look what she did. She's a co-owner of my channel, so she could change my name. Damn you, Saggy Melons. I did not do that. I'm like, how the hell did this happen? And then I remember.
Well, Max, now that reminds me. So I just learned recently that you changed your name to Amico Rocks Forever potentially in response to Nintendo Rocks Forever.
Yes.
And that is something I was not aware of. So I think maybe you may want to consider changing it because it kind of feels like it's an ongoing troll on this person that is barely ever even on your channel anymore.
What? Oh my goodness, Greya, you were so harsh on your critique of me.
I did the best I could to deliver that, objectively.
That is just some fun with it because he used to comment a lot of my vids. And I did that for fun. Yes. Oh my goodness.
Tommy should probably send a box of Amico stuff to all the haters. That way he forces us to disclose. Like, haha, now you guys got to disclose that I sent you stuff.
I don't think he wants to send you anything. I'm sorry. I don't think so.
Which is weird because
Saggy. God damn it. Can you change my name back, please?
Actually, I got a confession to make. I actually like his idea for her physical media. I think it's a great idea.
No, I like it. I like it.
It's a really good idea.
I think we have to be consistent in our criticism. I think you can definitely criticize what you're getting in the box, but then you have to also share that same criticism to PS5 and Series X games that you're
I agree.
That you're playing the majority of the game is on the SSD, especially with next gen.
That's not true, though, Max. See, this is what I'm going to stop you right here.
It is true.
Saying that as if it's an absolute.
Most cases,
games, yes, but not all games.
Most cases.
But in Amico's case, it's all games.
Right.
In PS5, Xbox, it's some games. See, there's a difference.
The limited run.
You can't compare.
Yes, you can compare. Limited run. Yeah.
But limited run is a third-party company. It's not Sony.
Okay, so
Xbox.
Most of the AAA titles that come out that push the system. I mean, you're kidding yourself if you're thinking that's actual on the disc. It's a key.
I have
to
a
download.
Sony game from Sony, the Sackboy, the new Sackboy for PS5. It's completely on the disc. Does not need to be downloaded from the internet at all.
That's a rarity.
That was a
Actually,
launch
no,
title.
no, it
Launch
isn't. I
title.
can any
I
game
haven't. I
that
don't remember. I can't remember if I had to
any
download
game
one or not.
that you, from what I understand, games that from time to time that you order on PlayAsia for a system do not need to be downloaded. Like one of the Gundam games, and I forget which one it is, but Build a Gundam, something
I
like
think
that.
Saggy should replace me. Get in here, Saggy. I'm gonna
Yeah,
leave.
okay with that. She's invited.
Bouncy. What?
Just look at Max's name and agree with what it says.
No,
Tony
this is
always
bullshit.
right.
This is why I have to leave right now. Let me see. I'm trying to change my name. I can't change it.
We
when I'm
are
already in.
number one.
Wait, here. Edit name.
I'm actually hoping I can make dinner before I join Max's stream later, because I haven't been on his channel in a minute. So it'll be cool to, since I'm in like a streamy kind of mood right now.
I think that means
Well, you'll be on in like 4 hours from now anyway, so I can like hop back on if I'm like if I'm still awake.
True.
yeah, we're on.
Damn it,
forever.
Saggy.
Yeah, bring her on. More power to her if she wants to join us.
But the physical games on the Amico, they do have an SD slot. I don't know why he didn't go with that option.
I think he may have intended at the beginning. I think he has I've said this many times to him. You can't give so many specifics because the internet will hold you to them. And there could potentially be a reason not to, when you do SD, just a tip, like a variation of an SD card, it's easier to pirate. Although someone hack the system. So, but it's the SG drive's still there, so someone's probably going to hack it anyway. Something about the games, this is probably the easiest thing to do, and to keep the cost down instead of making a altered SD card to put in there. That could potentially be hacked, especially just simple modified SD cards can easily be hacked and duplicated.
But here's the thing, Max.
This seems like if they actually have a good encryption on the site and do have secure encryption and handle that part well, this could be more secure than just an SD card and easier.
Well, here's the thing. I remember Tommy saying that they were just $10 games, so if they get pirated, it's not a big deal.
No, it is a big deal.
And Loki Doki here says PS5, Switch, and Xbox games are on the disc. They just installed to the HDD or SDD. So,
not every case. Not every case.
No, he is right. That's not the same in every case.
Right,
Yeah.
I agree.
He is right.
That's why I said some
regardless, it's still not what it used to be in previous generations.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say be consistent in your criticism.
I'm going to agree with the Maxine on this.
Maxine.
Oh man, Carl's connection is going wrong.
You
We
could call
lost
me.
Carl.
Oh,
Sorry, I was not laughing at that sexist joke. I was laughing at Max's new name. Prism was never a thing.
Maybe it's. I was thinking maybe they're making a handheld version that you could connect and that would be the Prism. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna leave because Saggy can't behave herself. I actually look out for Saggy Bellins. I sent her a package today.
Max.
Yeah.
Can I tell you a couple of things real quick?
No. I've been saying this is exactly like my show. Rhea knows I try to leave. I'm not going to have any energy for my stream. And that's more important.
Real quick.
Okay. What's it?
One, I've been changing your name because you're on my show now, and I can change everybody's name.
Oh, well, Saggy's done that in the past.
And two, don't you feel that the offerings in the box edition were a little light? No manual.
No. I think my opinion is the majority of people criticizing it do not value the games. If you value the development of the games, it's $10 for the game, $10 for the extras, and that's a pretty fair price.
So you
would I like a
coin?
better cardboard stock, like a thicker? Yeah. But it might even be because those covers of those boxed editions are very, like, the ink is really high quality. It might have to print on it. I don't know. I'm just giving examples. I'm not trying to do damage control. I'm just saying I don't know if a thicker cardboard you could get that nice print on it. I don't know. I don't know what reasons they went into there except biodegradable. Which, yeah, I'll be real. I don't care about that. I'm going to keep it forever.
But what I'm saying is, you think that the coin, the lenticular card, and the box are $10 worth?
Yes. You have to have some room for profit in there. Yes.
Profit? That sounds like a capitalist propaganda. We hear
so
gaming
like my other friend Lunga, who does, and I like Lunga, but he makes things. He does Kickstarters for his comics, and he does all these extra things too. He's like, I could do this for this. But this company does employ how many people? So I want them to be, I want them to be able to make money. And yes, there are investors. I want pull out. That's what she said. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Go 1 week without a pull-out joke on this channel? Just one.
I was not responsible for it. You heard it first, folks.
Well, I just want to. I love Rhea, but I want to blame her. The reason I'm here, if Tommy's watching, it's not my fault. It's Carl and Rhea, and I am gonna leave because this is turning into a big Amico talk.
I gotta dip out too, so I can make food and then have energy to say hi on Max's stream in a bit too.
Okay,
that's fair. That's fair. We'll let you guys duck out and pretend like you were never here.
No, I'm not gonna pretend. Just don't tell Tommy.
Please,
no, thank you for inviting. Thank you for having us. I really do.
Thank you for being
want to try and come on again.
Yeah, always welcome to be on the show. You guys are respectful.
I said I wouldn't lie. I lied to my audience because I said I'm not coming on his show Saturday, and I forgot I said that. So thanks a lot, Ray. I'm gonna have to disclose that on my stream too. I lied to
you, shame.
I said I'm not going on his stream Saturday, and then Retro Bro said he might. Did Retro Bro show up today?
He said he's gonna come in later after his wife falls asleep.
Sounds about right. Yes.
Oh wait, real quick before you leave, Max.
You see how he keeps doing this to me? I'm not that stupid. I'm not the smartest guy, but I'm not that stupid.
Okay, but Max, we're both still sitting here, though.
Yes, I know.
How sweaty was the basement party? Was it
very sweaty? Listen. I have an image saved in my StreamYard of me next to Retro Bro, looking really sweaty without my hoodie on, with just my mask and a t-shirt. I look like a buffoon. It was very uncomfortable, especially because I thought that was my first YouTube event, and I was like, should I be in my mask or not? And I tried it, and it was a big fail. If anyone of you watched my video from that event, I said the biggest fail was myself, thinking I brought all my masks. I didn't bring all my masks. I brought like 2 different masks. I was like, I'm going to bring my leather jacket, my gloves, and it just was not working, and I felt very awkward.
Did you drive down there, or did you fly down there?
I drove.
Well, I was gonna say, because I could just see airport security wondering why you were traveling.
Oh, and I did actually leave my mask on the passenger seat, and then I went to Taco Bell before I went to the hotel room, and the Taco Bell cashier looked at me very strange, and then I slowly put the mask on the floor. they thought I was really strange. Yeah.
Oh. Did everyone there appreciate the mask, or were they all confused?
No, I mean, basically, I went into the bathroom and put my mask on for when I was like, we're going to film, and it was very awkward. And I walk out, and I have my mask and hoodie on, and Retro Bros family's there. I was like, seems really weird. I can't do this. I can't keep this up. Saggy has a picture of me and her in the basement when I still had my mask and hoodie on. That's a nice picture. But no, it was a disaster for myself. I'm not going to go full madman at many YouTube events. Maybe I'll just go as myself.
I did talk to Saggy the other day, and I tried to get her to tell me what Max looks like without the mask, and she wouldn't break. She wouldn't tell me.
It's not very exciting. Everyone will be disappointed. Carl is my doppelganger. That's what I look like. Carl the shirtless, my new pal. He followed me on Twitter.
P.O. Box Christmas, that's never going to happen. Sorry, no. So anything else you want to say before you try to leave for the next 20 minutes, Max?
No. He's got to do the walk of shame.
Goodbye, and Amico rocks forever. Have an Amico day.
That was nice to have Max on here for a little bit. We had Rhea for a little bit. But
yeah.
What are we going to talk about now, Carl? They took all the.
Oh, here's an idea. Do you think if they ever change the name to Amico Prism, if they're going to include Soap on a Rope?
I don't know. Saggy, your link's in DMs. I sent it to you like 20 minutes ago while Max was still on.
Do 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 do.
Ren of Heaven says he wants to jump in, so we'll go ahead. We'll throw him on. I didn't want to.
Ben of Heaven. Okay.
Have him come on while Ray was here. I didn't want to.
Cool.
So have you seen the new He-Man yet, Carl?
No, I'm too. I just subscribed to Disney Plus this month. I'm too cheap to afford 2 streaming services. Sorry.
So what, are you catching up on all the Marvel movies? What are you up to?
No, I like a lot of the old stuff, like Gummy Bears or Gargoyles. My folks watch all the serious stuff, so like Rising Atlantis.
We got Saggy Melons joining us. What's up, Saggy?
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Carl? How you been?
Assuming she doesn't have troubles getting on.
What?
There you go. All right, there you go.
I don't think he can hear you, Saggy. You're
can you not hear me?
I just mean in the general sense. In the general sense specifically.
I thought you couldn't hear me.
No. Just being specific. General. Just generalizing.
Yeah, how's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
I'm always good. I sent Ren of Heavens the link to on Twitter. He's coming in.
There he is. I haven't seen him in forever. How you been?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
Pretty good. So are we supposed to be arguing about the Amico? Let's do it.
I don't know.
Let's fight. Let's fight. Oh, he got on camera? Say what?
He got on camera last time. I think last
I
week.
I don't watch your channel.
Don't lie. Why you lie? Don't pretend.
No, not often. Sometimes.
Tommy assigned you every week to come watch us.
Yes, Tommy pays me to watch yours. I'm assigned to specifically you, and it's been very vexing.
He's got like a board in his office about all the haters and who's assigned to watch him that week.
You like the Highlander?
Well, there's a lot of you. It's a lot to keep track of.
Balding Bob Ross wants to know, why are pro Amico people so angry?
Because a lot of
because their hero has a bad taste in automobiles. That's why.
No, it's because anti-Amico people tend to bother us. We just try to mind our business, do our own thing.
Says the lady who showed up to the stream.
This is true. I was bored. I just finished mine. Apparently nobody watches, according to somebody in your chat.
I didn't even know you were streaming. I thought I saw something, but I wasn't sure.
I was just bored. A little joke stream. Well, pre-Halloween stream thing. It was fun.
It's Halloween over there for you guys now, is it? What's the date?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh no, tomorrow. Yeah, it is here. I don't know. Halloween is slowly taken off in Australia. It's becoming a pretty big thing. Starting to see more and more kids.
Yeah, you can thank Canada for that. They're the ones responsible for tricking and treating. So blame
That's
them.
like what? That's 100% true. I was born pretty angry. I mean, you'd be angry too if you almost die in the womb, man. You're pretty ticked off too.
Now we gotta hear this
Ooh.
story.
What?
We gotta hear the story. You can't just drop that.
No, she don't want to tell us. We don't.
So when I was born, when my mom was giving birth, I got wrapped around the umbilical cord, so I was stuck. I wasn't coming out, so they had to do a C-section.
That's an interesting story because when I was born with the cord around my neck 6 times, but I was dead and had no blood in my body for like so many minutes or something, and then they had to give me a blood transfusion. And yeah, that's why I've got a lot of problems later in life from stuff like that. They're like, yeah, as you get older, things are not going to be good, and that's why I got like arthritis and all that sort of stuff kicking in. But yeah, that was an interesting story. A lot of people, and that's like my son when he was born. He was born with a true knot in his cord. If you've ever heard of that, that's where they've done a loop and then they loop through, and then there's like a knot in the umbilical cord. And it's like, of course, only that little buffhead would do something like that in the womb.
It happens though. It happens a lot with babies. They get stuck on the umbilical cord, and sometimes it's like it's not around their neck, which is usually a good thing, even though they're still stuck. But yeah, when it's around your neck and it's suffocating you, it's not a good thing.
So
usually like you go, Carl.
I was saying I got news about my eyes. Ordered my glasses, I think Friday.
Okay.
So
you had laser surgery, didn't you?
I had cataract surgery, and I had to wait 6 freaking weeks to get the okay to get my glasses.
So when you get your new glasses, Carl, we gotta
probably in a week or 2.
Okay, but when you get them, we're gonna have you give us an updated.
Oh, sure.
You know, like, what you think about Saggy? Because I know you had an opinion of how sexy she was pre-cataract surgery. So now
I mean, she's still sexy. I mean,
Whoa! Wait, what?
Hey, I can I can compliment people and not,
I was just
it's all right.
When Carl was getting his cataract surgery, we were asking him if you were attractive with the cataracts and then how you looked post-cataract surgery.
Oh, I don't think anything changes. My vision is just sharper, that's all. Things are less blurry. That's about it.
Nogar says Saggy and Carl sitting in a tree.
I don't think we'll never be romantically involved. I'm just saying.
Alpha Nerd, thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that.
That's not Alpha Nerd. That's Alpha Nerd Entertainment.
Oh, whoever that, I don't know who Alpha Nerd really is. I've heard the name before, but there's too many people to keep up with. It's a lot of drama.
That's true.
See, I don't mind drama. It just is when drama starts affecting me, then I get upset about it.
So how has the drama affected you this week?
I've been so focused on Amico drama, I missed out on a lot of other bigger topics to talk about. So I was kind of like sad that I missed out on the bigger, juicier, more relevant stuff to talk about.
That's all you get talk about.
I guess there was some entertainment drama with what is it? Midnight's Edge channel, Matt Jarbo, those people and stuff. So it was a lot of more interesting things to talk about other than the Amico.
We need like a YouTube boxing match set up for the Amico and haters and the Amico Pro people.
I've suggested it. I said, listen, I'll take on Darius Truxton, no problem.
There's just one problem. I don't follow the Queensberry rules.
Ooh,
that's
gonna be
fine.
Hitting the low blows.
I'm a thick chick. I don't think Darius can handle it.
I mean, the guy smoked so much pot it probably fried his brain.
Come on now.
No, I think he's. I don't think it's the pot. I think he smokes the pot to mellow himself out.
I'd be on the contrary, Carl. He's as bad as no one likes him. He is a sharp dude. He can come back quick and he's quick with his mouth. I'll give him that. He can. The dude single-handedly is out there. As much as no one likes him, he can bury you quick. He's pretty good.
But the reason he's so popular is because he's nasty. That's it. If you were a nice person, he wouldn't have as many, as many subscribers. That's all I'm saying.
That's true. Yeah. No, that is true. If he was not just dunking on people, I don't think he would have as many views and subs as he has.
Absolutely.
I think people go there for the dunking.
I disagree.
But he admits that
all three of you. All three of you are wrong. 100% wrong. The reason that Darius gets so many views is not because he's dunking on people. It's because people then respond to his dunking. If they just ignored him, like Turbo Joe and Alpha Nerd and Radical Rick and everybody just kind of ignored Darius when he dunked on them, people would just get bored of him having nothing else to talk about.
Could be too.
Pretty much.
Maybe.
Ooh, Max has agreed to box me for charity. All right, Max. When do you want to set this up?
Oh, I want to fight you. I'd knock you out too.
Yeah, that I believe. I believe.
Tony wouldn't even throw a punch.
I believe that.
Well, that's because Tony wouldn't throw a punch at me.
I wouldn't. I can't hit women. That's against my nature.
That's how I already won.
I mean, if I had to, I would, but it's in my general principle to not hit people. So,
see, I just tag Carl, and Carl will take care of you.
See, I will say, because I see people talk about Darius, I had an issue with him for a while because I think I've come to learn. I get what he does and how he does it. I don't agree with it. I think it's kind of a little wild and crazy, but I say, like I said,
at least he admits he does it. He says that. He tells you what his channel is. He's just who he is. That's what he does.
Well, I've stopped going to his channel. He told me to go away, and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna stay in my lane. You do you, I do me, and that's just what it should be. Like I said, the only issue I had was people coming to my channel because somebody would mention me, or he would mention me, and then you got all these weirdos coming. I had a guy mad at me because I had a mask in my profile picture. Oh, why do you have a mask? I'm like, bro, I'm outside. I'm in an open setting and I'm in a mandated state. That's just the picture I chose. So my hair was looking nice that day. So it's not that deep.
Honestly, I want to tell you a secret, Saggy. When I saw that, it took me a while to realize that was a mask.
No, I mean it was, but that's because I had just got my hair recolored and I got my hair done. So I just took a picture.
I was thinking, what's this water? This face looks like a watermelon. What's up?
Yeah, no, I just took a picture, so I was looking nice.
And I thought, wait, is that a mask?
Yeah.
It literally took me a bit to figure that's you're wearing a mask. It was like a 3D created image or something.
No, it was a mask.
I just don't wear a mask.
Yeah, we know.
Don't believe in it. See, I try to spit on as many people as I can to help them get immunities.
This is why you get canceled.
Dude, I get canceled every month.
Our state's going to open up shortly once 80% vaccinations hit. I think tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, tomorrow, I think our state opens, and there's Delta, so that'll all go through.
I wish that the CIA would secretly vaccinate everyone overnight.
See,
I can't be vaccinated.
I love how I wish we could have done this months ago. Just have a chill conversation instead of all this Amico drama crap. It's nice to not be fighting over a friggin' console.
Yeah.
To Carl's point, I said that the government should just load up vaccinations in the guns where they tranquilize people. Just go around pranking people.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, totally agree with that.
That's highly illegal.
Oh, fuck it. Who cares?
I'd take the vaccine if I could, but I can't because I'm anaphylactic to vaccinations.
Real quick, let me get to some of these comments. It says, "Go."
Well, I understand that.
I'm surprised how much hate goes against Tony. His content is not harsh, but they hate Tony. Why don't they just refute the video? I've said it before. Zeno's here. What's up, Zeno? He says, Tommy became a member of Max's channel too. I thought the internet said Tommy wasn't really a friend. I'm not sure becoming a channel member equals friendship, but okay.
He's our friend. He's our friend. Like, let's be real. He's our friend.
Max is cool.
Mike Garcia says, has Tommy talked to his YouTube friends about FTC laws? Mike,
no,
really on that.
He has lawyers that he talks to about that, Mike. But I'm glad that you can't get off of the Tommy topic or Amico topic ever.
But back to the more important conversation of vaccines. I'm not vaccinated, and my feeling is, if you are vaccinated, then you don't have to worry about me getting you the virus. And if you are vaccinated, I don't have to worry about you giving me the virus. So it's a win-win for me.
Well, the vaccine's not meant. The vaccine's to help you fight the virus. That way, you're not.
That's not what a vaccine is.
Well, I'm saying it's supposed to help you it's not a cure.
A vaccine prevents you from getting a virus. Like the smallpox vaccine prevents you from getting smallpox. It doesn't say, hey, you get the smallpox vaccine and then you're still going to get smallpox. But it'll be a little easier.
Right, but here's the thing. No, because here's the thing. Because you could get a flu shot, which is technically a vaccine, or any vaccine. You could still get the virus. Although, like, some of the vaccines have been very effective and have basically been a cure, but it still isn't 100% that it's going to prevent you from getting sick. Like, there are probably some. Go ahead, Carl.
I happen to have one advantage y'all don't. I know someone who worked on the Moderna vaccine.
Oh, if they know Carl, then obviously it doesn't work.
Retro Bro, you smell. So that's why.
Retro Bro says he's not vaccinated. I'll join you in the FEMA camp, Tony. We can talk Amico on box. Hell yeah.
Oh my lord. This is the funny thing is, like, Retro Bro and Turbo Joe, they're some big dudes. That's why I think that it's funny. Like, y'all wouldn't say these things to these men's faces.
Yeah, Turbo Joe.
I'm not.
I mean,
well, I'm not saying you. I'm saying other people. But here's my thing. Like, I'm not lying because I met Retro Bro. I'm not lying when I say this. That man's bicep is literally bigger than my head. Like, he's freaking huge. I was shocked. And then everybody was hugging each other goodbye. Yo, he gave me he naturally squeezes hard. It's crazy. Don't ever shake that man's hand.
Retro Bro uses Sentinel. Confirmed. Is that what you're saying, Saggy?
What, did I simp for Retro Bro?
No, I said Sentinel. You're saying that Retro Bro uses Sentinel.
What the hell is that?
That's that oil
into the bicep.
Yeah, they shoot oil.
Look it up on YouTube.
Oh, I
There's
don't know.
some real nasty looking ones. Like,
You've never seen those guys with those really weird arms?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
I don't think he does any of that.
By the way, I didn't get vaccinated mainly because every time I get any vax, I get super sick. Like I take the flu shot, and I'm on my ass for like 2 weeks, and I just don't like being sick. But on top of that, like, I don't go out much because I don't like being out too much. I don't like people often, so I stay inside.
I took the vaccine because to protect me from to keep me from dying if I did get the virus, because I want to go out and not wear a mask, and my brother got a kidney transplant, so I had 3 logical reasons why I took the vaccine.
So wait, I have a question for one of the comments. No guard, is what's more of a scam, the Amico or the COVID?
Amico.
As is YouTube policy, I have to remind everybody that COVID is real and not a scam, and it was not created by the government.
Yeah, quit trying to get our quit trying to get our show closed. That's nasty.
Like I said, I'm not vaccinated. I'm not worried. I know it's stupid. Everybody says I'm dumb. I should just go get it. I'm not scared of needles. I just don't want to. Just not motivated to go get it.
Well,
Survival
at least
like nature. Just let nature take its course.
At least you're not giving a bunch of excuses why you don't want to get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse.
Oh man, my cousin is an anti-vaxxer, and she gives all those reasons, like it makes you infernal and all that other stuff.
Infernal.
A lot of people are leaving their jobs here because workplaces have mandated it. You have to have it. So people that don't want it are just quitting their jobs. Like where my mum works at an health facility, they're 35 staff down because they just walked out because they don't want to get it. So yeah, it is sets. You are getting forced to take it. So
yeah,
and
but
there's
where we live, at least we had to get vaccinated all the time before school season started.
Well, they can't force you.
They give you the option: get it or leave.
Beefy says Amico's a bigger scam because he's known people who have died from it. I wish COVID was a scam. Yeah, like I said, COVID is real. It's a thing that exists. It's real.
Amico's not a scam. Amico's not a scam.
I don't believe it's a scam either.
It's not a scam, dude. If you think that people would have like I know that there's those phone scams in India. They have employees and stuff, but like they literally have a device. They literally made the device. It's not a scam. A scam would be something
Saggy,
that's like what?
Saggy. A lot of scam consoles have devices, so that's not a compelling argument as to why it's not a scam.
It's not a scam. It does everything.
I didn't say it is. I'm just saying that the argument you give is not one that the retro community hasn't encountered.
Well, let's talk about let's compare it to that Soldier Boy console, right? That thing's clearly a scam.
Console.
That's clearly a scam. That thing doesn't work for shit.
Actually,
not really.
Actually, Saggy, here is a bit of trivia. The handheld Soldier Boy console is the Retroid Pocket 1.
Yeah, but those things are that thing is crap. Like you see all the people review that.
Oh yeah.
The only difference between that and the Soldier Boy console thing is that one has a touch screen, and the touch screen barely works. It's basically an Android device that is marketed as a video game.
Why is it a scam, Saggy?
Oh, I know the answer to this.
It's not a scam because it does everything that it was said it's doing. It plays games. The games function very well. If it wasn't a functioning console and it was crap like the Soldier Boy console where it had all these issues that didn't work, then it would be considered a scam. For me, it's not a scam. It works. I played it. It works.
But some of the stuff he has promised he hasn't delivered on, like physical product. Like a physical game.
All right, so what makes the Soldier Boy console a scam is their failure to deliver the product.
Right,
when
that
people
product
order
is crap. Right, and that product is crap because you get it. It's like how much is the Soldier Boy console? About the same price as the Amico. And
Switch, Nintendo Switch.
Right, and the Soldier Boy console literally is just an Android phone that is basically. The inside of it's an Android phone. The outside of it is a shell. And yes, everyone says the Amico has, I guess, Android components, sure, but it functions a lot better, and it's not like a bad system.
So, what is your definition of a scam then?
For me, a scam is when you are getting something that is not what you were told it was going to be.
That's the Amico.
How is it the Amico? You're getting a console, you're getting games. Like, yes, there are some things that were promised, but like I said, the core of what the Amico is, it is a decent console. It has some fun games. It functions. You're getting the controllers. You're getting free 6 games. Those are all coming. I guess the physical media, if you guys want to argue the physical product, cool. Like I said, the
initial promise though just keeps changing. Like, this is coming this date. No, this is coming this date. No, this is a physical product. No, it didn't end up being a physical product. The price has changed like 3 times. Like, where does it deliver on its core? That's
And now
here's what I would say, guys. To Saggy's point, if it delivers on its promise, obviously it's not a scam. But what is the promise? Are we going to go by the promise made when the crowdfunding actually started? The promise made to the original investors? Like, what is the promise that we're considering is the crux of whether or not it's a scam?
Exactly.
I mean,
What happened, Saggy? Did disconnect? Can't hear you.
No, I'm here. I was just looking up something because I understand the argument of like physical media versus digital, right?
No, not even that. Not even physical. I'm just talking about when it was first announced. Tommy said a bunch of things, and obviously he got investors based on that. Then he said a bunch of other things, and he got investors based on that. Then he said a bunch of other things, and then he got the Fig investors based on that. At what point are you going to say, okay, these are the promises that need to be upheld? Because people have invested money from the beginning till now along the way. So somebody at some point invested based on a promise that's no longer relevant, and they might feel scammed. Whereas you, who've come in later, say, oh, no, it's not a scam because this is what he said. When I jumped on, he said this, and it held up. Whereas this guy's like, well, I jumped on in 2018, and shit's all changed, and I've invested my money.
May I? So here's the thing. You are the one who called out that one of the investors was in the Crayola event video, correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. So she is an investor. That has been confirmed. Okay. She invested in this. I don't know how long she's been invested. I don't know if you know that, but she's invested into the Intellivision and the Amico, and she showed up at the Crayola event to play the Amico. She was very happy, very pleased with what she put her money into. So, and she is an investor who heard the same promises that you guys are talking about, and she showed up and saw the console. She touched it, she played it, and she loved it. So, again,
yes,
so again, if the investors are happy with it,
it's only one investor, and we know that she's invested from Fig. But like I said, Tommy has private investors. He did a round. What the hell is it?
Genovi's an investor.
You know,
he's not happy.
Come on, help me out,
not an
Retro,
investor,
bro,
is he?
But he also hasn't played it. But he also hasn't played it yet. But that's what I'm saying. Like all the investors have not played it. Some of the investors might have played it, and all the investors who haven't played it yet are only going based on what Tony said. What's being publicly said.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Saggy was saying whether or not the Amico is a scam based on whether or not it delivers what it's promised. And I said that people invested early, like say in 2018, and they might have been promised certain type of console.
If you invest under certain circumstances and those circumstances change, I wouldn't say it's a scam, but I mean, I could understand why some people might not be happy over those things, but I don't think people who are invested because, it's going to be 150 or 170 versus 250. You know what I mean? Like those minor details. It still does what it was supposed to do. I mean, but I can kind of see both. I can kind of see both points.
Right. But that's what I was saying is that some of the investors who have gotten to play it have been pleased with what they saw and what they've experienced. But the ones who are probably still having concerns are just ones who haven't gotten a chance to test the product and see it, physically. And again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that there's a difference between an investor testing the product and being like, okay, this isn't a scam. And then people who are just going by what, they're seeing online or what Tommy has said, and things might have changed and being confused because they don't actually know 100% or maybe even understand what's happening. They need to try the product and test it to make sure that this is something that they are confident is going to be worth the money they put into the company, if that makes sense.
Luke says,
if I was going to put my money into anything, I'd play the fucking thing first.
Right.
Luke says, circumstances change in investments all the time. That doesn't make those investments a scam. This is true, but I think where things get weird with the Amico is because you have true investors who have stake in the company versus Fig investors who have a profit share. So a true investor will get up to date and they'll know what's going on, the more behind the scene things. Whereas the fig investors, they don't get all that information, from my understanding.
I don't know because I've never invested.
We got Retro Bro here. What's up, Retro Bro?
What's up, man? I want to go back to COVID talk, man. That was more fun.
Should have been on like 20 minutes ago, then, you bum.
I was eating. I was starving. No, it's been good, man. I trick or treat tomorrow night, so
if you know anything about this show, you know that we don't mind going back, forward, in circles. So, what are your thoughts on the COVID?
Yeah. No, dude, I had COVID, but at the same time, I understand that it affects people differently. I actually know a couple people who died from COVID. But it's crazy because I got it and literally it was like a 3-day head cold. And then I lost my taste and smell for about 3.5 weeks and it was terrible. That was the worst part about it. So, yeah, no, it's a thing. It's real. So you don't get canceled, right? But, yeah, man. Get the fucking shot if you want to get it. If you don't want to get it, don't get it. I don't like this forcing people.
Son of a bitch! Sorry about that.
What the hell, Carl? You blowing my eardrums out,
I just realized my microphone was off on the stupid ass thing.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying you're too lazy? Are you saying you're too lazy to do like you won't do like Nick and eat while you're on the camera at the same time?
No, I was eating before I came on. Yeah, I'm not eating now. I'm drinking, but I'm not eating.
What are we drinking?
White Claw.
Drunky bro.
That's actually where I got it, Mike. That's the funny thing. I'm pretty sure that's where I got COVID. Was at the fucking gym, because it was like a low key thing in one of the gyms that stayed open, and like a couple of us got it. We were all fine. Yeah.
So Saggy says that your biceps are as big as her head. Does she have a small head?
No. Yeah, she has a small head. That's what it is. This is a really
First of all, your biceps were bigger than everybody's head.
I don't know, man. My wife might be catching up to me, so I gotta start making them bigger.
Sarah says your muscles are pretty damn big though.
Dude, I've been in the gym for like 15 years, so I guess.
Do you even lift, bro?
It bothers people. It bothers some people on YouTube. I don't know. It's strange.
That's
why, like, I've thought about people. I thought about updating my YouTube profile picture, but I know it.
Herman Cain Award.
It annoys some certain people.
You need to fake an Austrian accent.
Real quick, Saggy's confused about the Herman Cain Award. It's for saying dumb things. He's basically saying that the whole COVID talk is very uneducated and uninformed.
Oh well, in that case, I should have won that award a long time ago.
We haven't made any statements though, have we?
I have a relative who works
what is the fact? So the facts for me is I got sick, I felt fine, and I also know people who died. I didn't say anything uneducated there.
Well, I was gonna say I have a relative who currently is working on one of the vaccine facilities that makes them, so I kind of get my info from that specific person.
Which vaccine facility, so we know to avoid that particular one?
I'm not gonna tell you. No, I'm not gonna tell you which one.
So
people like to find out where.
Here, everybody wanted to know. We had the big Retro Bro physical media reaction video, and you said a lot of things, and people were confused. I was confused. What hasn't been seen since the 90s, bro? What were you?
You gotta call me on this. I have to go back and watch the video, but I explained it. I think it was on another stream. I'll explain it again. So at the time when I saw the physical media, the part where how you could take your controller and dock it over to somebody else's house.
Yeah.
That wasn't public knowledge yet. So I was referring to almost that and like kind of using that as a cartridge, taking your cartridge over to a friend's house. It was a weak ass comparison. I'll own that. I'm not going to fucking lie, but no, that's kind of what I meant. It was that video was like a real bitch because there was like, I couldn't really say anything, I I could if I wanted to piss him off. And I mean, we don't sign NDAs or anything like that. But it was a really tough video to do because there's a lot I couldn't say. I was like, even Max called me on that bullshit. He's like, Max is like, Retro Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? The 90s. So yeah, it was a weak ass
like
comparison.
20 minutes on stream, like trying to figure out what the.
Well, and you know what else? At the time, and I don't remember, but I thought at the time we were getting manuals. Like I didn't think so I only saw like how it was going to work and the boxes and the RFID card. I didn't know about then. I don't think he showed me the lenticular card. I don't remember the coins. And I thought at the time, there was going to be a manual. And I think that's probably might have been part of it too. A manual would have been nice. I would have liked to see a manual. I'm literally going to buy Evercade Versus for those fucking physical games and the manuals.
It is hard. It is hard to buy the Evercade handheld at the moment. I'll tell you that much. Because people are overcharging the shit out of them.
Yeah, well, the handheld that doesn't appeal to me.
Gogo13 says with the manual, I think would have been much better. I agree. I thought the lenticular cards were going to have the manual, like a mini manual on the back of the cards instead of the fun facts. So, who's Emmanuel?
Amico.
Emmanuel. That's Tony's cousin.
Actually, I don't have any cousins named Manuel or Emmanuel or Jose. There's no Jose's in my family either.
No, dude, you're not even Spanish if that's the case.
Yeah, am I even Mexican, bro?
Yeah, you're a fraud.
Do you even Mexican, bro? I'm more Latino than you, and I'm Cape Verdean, which is Portuguese and African.
I was in Portugal once, man. They don't like Americans over there.
I don't blame them. We don't like Americans even here.
No, they hated us over there.
Potion Sword Run said a magnet to close the case would have been nice.
You know what I thought about doing? You know what I thought about doing is going on Amazon, just getting some of those like cheap little magnets that you can stick on things. But I don't know if I want to fucking fuck up the boxes though, because it is kind of. I mean, they close if they're all stacked against each other, obviously. But yeah,
get some of these magnets.
Banana hammock.
Oh yeah, they have like the sticky on the back, right? You can just stick them on the cardboard. Yeah.
Yep.
See, but I don't want to. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's like I'm gonna.
He doesn't want to scuff up his fancy box.
Yeah.
So there has been much said about the physical media, the reactions. Just so we can be clear and everybody understands. We already talked about it, but so everybody else, what the physical media is exactly what you were shown behind closed doors, right?
Yeah, I don't believe there was any differences. I didn't realize how fucking small they were when he showed them to me, but yeah.
That's what she said.
He showed us. So he showed us the concept, like the concept art in that. I don't even think he had any at the time. But then we saw the physical. We saw the actual physical media, like he had it in Pennsylvania. So I get to see it. But I don't know, man. Like as far as the physical media goes, physical, whatever the fuck they're calling it. Darius Truxey was like making fun of me because I couldn't get it right. I'm like, whatever. Like to be fair, Darius Truxey keeps up with this shit way more than I do. Like I think that's a safe assumption. But I was like, I lost my train of thought already. But yeah, it was. Yeah, I like it. It's a good in between. I mean, it's like because I've accepted digital as a format pretty much for newer consoles, so I feel like this is a good in between for digital and physical. I'm gonna be curious what kind of security it has on it though, because people are gonna try and manipulate that system with how you can just tap it on your Amico.
Oh yeah.
So, I know Tommy kind of addressed that, and I know John Alvarado was in a stream saying they've got a solution for that. But dude, you know how fucking gamers are and hackers are. If there's a way around it, they'll find it and figure it out.
They'll always find a way.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the things.
Go ahead, Carl.
What I heard once was they actually deactivate the cartridge, the RFID thing that they give you when you trade it into stuff like GameStop.
No, it's not deactivated. So what'll happen is if I have the game or the card and I give it to a friend or whatever, I can tap it and put it on my console and then download it. If I give the card then to my friend, if I'm online with mine and he taps it on his console, it'll disconnect from mine and it'll connect to his. So now he owns it. So it's like a data transfer or ownership transfer. And I think that's what they're talking about when it comes to using, like, however they're going to figure out how to use the NFT.
Okay.
But here's the thing, Carl. If I tap it on my console and never go online again, I can give that card out and I'll still have the game as long as I don't go out online. I mean, you're going to miss like a lot of other stuff, but you know.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Tommy has said first he didn't really seem to consider that you could get it through the box, because you can get it through the box when he was first asked about it.
Well, they said
there's no shielding on the boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And then he did say that if you did, like Retro Bro said, put it on your console, disconnect from the internet, give it away, use both, would own it, and as long as Retro Bro never went back on the internet, it would stay on his console forever. But what I'm most curious about is with the NFT and the blockchain, is there going to be a fee for transferring from ownership? You know, like,
I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't know shit about blockchain. I don't even I'm not a crypto type person, so I have no. I kind of tried to do some Googling on it and figure it out, but it makes sense. It makes sense for like crypto and blockchain, like from what I read, but I don't know how they're going to use it. And he didn't really tell me. So
he's old.
Yeah, it can get a little confusing, a little overwhelming. I got like a surface level knowledge on NFT and blockchain. Yeah, see, Mike says blockchain transfers take hours on large blockchains. That's the other thing. It all depends on what blockchain it's going to be on. So the if they got rid of the whole, because they could do the RFID transfers without the blockchain, without NFT. So it just kind of seems like an unnecessary extra step to do for reasons.
The only thing I could think of is it would add some sort of security feature, because I don't know why. If you can do it without using a blockchain, why bother doing it? Unless it's for security purposes, right?
Well, you could use security purposes with the RFID itself.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, I've been trying to figure it out, and I've thought about it. I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking lost, dude. As long as it works, honestly, I'll be good. But it'll be interesting, like I said, to see who tries to manipulate that and what they do with it. Was it a Pat and Ian video? They were talking about how you can get the code or whatever, and I can't imagine how, if you have that code, can't you just encrypt it onto an RFID and pretty much download the game for free? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's possible, but it seemed like it might be an issue. So we'll see.
Yeah, like I said, it all depends on what's going on the second half, because the RFID itself has no encryption on it. You can scan it freely. It's not random numbers or anything. It's easily understood by a normal person, because it just goes to a website link. So I guess we got to wait and see, like Potion Sword Run says. But like I was saying, depending on the blockchain and depending if there is a transfer fee and who's going to end up paying that fee. Because even if it's like, let's say the transfer fee is like a penny. So Intellivision's like, well, fuck it. We'll just eat the penny, whatever, right? What's going to stop a troll from saying, fuck it, I'm going to just keep transferring it back and forth? And then, Intellivision's paying a penny every other minute.
I don't think anyone's got that sort of stamina. I mean, there's some serious Amico trolls in the community, but I don't think anyone's going to waste their time doing that.
Well, with the RFID and with it not being secure, I'm sure you could probably create a program to do it automatically.
I don't think anyone's that nefarious, man. I mean, I just don't. I don't know. Maybe I'm being naive.
Cyrus and I actually did talk about this before the Tommy officially launched the trailer or whatever, and I got safe. He didn't tell me everything, but what he told me of, I was actually very impressed. and I actually like all that stuff. I'm probably the target audience for the collector boxes. I like all that geeky stuff. I'm just too cheap to buy it.
Thanks, Mitty.
I think it could have added something extra. A manual definitely needed. I mean, I have them, so I guess I am the target audience too.
Why didn't you do an unboxing, Tony? Where's your unboxing video?
I seen everybody else doing it. I'm like, it's the same thing. Everyone already saw the card and the box and the coin.
Wait, what? Wait, what is an Intellivision little cartridge replica is the one that RFID thing, right?
Yeah, but it's not a replica. It's just in the. It's just colored to look like a cart, but it's still. Just
okay. I'm just curious. Is all it's. Yeah.
What I was going to do when I got the box. Originally, what I wanted to do was get the box and get a knife and pretend like I was stabbing through the boxes, and then reveal that the box was empty. But then I was like, it's kind of a repeat of the other thing I did.
Oh, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What I didn't understand on that was what's the purpose of the fake screws on the back?
Oh, they were just because the original Intellivision cartridges have screws.
Do they?
So,
I don't own Intellivision, so
yeah, I did.
I actually do.
And it was a terrible system. I couldn't get into it, so I sold it.
I actually do have an Intellivision cartridge.
But no Intellivision card, just cartridge.
Well, I got this gamer candy for my birthday, and it was in the package.
Nice.
It's Tron Deadly discs.
I'm sure you could sell that for quite a lot of money.
I'm assuming it actually.
I'm interested in Balding Bob Ross's comment. My biggest problem with the Amico is I feel like it's never. Oh, shit, I lost it. It's never been close to done. And if it was, Tommy changed crap, so it delayed it. I'm curious what makes him think it was never close to done.
I think he's basing it off of the fundable numbers, saying that there were only 90%, 80% here.
I don't know why they did that with the percentages. I mean, I don't know if that was like a just like a transparency thing that they tried to do, or because how do you gauge that percentage?
Yeah,
how do you estimate that?
Yeah, me and Saggy were talking about the other day, and I was like, it's really hard, especially when you're talking about software, to really go.
Oh, okay.
80, 90%, because it's more along the lines of here's a list of things we need to do, and here's how many of them are done, and
Okay. Here we go. This is what I was telling you about.
Yeah. Is there screws on the back of that, Carl?
Let me have a look. See here.
We'll just show the back of the cartridge.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Here's the back.
No.
Oh, there aren't. Okay, maybe some of them. I'm wondering if some of them.
Here's the front.
Ones did.
I guess this is an Intellivision cartridge. It kind of looks like the ones I saw in the. When I try to figure out what the hell this was, and it does have. I figure this is either an Intellivision or an Atari cartridge.
Yeah. Mook says, "Saggy, are you awake?" I think Saggy went to get something to eat real quick.
She's looking at my OnlyFans page. That's what she's doing.
Also, my headphones died.
MIDI Music says you can't estimate that accurately. The last 10% usually takes far more than 10% of the time. So, speaking of OnlyFans, because since Retro Bro mentioned it, when we were, really going at it really heavy, the anti-pro Amico people, however you want to frame it, I actually was going to do a spoof of watching Retro Bros OnlyFans, and I was going to have a video playing on the screen, but blurred out so you didn't know what it was, and I was going to pretend like I was reacting to a video that Retro Bro had on his OnlyFans.
You should do that. It'd be funny. That shit doesn't bother me, man. Sometimes I think it's funny.
I was going to be like, the whole thing was scripted out. It was the first thing I scripted, and I was like, I was going to describe that you were walking out with a coconut and a glass. I'm like, oh, okay. So Retro Bro's going to squeeze the coconut and, get the milk in the glass. And I was like, okay, so now Retro Bro's putting the glass down, guys, and he's flexing. And
you have my permission to make that
where
video
did the coconut
just for laughs.
Yeah, I was going to be like, where'd the coconut go? I don't see the coconut anymore. It's not in his hands. And then I'm like, oh, he's squeezing his
where it
cheeks.
went.
Oh my God, he just crushed the coconut with his ass.
People mentioned me having an OnlyFans page, but I couldn't do it.
I'd subscribe, Carl.
You give it away for free. How are you gonna have an OnlyFans?
Yeah, you gotta.
Not all of it for free.
Balding Bob Ross says 3 delays. That's why he believes it's not.
That's fair.
Close to being done.
Yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair.
I mean, one example is like CD Projekt Red and what they did with Cyberpunk.
Well, that's a whole nother fiasco. With the Cyberpunk, they took a lot of money from the government and were kind of forced to put something out in order to pay back. Plus, they had all those investors that they had to really pay back. That's why that was a buggy mess. They also overestimated the amount of work it was going to take. They had way too much ambition for the project.
Apparently, when Keanu Reeves signed on, they scrapped what they had and started from the beginning again, so they could literally build it around him.
Shows in the chat. He says, "Bro and Melons on a Tony stream." You missed it, Show. We also had Rhea and Mad Max on here earlier.
Well, this is the first time me and Saggy have been on before.
Were you on at the same time last time?
Yeah,
we were here before.
It was me, her. I think CM Retro was on.
Boy, your memory's getting old.
Yeah, CM Retro was on. That's why we came on, because CM Retro was on. Yeah.
Carl, I'm still not as old as you, man. Don't give me too much shit. All right.
No, I was talking about Tony. I said his memory's getting old.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The only one here younger than me, I think, is Saggy. So
much Amico stuff goes on. Even I can't keep track of it all. I need some boom.
There hasn't been that much though, man. We manufacture a lot of shit though too. Like there's been some manufactured shit on both sides. So
you got to.
We're just waiting for that shoe to drop, man. That's what we're all waiting for right now.
Baldwin Bob Ross says 3 delays and no release day now. It's not possible. It was ever close. I'm going to push back on this, Baldwin Bob Ross. Because right now there's no... if he doesn't have the parts, he can't manufacture. But that doesn't mean it's not ready. And it doesn't mean that there wasn't a version of it that was at some point good enough to release, right? So... it's kind of hard to say that it was never close to releasing or never close to being ready. As me and Saggy were discussing the other day, I guess it all depends on what you consider ready.
I'm just curious what the scenario when they start repairing them is going to end up.
So, you know what? Carl, I was listening when you brought it up. So I actually have somewhat of a answer for you. I don't know if it's the answer that's right, but they could just technically change out the chip as long as it's the same architecture as a newer chip. The only thing they would need to do is send it back through those what's that testing called? We have to make sure all the voltage is good and everything. Yeah. So they could just switch out with a newer chip. In fact, they could have done it before, but I think Tommy said they were able to actually piggyback off of an order from some other place. So they were able to get a bunch of chips, but they could easily just swap it out as long as the architecture is the same. They just have to go back through the process, and then everything will still be compatible, regardless of what system you have, whether it's like a release one or 1, 2, or 3 years old or newer, rather.
Yeah,
that's why I was saying before that I think that the first run of the Amicos are going to probably be a weaker chip than the next ones, because I think that's it. Once they run out of these chips,
they're done with these, because even Tommy said himself they don't manufacture these chips anymore, so they're going to have to do that. They're going to have
to. That's.
Why did he go off such weak power chips? Why didn't he just?
It had to have been, no. So I think it had to have been a cost thing. It had to have been. because he was trying to get the price at like 170, 179. So,
but sourcing older chips like that would be difficult because you wouldn't get them off the factory. It's sort of, you'd have to get them like through people that recycle old tech and, you know, have all those sort of chips, because you wouldn't think they'd still manufacture that stuff. I could be wrong, but I have it in my head.
Yeah, I mean, when they originally announced the Intellivision Amico, what was it, like 2018? End of 2017. Yeah. So they weren't as old either then. Now we're 3 years later now. So now it becomes an issue. 3 years ago, it really wasn't. But even still, they were still older chips, yeah.
It's only 3 delays, Balding Bob Ross. They haven't set a new date. Until they set a new target date, we won't have a 4th delay. But I
don't think they'll give a date until they know. I think the founders are going to get a date before anybody else. Yeah, I think they're going to do what like pretty much what Polymega did, fulfill their pre-orders kind of on a stacked basis and go from there.
But Retrobird, you could just manufacture Polymegas yourself.
No, that thing sucks, dude. I threw that fucking thing in the garbage.
Really?
Yeah, no. I actually tried to use a newer mini PC for that, and it was junk, dude. I was like, fuck this. So I'll just use my actual Sega CD.
To go back to the chips, I think it might have been originally a misunderstanding on Tommy's part, because I don't think a lot of people understand how they get manufactured or whatever. So he probably was assuming that chip's going to keep getting manufactured for a while, and he'd just be able to run in there and get some and order them. Then when the pandemic hit, they shut off all the older, manufacturing of chips, and because people had stockpiled chips and stuff, and then they just all moved on to the newer ones because they said, well, fuck it, since everything's slowed down now, we could just use this time to upgrade everything. And then that particular chip line was discontinued. I probably think that Tommy was under the assumption that it was an older chip. It would probably be cheaper, when the reverse is probably true in a lot of cases, because being an older chip, you're going to run less, you're going to create less, whereas a newer chip, depending on what it is, how much newer, it'll probably have a bigger run cycle and a lot more people using it. That's my understanding of it anyway. I could be wrong. I'm always open to being wrong.
No, Gar, ain't no fucking Amicos going out in December, man. I hate to burst your bubble. Look, I'm a huge Amico fan, and I want my Amico, but we ain't getting that shit in December, dude.
Yeah, they didn't say by the end of the year. They said they were trying to get it by the end of the year.
I can try. I can try to marry Anna Kendrick, but I think my wife might have a problem with that. So,
well, I mean, if you don't divorce your wife, I think the government might have a problem with it too. But
you could always marry someone in Utah.
Yeah, there we go. See, me and Carl on the same page, man.
Sure.
Carl knows. Carl's got 3 wives in Utah right now.
No way. I'm an eternal bachelor.
Yeah, ain't no woman good enough for Carl. You know that.
I can't handle relationships.
It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit, Nogar, if they say they're trying to work on it. Like it's they were trying, but I mean, I think anybody who really believed that might have been a little delusional, including my buddy Turbo Joe. Turbo Joe's my friend. I was like, dude, this shit, you ain't getting that shit this year.
You know what? They should make the release date April 1st. That's when they should make the release date of the Amico.
I mean, there's nothing going on in March and April anyways. I'd be okay with that.
Nogar says focused and determined means nothing then. It never meant anything. It was just nice words to use.
Yeah, those are words to make consumers feel better, man. That's just
pretty much.
That's corporate jargon, man. You should know better than that.
Especially
Balding Bob Ross says, I was in Portland when Tommy announced the Amico was something completely different back then. I'm fine with what it is now, but there's a lot of runaround on the console. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I can't hold him this. There's a lot of things I can't really blame him for. A lot of and I even told him this. I said, Tommy, you're trying to do things pre-COVID. Like, this is post-COVID. This shit ain't going to work. And the same thing goes for these things that they were trying to do, you know, that you guys give them shit for. I'm like, well, because I'll tell you what, man, I think if COVID wouldn't have happened, I think it probably would have come out by now. I really do, because California was like, you couldn't even like leave your house. How are people supposed to work on anything when they can't leave their house for 6 months? It pretty much pushed the project back, you know, to the point where they can't do nothing for like 6 to 8 months. So I guess when things change, I'm more lenient to give them a little bit of a pass. And that just doesn't go for Intellivision. Like, look at everything else that's been delayed. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. Shit happens. The economy sucks. The world sucks. Let's see what happens at the beginning of next year. Now, if this shit goes into like spring of 2022, then yeah, we're gonna have a serious fucking problem.
Yeah, I think the only difference between Intellivision and other companies is other companies aren't out there every week on YouTube talking about it. They're just like, hey, shit happened, go away. So I think that's been very detrimental to Tommy.
Yeah, they've look, myself and others have told him he needs a PR team. You know, he should have had one 2 years ago. I don't know why they never did that. They have 50 employees, but they don't have anybody on PR.
Yeah. Personally, I think Tommy's biggest flaw, problem, issue with all of his interviews and everything is his inability to just say, I don't know the answer. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you know,
that
it worked for
seriously. Yeah. Go ahead, Carl. I'm sorry.
It worked for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but this isn't politics. This is
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Tommy's a boomer, right? I think he's in his 50s, right? He's a boomer. He doesn't quite understand like the especially in gaming the way the internet is. And Max has said this: if you say something on the internet these days, especially when it comes to like a gaming product, people are going to hold your feet to the fire on that shit if it changes. And I think he didn't really quite understand the response people were going to have when things did start to change. Like he seriously underestimated that. And, you know, his thing was like, he went on the defense and, you know, his intentions were good, but it made him look bad.
I know what would really help him out if he hires Ninja Kitty to do his video editing.
You're always trying to get Ninja Kitty a job,
aren't you? He needs to hire that. He needs to hire Panda Sub. That dude is a fucking magician. That guy's videos are insane, man.
If Tommy really wants to, you know, get this thing turned around, he needs to come on the show. So.
No, that'll never happen.
There's a free PR team of YouTuber friends. Yeah, I'm the least. I'd be a terrible PR person.
No, but seriously, Carl, if I believe that if he came on here, just like when Nick came on here, we'd all be respectful. He'd answer some questions, and he'd be able to set the record straight. And then afterward, he would have to not say nothing. That's the key. Is he'd have to come and make a very
that'll never happen
statement on things, and then just leave it be.
That'll never happen, dude.
Oh, that'll never happen. He has to talk.
One can dream.
Oh,
right?
man.
He needs. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot that he needs to do.
Coming from an Italian, Italians are assholes, and they're never gonna. They won't sort things out. It's just their way, and that's
Italian.
How it is.
That's
there you go, Ratchet, bro.
Ren, you're Italian?
Yep.
There's a lot of paisans in Australia, from what I hear.
Yep, plenty of us. Lots of us. All down south, though. I'm not from the south.
So wait a minute. You're not only Australian, but an Italian too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Italians in Australia, bro.
Is there like a pizza with kangaroo meat on it?
I eat kangaroo jerky. It's nice, but usually you can get pizzas with crocodile on them. Camel.
Well, that's strange.
You can eat some weird stuff down here.
Yeah. So okay, let me pose this question, right? to everybody in the chat and the panel, since this is mostly like there's obviously a lot of Amico critics here. What could Tommy do to sort of bring you back in the good graces of Intellivision?
What? Okay, I know what would help me at least. Bring the genre. Expand the library of genres. Because right now there is
say they should do that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I can tell you that's probably not going to happen, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, but that would help me at least.
Nogar says get the console out. That would bring him back.
Yeah, that's
or admit that Ferrari sucked.
Ninja Kitty's brutal. Tommy would have to quit. Wow. Yikes.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. I think a very sincere sounding. It doesn't have to be actually sincere. It just has to sound sincere. A nice mea culpa.
Oh,
hey,
come on.
I fucked up.
He did that in the disc. He did that in the Atari Age for him, Tony.
Have you seen the Tiger Woods apology, Tony?
I have.
Then I rest my case.
So Tony, you didn't like the Atari Age thread that he put up about how he said, like, hey, I did a lot of stuff wrong. There's things I wish I could have done. So you didn't think that was genuine?
There was a lot of I'm sorry you feel that way type of language. It was less of I fucked up and more of
okay.
I said things that you took.
I mean, and I tell you, another problem. Part of that probably puts a lot of people off. It was on Atari Age instead of a neutral ground. Atari Age is not neutral ground.
Did Saggy just totally bail on your fucking stream, Max?
No. She's, I think, eating or arguing with somebody. I think I seen her say she was arguing with somebody somewhere else.
Oh, she did say that. You're right.
If he wanted me to get back onto the Amico, I just want to see work. I want to see something. I want to see more progress. Less talking and the YouTube interviews. Fucking head down, ass up, and just get going on it. Like, here's some more footage. Here's some more games. This is what's happening. Not like office tours, things like that. If I seen that, I'd be like, oh, okay, he's putting in more work. I see it happening, and yeah, I'd happily jump back onto the Amico, and more games outside of the initial lineup instead of just rumors, actually seeing things going forward to make that happen. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any games outside of the initial lineup for a long time. Like I think in fact they should probably only work on getting ready like the top 10, 15 games. There's no fucking way they're going to launch with 30 games. It's unreasonable at this time for them to do that.
You're unreasonable.
I'll tell you what I would like to see.
Listen, you fucking go silent for 30 minutes, Sag. You don't come in here yelling at me.
I'm making
I'll tell you another thing I'd like to see.
You get back in your corner. You get back in that corner.
Okay, all right, I'm going to shut up now.
I'll tell you another thing I'd like to see, but down the road, after they've launched the console, I would like to see an 80s neon-themed Amico.
Kyle got big dreams.
I love 80s neon.
And then you could play it. Then you could play it in your Hawaiian shirt, dressed like a GTA character.
Sure, why not? Yeah. I actually do have a Hawaiian shirt.
So I guess my point is.
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, Carl. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry.
To what everyone is saying, they want to see more gameplay footage and everything. I think what would help a lot is if Tommy didn't announce things until they were 100% sure. Like he said, we're gonna get videos in April, right? He's like, we're gonna get like a bunch of videos, and then April comes and goes and no videos, and then the next month, and then we never get any videos. In September, he's like, I got 10 gameplay videos. They're all coming. We're gonna do a family video first, and then 10 in-depth gameplay videos. That was in September, and October is 2 days away from ending, a day and a half or whatever you want to call it, and no gameplay.
I don't know. Maybe it's like me. For me, I guess I'm not as invested in like the gaming stuff. My whole thing is like, if like for instance, Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk had a lot of delays, and it was like annoying because I wanted to play the game, but at the same time, I was like, it is what it is. I'm not gonna get so bent out of shape because things aren't happening the way like So I think maybe it's just because I'm more understanding and more reasonable with these grievances that some people have, that I'm just like, I don't care that much as long as it comes out and it is what it's
but we need something to talk about, Saggy.
I mean, dude, I do need something to talk about. But as long as at the end of the day, as long as it works, it's fun, and it's a console. I don't care that much.
If it's a long way away from launch, you should just go quiet and just wait till closer. In a sense, if it is that far away from release, less rumors and speculation, I guess, and just don't do anything. Just be quiet about it, and then once you've got a lot of stuff you can bring out, drop it.
Yeah, and much to your what you're saying, yeah, I mean, if he does this thing sometimes where he talks about himself at the most inopportune times, and most gamers don't care about all that crap. They want to get to the games.
Are you talking about that E3 thing?
Yes, I am. He does that a lot.
Right, but
it really bothered a lot of people that he said he has a history in the gaming industry.
Right, but that's because I understood why he did that though. He wanted people because he's not known to he's known to a small group of the gaming community. The gaming community is massive, so he is introducing himself because he's letting all the people know this is who I am. I have this experience, so that he's at least saying hey, I'm not just some random dude off the street like Soulja Boy. I'm not a rapper trying to make a console. I have the experience and I do these things. So it was him introducing himself so that the gaming people be like, well, who's this guy? Oh, he's been in the gaming industry. He's worked on these things. That's who he is. Oh yeah, I remember him on G4. That's why he says it. Especially he needed to say that at E3. At least definitely in the E3 video.
Here's the thing, Saggy, to Carl's point and everything. If he was well known in the gaming industry, he wouldn't need to do that.
Dude, nobody's well known in the gaming industry unless you're you fucking Kojima.
Right. But
you know what I mean? Nobody is really well known in the gaming industry.
I agree.
So what I'm saying is, even though he did all that stuff, right, he's not well known. And so that stuff obviously isn't important to a lot of people. So it really isn't going to sway anybody's opinion.
I think he did it to sort of build credibility with an audience who has no idea what the fuck they're about to watch. I mean, I get why he did it.
Look who decides to show up.
Bring him in.
2.5 hours.
Wow.
You married bastard.
Shame on you. But I was saying, it's I get that, but it's the only people who remember, it took me a while to remember who Tommy was when I first met him. I do remember watching him on G4, but not a lot of people, especially the newer generation, are going to remember Tommy Tallarico being on G4. How long ago was that show on G4? Early 2000s. So when you're doing an E3 event where you're talking to a bunch of people who aren't from that generation, I think it was really important for him to start off by saying, hey, this is who I am. I think even with Nintendo and Sony, Microsoft, when they do videos, they briefly introduce themselves because they don't need much introduction. Hey, I'm the CEO of Nintendo, right? Most people who are big fans of Nintendo, they already know who the CEO of Nintendo is, right? But Tommy is new, so he has to introduce himself.
How many people, honestly, be honest, besides yourself, how many people actually thought it was a good idea that he spent all that time talking about himself?
How much time was it of the video? Was it 10, 15 seconds? I don't even remember.
No, it was longer than that. It was the first 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh.
2 or 3 minutes isn't bad.
No, the whole video. The whole video was 11 minutes, I think.
Yeah, so 3 minutes.
So maybe it was. Yeah, maybe it was through about 3 minutes.
A fourth of the video.
Well,
I am so in love with
get caught up in that stuff, man. Because here's the thing: if you have a personal issue, if you have personal feelings towards Tommy that are negative, then yeah, of course that would bother you. If you're indifferent, I don't know. If
the chat from E3 was pretty negative towards the whole video.
Well, yeah, well, people who watch those chats are negative towards everything.
Right, but to Saggy's point, Saggy was saying that it would be beneficial to do that because of the audience, but the audience shit on it anyway. So now you just wasted 3 minutes.
I missed that part because I had to go check on my food.
I mean, if it were me, this is probably how I would do it. Hello, welcome to the Intellivision presentation. I am going to show you one of the greatest gaming experiences ever. Then do a montage of gaming footage from all the
He definitely
pack-in
shouldn't have said that, Carl. I'm about to show you the greatest thing ever. He definitely shouldn't have said it.
Here's what I would
say that.
I would have came out, said, "My name's Tommy Tellerico," held up a switch, and said, "This is a piece of shit," and just threw it on the floor. Now check out the Amico.
Pause. But here's the thing, because I see somebody said the CEO of Atari doesn't go around talking about himself all the time. He talks about Atari. Cool, but like Atari
is the CEO of Atari.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, who was the CEO of Intellivision before back in the day? Like, I don't think who was it? Do you guys even know?
There was no CEO of Intellivision. Mattel was the company.
Owned by Mattel, yeah. And then I think that guy who passed away, who was friends with Tommy, I think, I don't know if he was.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, I think for an E3 event, him introducing himself and showing people, like, so they're not looking at this, like, who's this random dude on the screen talking about something I don't even care about, right? So he's like, this is why, like, this is who I am. I have gaming experience. I've worked on this. I've done this. And this is who I am. And giving examples so people know, visually, like, reference, like, okay, that's who this guy is. I know what that means or what that is. It wasn't, if he went on like 10 minutes of talking about himself, I'd be like, yeah, you guys are right. He should have shut up a long time ago. But 2 minutes of an introduction is not, for the first time, isn't a big deal for me. It's not
you should have just had our Soldier Boy introduce it.
Now, okay, if we're going to talk about the CEO from Intellivision, I want that guy smoking a joint from the very beginning of the video, because that's what Atari. Sorry, I meant Atari, because that's what Atari was all about back then: smoking drugs and making games.
Smoking drugs.
This is 21. This is 2021, Carl. You can't do that.
Luke, I love you, I do, but that's the thing is that we're talking about Intellivision. Unless you are of a certain age bracket,
Tony, he only talked about himself for about I just timed it 47 seconds.
Too long.
47 seconds? 47 seconds? Y'all are bugging. I'm done.
Are you counting the
no
of the game?
Look, 50 seconds from his introduction to where he introduces the Intellivision at the E3 presentation. So it's like 40. You could argue between 48 and 50 seconds.
Timestamp it. They need proof. They need to see proof.
F1J says 47 seconds too much.
It's under a minute.
Well, I got nothing to tell you. I got nothing to tell you then. You guys said 3 minutes. It's 47 seconds. You're a little off. I'm just saying.
Okay, granted. You were right.
It's a little off because you don't like him, Tony.
You're right.
That's my point. Like, people who don't like him are automatically going to get annoyed by that. Oh, he's talking about himself. You know what I mean? So that was kind of my point.
I can see that I was wrong about how long it was. It felt like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, whenever I hear the guy talk, it's like, this is what I hear him saying. I love myself every time I wake up in the morning and drive my Ferrari, which is the greatest car ever.
See, Carl, I love you, man. But that's when you say shit like that, it sounds like jealousy. Like, I love you,
I'm
Carl,
not
but when
jealous.
I know, but that's what it sounds like. When people talk like that, it's okay to be. I want a Ferrari.
I want a Ferrari.
In fact, I don't even like Ferraris. I like Lamborghinis.
I'm not a big fan of Lambos. I'd take a Ferrari.
Lambos and Ferraris are very overrated. It's all about the McLarens, baby.
Nah, that's Euro trash. Or
Euro trash.
It's Euro trash.
Wow.
Holden Commodores would chew all them up and spit them out. Yeah.
Although I did like driving the McLaren and was it fucking Need for Speed? There's Need for Speed 3 down in McLaren.
You like driving your little graphic car? No.
Mike Garcia says, "Loaded up, Tony." I got way too many people here for me to even try to play a video. It'd be like still frames.
Retro Bro, timestamp it and post it in the private chat.
I could drop out if you want.
It's exactly as long as Retro Bro said it is.
I'm not lying. Why would I lie about that?
Timestamp it.
Retro
and
Bro
post
lies
it.
about it.
You are a liar. We're shills.
you're gonna be like,
You're lying about it. I know
seconds.
Tommy's messaging you on the side, and he's like, "You better."
I don't even
you
know how
better
to
make
do that. How do you
sure.
timestamp shit like that? How do you do
Oh,
that?
yeah, no. So when you are on it, you pause the video and then you go over to like the little red dot where the thing is, where you would scroll it, and you just right click it and then do copy the time.
I don't see a red dot.
You don't have to do it. He's on PC. On PC,
Yeah, I'm on my
it
PC.
goes to share and then just put from timestamp.
Oh yeah,
But
you can do that too. I
It's
do it.
unnecessary. It is exactly as long as Retro Bro said.
See, there you go. Tony
see,
is
you're not
wrong.
lying.
Right. No, Tony's backing me up, so I don't need to post it.
He's
I can't post links in the chat
baby,
anyways.
yeah.
I'm not a mod, so.
Like I said, it must have just been a mental thing because it felt like 3 minutes. But then again, I do a 5-hour live stream.
I mean, like I said, I don't think it was that.
I don't
like,
even
to
do
me,
this. It's so funny, Potion, because like I like Tommy and I'm friends with Tommy, and I didn't even really watch his unboxing. I'm like, I've seen enough of these. I'm good. But like haters will watch that shit all day.
I didn't watch
Haters like, oh no, Tommy made a new video. I gotta
true.
watch it.
like a lot of the haters out there really think that we are like actively watching everything. Like there's only so much. Like I only maybe watch one YouTube channel, and that's mainly because at the time I was getting a lot of harassment from people from that channel. But that's it. Like we don't watch it all the time. Tony mostly posts all the links that we watch.
I'll tell you what, I post those links, but I don't actually watch all the things that I post. I just be like, hey, there's an Amico video. Here's the link. But I don't watch it.
I will watch the Pat and Ian videos because I mean, I don't know. I still kind of like a lot of their stuff. Like they did do that. The video they recently did with the cover, how they covering scams. I actually thought that was a good video because I've literally been on YouTube since every single one of those scams have come out.
Okay, so my selection on YouTube is really old. I'm usually watching Are You Being Served or Hogan's Heroes or something like that.
That's on YouTube?
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
They put all the episodes. They put all the episodes of Seinfeld on Netflix. So I've been going crazy at night before going.
Yeah,
to bed
they have.
night.
They may not have every episode of Are You Being Served on, but they do have a lot of them on.
What is Are You Being Served? That's the dance show.
No, Are You Being Served is about it's a British show about a department store. This is during the old days when they had floor walkers, which are basically supervisors.
I was thinking of like MTV show, like Served.
That's what I was thinking of.
And basically, it focuses on the men and women's clothes. And
ass. You're boring, Carl.
I told you my taste is old.
Carl's an old man, dude.
Carl doesn't want to tell us that he's actually watching porn on YouTube.
Whoa, TMI.
He's doing a DSP.
I just want to say for the record, we still love Tommy, me and Retro Bro. Y'all ain't gonna change our minds.
I mean, I do, but I don't talk about what I watch.
I don't know, man. Look, Max said he became a channel member. He canceled his membership to my channel a while ago. So yeah,
I mean, I do actually have a question for you. With you being Tommy's friend, how come that guy did not give you the opportunity to buy the games before everyone else?
Because they're not sold out, Carl. There was no point. It wasn't like there was a big demand.
Gave them to John Riggs.
How do you know he didn't?
I did ask the question to Max, and he did tell me he was never offered the chance to buy them ahead of time.
No, you definitely don't, Mike Garcia. It's fine. I respect the troll though. No, here's the thing. When it comes to business, you can give your friends and family some freebies, but is that like financially like business?
No, he's not talking about it being free. He's just he's just saying a link to purchase.
I know
they were available.
I know they would buy them. I know they would buy them, which is why I'm saying, why didn't he give you all the opportunity to buy them ahead of time?
Because it wasn't needed. It's just that simple. It wasn't. If they sold out, Carl, and people were like, "Oh man,"
But he gave John Riggs
Because
All of
John
them.
Riggs did an unboxing. Stop making
he
it
did a
sound like
video.
John Riggs is some kind of. He has a bigger channel. He gave him an unboxing.
And he feels sorry for John Riggs because his hair looks like shit. All right.
Yeah.
He's starting to look like Benjamin Franklin. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, but that hair, like, you just, if I ever see him, I just want to walk up and slap the top of his head and go, "Hey, give it a shake."
Yeah. It does look like his hair is slowly sliding.
Yeah,
back.
you know what? When I
His
was
wigs.
when I was about 30, I started noticing my hair was thinning out, and at like 33, I started doing this hair treatment. I'm like, I'm not going to end up like John Riggs.
Just shave it
Retro
bald.
Bro got plugs.
No. I do like the topical and medicine and shit, all that shit.
Hey,
It's
I'm
actually-
pretty
it's getting
old,
thick,
and
man.
I
It's
have
making me look younger. It's getting thicker.
I am pretty old, and I have a nice head of hair. So,
Yeah, you got too much hair on your chest, Carl. You're a hairy dude.
like I said, heavy breathing, hairy chested, crash-tastic.
Yep. So does Tommy got plugs?
Nah, I envy that man's hair.
Italians don't go bald.
And
Well,
some
they
of us
shouldn't.
do. Yeah.
You didn't ask if Tommy's hair was fake, bro.
Yeah.
It's not fake. He has really
Did you
nice
run your
hair.
finger through it?
It's
How do
actually
you know?
I
How
am
do you
not
know
going to answer
Sadie
that
see him
and
question.
going
pulling
up
on
pool?
it?
That's a trap.
they both did disappear for a moment. I don't know what happened. At
What?
one
No
point.
one. What the? Don't start rumors. Oh my god.
I was just
I
playing.
mean, you know,
It
if you
was-
want...
Hold on. First
What
of all,
happened at
there's
the
literally
meetup?
video evidence of all those men in a bathroom with him. So I'm just saying, y'all went into the bathroom with him, and it was very sus. And then we realized you're making a video, but y'all still stayed in that bathroom for a long time with Tommy. So I mean,
But
We
then
had to do,
after
like,
that, I heard
it
you
took
went
2
into the
takes.
bathroom with Tommy.
Yeah.
Now,
I
Saggy,
wasn't allowed in the bathroom.
It was 2 takes we had to do.
Yeah.
You could have came in with a saggy.
No, I let y'all do your thing.
yeah.
Did you guys cut your hands and do like a Blood Brothers thing in your basement? there?
Tony, what the hell?
Now, Saggy, getting into a men's bathroom is relatively easy, though I'm not sure you'd want to do it.
It wasn't a
Wasn't
men's bathroom though; it was a house bathroom.
Did you guys
Oh,
cross the
okay.
streams? You
You didn't
cross
see the
streams,
video
right?
call?
I don't watch many videos, dude.
Oh,
I
dude,
told you that.
it's actually a funny video. Even a lot of the quote unquote haters thought it was funny.
Oh, it's not
happened?
that. It's not that. I just don't watch that many videos in
It's
general.
still up.
I really
A
don't.
bunch of stuff. Let me see if it's up.
He said,
I
"Amigo,"
honestly-
and everyone
It was funny.
freaked out.
Were you having a sword fight in the bathroom?
No, we you ever do when you were a kid in America? It was popular. It was called Bloody Mary. It was like in the fucking 90s. You go into a dark bathroom, you say Bloody Mary, and this
I
fucking
remember that.
demon appears.
I remember that.
It was like a spoof of that sort of.
Well,
I
it's
Yeah,
remember
because
that.
you guys call us the cult, so we made a joke about it. We were doing all kinds of joking of the cult. Everyone's like, "Oh, look, they're actually really doing it." And I'm like, "Yeah, because it's a joke."
I
it didn't
mean,
land
you
that
know.
well, in my opinion. don't
I
think
guess
it landed.
I guess the call could sacrifice a virgin, but there's no virgin among them. So
Ooh. Are you saying
Why is
that
it a
Saggy's
ooh?
not
We're
pure?
all if we're virgins at this stage.
I better not be a virgin. I got 3 kids, so some shit's going down. About that. I've been fucking drugged for the last 15 years. I don't know.
kind of like that Al Bundy, kind of like that Married with Children episode where Alpha suddenly finds out that Peg is pregnant.
Gogo 13 says the negativity against the negativity is pretty off-putting for many of us in the middle.
Yeah, no,
What do you
you're
mean-
right.
What do you
but
mean by that? Hold on, you gotta.
I know what he meant.
Go ahead, explain it,
Negativity.
Saggy.
Like
Yeah,
he's
explain it.
basically saying like the negativity against negativity. So basically like the pushback between each other. Like the negative stuff is on both ways, and people in the middle are just sitting there like, what the hell?
Yeah, basically he wants you guys to ignore the haters, the anti-Amico people, and just focus on the console, focus on the games.
I mean, I'm a drama channel, so I mean, what did you expect?
I don't really. Sometimes, see, that's the funny thing. Like, I've maybe addressed that shit twice, probably even like once, really. I don't know. I don't really address it that much, to be honest with you. Like, Darius has made probably 20 fucking videos about me. I think every single one of them is hilarious. And I'm like, I remember the one day I'm watching one on a treadmill, laughing my ass off. My wife like looks over at me. She's like, "What the fuck are you laughing about?" I'm like, "This guy made a video about me. It's actually kind of funny." And it was funny because he's saying I'm some sweat. I hang out with sweaty guys in a gym, and I'm watching the video in the fucking gym, and it made me laugh.
I mean, duh.
Right.
Luke says Saggy has a drama channel. I never noticed.
Yeah, she does have a drama channel. I agree with that.
I didn't deny it.
I know, and I'm agreeing with you.
To Gogo's point, I think what he's saying, bro, like it might not be you specifically.
Oh, the last live stream. Okay.
Yeah, but not just the last live stream. Like you've had live streams where it's maybe not you saying it, but like some of the guests are addressing it and bringing it up, and so I mean it's on your channel technically, but it might not be from you specifically. I don't want to mention any names.
That's the thing, though. It's like, well, that's the thing is that Retro Bros channel, like that last stream, we had people that like were in the chat also, kind of like arguing with the people on the panel, and as well as people in the chat. So it's like you don't want to silence people's voices, so you want to address it, but that tends to become like
so here's my statement on that. Like, so the intent of that, I was actually going to do that stream, just me and Max, and it's what I should have done. Me and Max were just going to address it, and then I dropped the link, and one of the Discords I'm in with a lot of people, they said, "Hey, we're going to go live," and they knew it was going to be drama. So before I went live, a few people hopped into the stream, and I'm like, dude, this is going to be like a very, like, we're going to be talking about drama. Do you want to be here? Oh yeah, it's fine. Whatever. And then it like just went, and Rhea, I thought, and I talked to Rhea afterwards. Like my intention was like to not ever put her in any type of uncomfortable situation. There was like legitimate things I wanted to ask her about and talk to her about. She did great with that. I wish she was here still. But like we talked afterwards, and I didn't know she had a problem with fucking Relic Gamer. And when he came nobody knew. And I should have asked if it was okay to bring him on. I just assumed it was going to be fine because I didn't know there was any sort of issue there. And then everything like kind of just spiraled downhill from there. And it became like this weird fucking venting situation from people on the pro side who are my friends, but they let it get to them, man, and they fucking let it out, and it went downhill from there. And there were several times in that stream where I was like, I'm gonna just fucking cut it off because it got ugly quick. Ninja Kitty I think it was Ninja Kitty put it perfectly. He's like, yeah, it was good until it wasn't. Like, yeah, it's exactly what happened.
Well, here's the thing. I got messages from people. Like, somebody was upset with me. Like, oh, you guys let that happen. And we tried to tell you about Relic. And I'm like, well, here's the thing. She didn't tell us. Well, we knew about it. It's like, here's the thing. The reason why Rhea didn't say anything is because Rhea she talks to everybody. And if she knows that we associate with somebody, she's not going to tell. She tends to do this where she doesn't tell people.
Yeah, Mike, I wasn't there though for that, Mike. So like I wasn't there for Max's live stream to even see that.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like she also doesn't go out and like tells people that she knows associates with someone that she has a problem. And I told her that after, it's like, listen, I don't care who it is. If somebody makes you uncomfortable or you have an issue, please tell me. Because like I said, Rhea tries to be very impartial, very neutral. So when it comes to her, she puts her own uncomfortability aside for us, which she shouldn't do because we love her and we want her to be comfortable. But the kind of person she is, she's very genuine. She's very kind. So she would try to put her feelings to the side for us. And that's why we didn't know, because she is very sweet. And like I said, none of us knew because of that reason.
A Relic Gamer has a huge problem with people.
Yeah.
Well, there's people that have like it's strange because like there's been like this Amico, like it's like this Amico war, but it's almost like some people had history before this thing started, and it's just like they decided to jump in on this and choose a side just to have like a different way to go at each other. And I think some of you guys know who I'm talking about.
Right, well, but that's what I'm saying. Like Relic was kind of, and I'm not gonna dunk on him, but he was kind of pushed a little by people too, which kind of made him kind of go at people the way he did, because he had, and I'm not saying it was you guys, maybe it was you guys, I don't know. There is history, but there are a lot of people messing with him just as much as he was messing with people. So he was just responding to a lot of the crazy people. And again, I understand that doesn't excuse him,
but
but that's what I'm saying.
Here's the thing: people have gone after me too. I just don't I don't blame others for it. Like, I don't sit here and blame Tony, be like, oh, this fucking psycho made a video about me. Like, I don't think that's Tony's fault just because he's critical of the
No,
Amico.
it is Tony's fault.
Well, but I talked to here's the thing. Like, what a lot of people don't know is, there was one, and I'll clarify this because I'm sure some people in the audience like might have seen this, because I've seen it brought up elsewhere, where in one of the live streams with Rhea, Max, and I think they had somebody else on, I had put in the comments, I didn't feel like Rhea was knowledgeable enough to be moderating the interview, and I really did feel that way because she was asking questions that had been answered, and I guess that set a lot of people off. Well, I like. Instead of responding to a bunch of people and doing this and doing that, I just messaged Rhea, and her and I talked, and I'm like, so, I just want to clarify a few things. And we had been talking for days before that live stream I did. And so we were like totally cool. A lot of people think like, oh, Retro Bro was, an asshole. He put her in a bad situation. Like, no, she had an invite, we had talked. I didn't know she had an issue with someone, and she was fine up until that came to be. So. You said she was or she wasn't?
I said she was fine until she wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
To Chappie McChapster's point, it's like when you let Oyamiko chat with Cyrus, it was completely different because everyone knew that Oyamiko and Cyrus had issues, and as soon as they both got on, I let it be known that we weren't going to tolerate any of the bullshit, and whenever it got too heated, I stopped it. Whereas no one knew the situation with Ray, at least no one that was there on the panel. Retro Bro didn't know. And it's completely not Retro Bro's fault or Saggy's fault. All the blame lands on Relic. I mean, even if he had issues with her or issues with things that she was saying, there's no reason to go at someone like that, especially in that situation. Go behind the scenes. If you're supposed to be friends or friendly or friends of friends, handle that shit behind closed doors. Don't drag that shit out in front of people, especially in a situation like that where it was already getting heated, because DJC was already heating things up.
Yeah, you pissed him off, and he don't get mad at anything.
Which is funny because I don't think I've ever said a negative thing about DJC. I've always said I liked his music. I think he sounds like ICP, which I'm a big fan of. So no idea why DJC doesn't like me. But I do appreciate my new nickname, the Macaroni Muppet. So thank you, Mr. DJC.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Some people should not be just getting into the drama. I mean, there's just some people that really just take it too personal, and this is the fucking internet, and you shouldn't take it personal ever.
So we do have a full panel here, kind of, sort of, and we have a tradition here that we've been trying to keep up whenever I've been here. So it's my top three, folks. Y'all got to pick a top three for me.
What do you want to hear Carl's top three of? He's told us his top three ice cream, his top three movies. I think we should hear Carl's top three Halloween candies.
No, I got one. You can ask. We should save Tony's for last because it's Halloween themed. I like Tony's. We should save his for last, though.
I wrote the top three songs.
We can do multiples since okay, so
how about we each
top
get
three?
One? Can we do that?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
all right. I'll do saggies first, ladies first, and all that.
So go ahead, Retro Bro, you first.
No,
wow.
Saggy.
Wait, who's going first?
Saggy's going first.
Oh no, I was gonna say your top three songs.
All right. Top three songs. All right. Joe Cocker's edition of "With a Little Help from My Friends." We built this city from Starship. And I Get Around from the Beach Boys.
Oh, you
I think you just wanted to say Joe Cocker.
I mean, yeah, I like all sorts of old music. So, who's next?
I got one. Top 3 condiments.
Top 3 condiments. Ooh, gotta be careful about that one. Okay, so first is tartar sauce.
I like tartar sauce.
I like tartar sauce on my fries.
Let's see here. Barbecue sauce. It really doesn't matter for me in general. Though I do prefer moonshine barbecue sauce. So, and Dijon mustard.
Oh, dude, I go hard on the Dijon. Yeah,
Me too.
That's good work by you.
All right, Run of Heavens. What do you got for Carl? What do you want to hear his top 3 of? Are you alive?
Top three TV shows.
Ooh. All right. Let me think on that. All right. The ones that I've been watching recently, like I said, Are You Being Served? Disney's Gargoyles.
Oh, I fucking love that show.
Hell yeah.
Classic.
And Thundercats, the original, not the crappy remake.
Nice.
I get down with that. All right, Carl. The best for last. Top 3 Halloween candies that we should be giving out tomorrow.
Okay. Reese's peanut butter, pumpkin eggs, whatever. Tootsie Rolls or Tootsie Pops.
Ugh.
I actually work next to the Tootsie Roll factory.
And Smarties.
Dude,
terrible, Carl.
no chocolates, huh? Come on,
Carl.
I thought you were working on something great with that fucking with the peanut butter pumpkin.
No.
You went downhill from there, man.
No, I'm egging his house, bro.
The first time I tried a Reese's peanut butter cup or whatever, because it's like we got an international section here in Australia with them. I'm like, oh, I'll get them, and I just loved them, and I kept eating them. And I was like reading on the packet, don't eat too many or such and such of them. I'm like, whoops.
Oh,
because I ate
Reese's
a lot of them.
Can I change my?
In fact, I live
my top 3. I have another one for him.
Okay.
Okay.
Your top 3 favorite Amico shows.
Oh, okay. Let's see here.
None of them.
This is a little. This one's a little okay. All right, in this order. And Cyrus, Nick, and Retro Bro.
Damn, I didn't make the list. This is freaking blasphemy.
Carl did a whole video. Carl did a whole video of why he liked my content.
Screw you.
Yeah.
So I already knew
you
that
don't do any video games. You your drama.
You gotta chill harder.
I hate the way Twitch works.
I have a gaming channel now.
I mean, but you play Apex Legends. I mean, it's a real gamer plays that.
So I'm 100% stealing like at least a third of my kids' candy tomorrow night. No question. That shit's going in my closet.
You guys are haters. I'm appalled right now.
Chupacabra,
you play Apex Legends. Real gamers don't play that.
Silver Wings is an Amico show. I mean, I haven't seen Silver Wings in a while. That guy used to come into my chat all the time. I don't know what happened to that dude. Best Amico shills.
We got to discuss why the hell Chupacabra thinks circus peanuts are actually good, because those things are terrible.
Those are gross, dude.
Yeah, circus peanuts are gross.
Yeah, you know what? But besides circus peanuts, we need to talk about Mr. Beefy's comment, because I was upset about this too. OEB Pete changed his fucking name to some generic ass, like, and I'm still a channel member over there, but he changed it to like Happy Fun Time Gaming or some weird shit like
Classic
that.
fun
Ew.
Oh, that's
I gotta ask him why he did that.
Notifications from that. And I was like, "What the hell is this?" I didn't even know it was Pete.
Yeah, I don't think he should have changed the name.
Yeah, I don't, especially at that sub count when he's starting to build some steam. I changed my name when I had like a couple hundred subscribers. I was back before Pat gave me the. That was back when Pat gave me the fucking shout out on his podcast back in the day.
What was your original channel name, Retro Bro?
It was Gaming Through the Decades. Yeah.
Look, I never did that. I never lumped you in. That's not true. I didn't lump you in with the haters. We had a heated discussion, but I didn't lump you in with the haters. I'm sorry if you felt that way, but I never lumped you in with the haters. We had a heated discussion in a Discord once. That's all.
You just jumping into the
how did we get here? Like, how did we get to this like hater versus cult thing? Like, I'm so confused at how this all happened.
Because everybody wants to be right and fight about it. Nobody wants to change their mind, so everyone just wants to be.
Well, mad. I don't listen. I don't expect people to change their mind. Like that's not my fucking job. Like I don't work for Intellivision. You know what I mean? I think it's okay that we can disagree on things. In fact, I like having the conversations with everybody. For the longest time, and I'll be real with you guys, for the longest time, I felt like my channel direction was kind of moving to a point where I didn't want it to be, because I was always that channel that said what was on my mind. I talked about like the Dreamcade replay, the Coleco Chameleon, the Retro Engine Sigma. Dude, I remember like me and one other YouTuber fucking hated on the Dreamcade replay. I got so much shit for that. I'm like, whatever, I don't care. And for a while, I felt like I wasn't just. I don't know. I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna start talking my mind again. I don't give a shit.
I mean, like,
I can't fucking.
We're not a cult. See, I get triggered with this. We're not, dude. When we are not online, we don't think about the Amico or you guys.
Who said we're a cult? Because I'm curious. Because dude, I really want to like, do they really believe that? Like, because I just think they're joking, like because they can't literally be that ridiculous.
There's no way.
It's really a cult. Like,
that's saggy.
What's up?
Now, 3 hours late.
Wait. Gary's gonna tell us exactly why he's 3 hours late.
Oh, kids.
Yeah, what gives you, traitor?
My kids went to bed about 3 hours ago, man.
Call it, Gary.
Now, saggy.
My kids run wild.
Now, Saggy, the reason one of the reasons you mainly just stream and stuff, and I don't watch streaming. I don't watch streams all the time.
Carl, I love you, but we are so past that topic now.
I just wanted to touch on how we got here. How we got here, it's so simple. We're right. This thing is a disaster. That's all there is to it.
Gary, shut up, because I know when you play it, you're gonna be like, all right, I was a little crazy.
It's a fun console, man. Like, it's not that, dude. It's really not that fun. It actually is a lot of fun.
It's not that I won't say that it probably is fun. I'll give you guys the credit to say that there's probably a handful of games I could probably enjoy. But do you really see it lasting past 6 months, a year? You think this thing's gonna survive that long?
I can't answer.
Right,
that.
I can't answer that.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
Gary,
yeah.
how many things have been created where everyone looked at it and laughed and said it was a stupid idea?
Here's Gary.
And it's blown up.
Here's what I'll tell you, Gary, and I told this to Tony privately. Based on statistics, it's probably going to fail. Like everything is stacked against it. It should fail. Like it should fail. If it doesn't fail, I'd be surprised. That's not because it's a good or bad system or whatever. I just think statistically in the market, there's a reason why people don't enter the console market.
Right.
There's a lot of competition.
I'm writing the fence. I'm a fence writer again. I'm not writing the fence. I just don't feel a need.
Tony, you got to say something real hateful at least every 10 minutes to keep people fucking happy. All right, come on.
I'll do it.
Yeah, you're being too nice.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't hate the console. I don't hate the idea of it. I'm very critical of the moves they've made and the things that they've done, and the face of the company's decisions and statements. But that doesn't mean I hate it or I wanted to see it ruined or destroyed or whatever. So just people calling me a hater was always weird, because I've just called it like I seen it, reported on the things that I've seen publicly.
But you only talked about the negative stuff, Tony.
Was that?
You only talked about the negative stuff. I didn't even cut you off, but like you only talked about the negative stuff.
We don't though. We talk about I was very positive about the the physical stuff, the physical media. I mean, when there's good things to talk about, I just don't. What is there good to talk about when you see Astro Smash for the 12th time? What good is there to talk about?
Well, I was gonna say, Gary, it's more like before, right? So when I first jumped into this Amico stuff, it was nothing but negative videos and negative stuff. Like and Tony
be positive about.
But what do you mean it's positive about?
Well, here's the thing. I will agree with Gary because I did think the same thing Saggy thought until I started watching these streams. Because I don't really watch TV. So if somebody's streaming, I'll go on my phone and I'll fucking watch it, and then I'll go to bed. So like listening to a lot of these and seeing that there has been very good, productive Amico talk on here and people giving honest opinions, I think that helped me a little bit. But yeah, I mean, your uploads, dude. Yeah, you just upload the negative shit.
Oh, by the way,
bro. Come on.
I did up
the other day.
You did. It took you about 30 negative videos to get to that one, but you did it. High five.
By the way, I did upload a new video today.
You did, Carl. I saw that.
What'd you think?
I think it was pretty good. If anyone hasn't seen it, Carl was discussing whether or not the Amico is going to hold the attention of kids. I mean, even if they buy it, you know, with all the other things buying for their attention.
Nothing holds the attention of kids. I've got 3 of them. Believe me when I tell you that. If this thing holds my kids' attention for more than 10 minutes, I'll be shocked.
And it did.
Yeah, it did. But long term, hopefully it does. Dude, kids' attention spans are fucking. Kids' attention spans are horrible. Like my kids can't even sit down and watch a movie. It's like blows my mind.
No, I'm right there with you. It's all the technology, man. It's the phones, it's the switches, it's all that shit. My kids do the same thing. So
retro, bro. Seriously,
by the way,
get a belt, and then you just crack them on the ass like 2 or 3 times each. They'll sit and watch a whole fucking movie.
Yep.
They'll watch 2 movies.
Yep.
By the way, F1, what has Tommy got a free pass for 2 years? Here's the thing I've always said. If Tommy's breaking the law, which some people here can say he has.
He's not talking about that, Chili.
Nope, I'm talking about it.
But that's not what he's referring to.
I have to do my due diligence as a cult leader. I'm a cult leader now, not Tommy. I'm the leader.
But you're answering a question that isn't being asked. He's saying that for 2 years, a lot of people, as soon as Atari VCS was announced, everybody was piling on it, and no one ever said, "Hey, wait till it comes out. Wait till the Atari."
No, there was a group of people that wanted to wait and were super positive about it.
Tallarica DeVille, Tallarica.
But my point is, like, if he broke a law, right, then report him. Let the law handle it. But all this yapping does nothing. If he's breaking a law, then have him reported.
Okay. Ninja Kitty got a question for Saggy and Retro Bro. Do you also think that Tony is a fake journalist, like how Mike?
Okay, do me a favor, Ninja Kitty. So, someone, by the way, has a really bad echo. I don't know if
is that me?
Or it's always Gary. It's like
okay,
we can't talk. My brain's hurting.
I can actually answer this question with what the dictionary says.
Well, hold on. Let me.
Okay. Because if you don't believe what in the dictionary, you're illiterate. So, one of the dictionary definitions.
You're the one with the echo, Saggy. Thank you.
One of the definitions that the dictionary says is a journalist is someone who prepares news for broadcast. That is what it says.
So hold on, say that again.
The definition, one of the definitions of a journalist in the dictionary is someone who prepares news for a broadcast, which Tony does do.
Well, you said one of the. What's the rest?
Well, there are a few. So you have, but a lot of them didn't really apply. But it's still in the dictionary. Let me put it this way. In 2021, I think anybody can call themselves a journalist. Oh, there you go. Maybe we're all journalists.
I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't know.
If you want to say that like Tony doesn't dig everything, like every gaming piece of news, that's fair. But you can't call him a journalist on the subject of the Amico because he has dug the information that has been relevant. The whole point of the Super Smash Brothers a review was to point out that this behavior has gone on for just longer than what we've been watching in the last 2.5, 3 years. So he made a good point. A lot of the things that Tony brings up all are relevant into this conversation, and it's why there's not much good news to, I'll give Tommy the credit when credit's due. As I said before, I think a lot of people made a big deal out of the physical media. I think it's nice. I think there's a few things wrong with it. I got a few gripes, but there's usually a few gripes I have with a lot of things. I'd tell you that Switch games should come with manuals, but they don't. You can only get those if you're going through a place like Limited Run, Special Reserve, stuff like that. But I will give the credit when credit's due. I think I've been pretty fair on my position of everything. I don't know if people call me a fence sitter, but I've been critical of it, and I've wanted to see it succeed. I'll say it again. I've been a big fan of Intellivision since I was a kid. I inherited one when I was a little tyke, and I still have my original stuff to this day. So, I think we've been fair on this channel.
Can I answer my answer to this? Because it's really short.
No.
Okay, go for it.
I don't care if he's a journalist or not. I really don't. He don't pay my bills. I don't care.
Okay, whatever.
It's like you can't go an hour without dropping that line at least once.
Listen, when Tony wants to start paying my bills with his journalist money, then I'll give a shit.
Tony, if you want to call yourself a journalist, I have no problem with it. I don't fucking care what you call yourself to answer the question. I mean, I'm not a journalist. Like that's the thing. Like
people can call themselves whatever they want.
With my channel, like I'm not a journalist. I'm pretty much just a fan, and I'm a fucking just some dude who likes to talk.
But do you report? But do you report on any news?
Fuck no, and I never said I do.
You don't update at all on Amico stuff on your channel?
No, almost never.
Okay.
I mean, I might talk about the Amico and what's going on, but I don't.
No, John, no.
I identify as a journalist.
Okay, well, yeah, but that was just I don't know. Like, I don't.
If you're researching the subject,
listen, Gary, I'm allowed to not identify as a journalist if I don't want to identify as a journalist.
I was going to say, listen, boys, listen. At the end of the day,
I do not identify as a journalist.
If Tony wants to self-identify as a journalist, he isn't free to do so. It's 2021. Don't be SJWs.
Yeah. Did you just assume my gender? Did you just say boys?
Someone did misgender me at the grocery store today.
They called you a lady?
I have no idea why.
Were you looking pretty today?
I don't. You were in a dress, no idea.
We all know Carl's an android.
No, in fact, my outfit consists of a fluffy guy T-shirt, jeans, belt, and shoes. Black.
So a lesbian outfit.
I'm not doing Amico After Dark, Mike.
Mike's just trolling. He likes to run. He likes to talk trash. He is. But if
I did bring it back, I'm not gonna have haters on it because it's like a fan cast. I'm not Max.
Mike wants blood sports. That's what he wants. He wants blood sports.
So you can have us on.
Are you
highly critical
Mike?
fan?
If you brought it back, would you make it 5 hours?
Fuck no. I used to get annoyed when I go 2.5 hours. I got shit to do.
I'm surprised this is going on for 3 hours.
Oh, it'll go much longer.
I've woken
up.
What
time's it over there for you guys? Like 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock?
It's 11 o'clock where I'm at.
What did we do last week or the week before that, Tony? Was it 6 hours?
6 hours.
Was that the one with Cyrus?
Cyrus, yeah.
That was a good episode. That was good.
Yeah, that started
because
they were going in hard at each other at first.
Tommy
Uyamiko is a guy I think like literally just I don't know. He just loves the drama. Like he gets in it. He fucking loves it. And I think some of the pro Amico people really get under his skin for whatever reason. He made a lot of assumptions.
There's some people on the critic side that can't stand him either.
It's a generational gap, man.
He sounds really young.
It's all it boils down to.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. It does seem, yeah. No, you're right.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just tired of fighting everyone. It's stupid. It's so dumb. We are all grown adults on the internet arguing over a video game console that has not come out yet. It's dumb. We're too old for this. Y'all got kids. Like,
it'll be.
I have talked to
everyone but Carl.
Tony's kids, and even Tony's kid was like, "Y'all are
I
crazy
will
right now."
never have kids. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die a thankfully lonely man.
Listen, I don't care if
few of mine.
Amico, whatever, is 18 or 50. He's kind of an a-hole, and if I ever saw him in real life, I'd probably punch him in his nose.
Here's a question for Sag, bro. I got a question. Let's say the Amico comes out and it does get a little popular, and the bigger YouTubers are all covering it, and you guys are getting no views because now you're like, the small nobodies. Are you gonna stop once you get overshadowed by the bigger?
No,
YouTubers?
I wouldn't stop. No, because I don't run my channel based on that.
Same.
I don't cover the Amico because it's getting views. I cover the Amico because it's stuff I want to talk about.
All right, I
How
don't
would
know
you
why.
guys feel if Tommy ever if it got big? If it got big, he had he went to other YouTubers and just dropped you guys wanting nothing to do with you.
You're asking me. You're asking me to answer a hypothetical I can't answer.
To answer Chappie's question, I only have one pair of shoes.
Here's the thing. People assume that we're getting all this clout from talking about the Amico. If anything, you guys get more. Tony is literally.
You're not getting clout.
I have triple Tony's sub count on my channel.
Yeah,
right?
my sub count hasn't really changed much. Like as far as how many subs I grow per year, per 6 months.
Tony's videos gets more views, and if you're a YouTuber, you'll understand that once you're a monetized channel, the sub count doesn't matter anymore. It's about your views. You can be a 1K channel. If you're bringing in 1,000 views on your video, you're still getting money. You're getting
if I cared about views and ad revenue, you know what I'd be doing right now? I'd be doing Raspberry Pi videos, because my videos that I have are because I have a few 20 to 30 how-to Raspberry Pi videos with Retro Pi. Some of them have over 100,000 views. So if I wanted to do YouTube for views and clicks, I would become ETA Prime and make videos like that.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, bro. That's what I'm saying. When there's nobody covering a topic, it's easy to get the 100,000 Raspberry Pi. But if a bunch of people are covering it, you're not gonna get that. You're just gonna be buried unless you're really good at what you're doing.
No. I'm telling you now. I have videos, my top ranked videos. If you Google certain topics, they rank number 1 on Google. So if I do those videos now, they'll still rank well.
And Mr. Beefy, that's not true. No, you say no one cares about the Amico. That's not true. Tony is literally the proof of that, because look at Tony's channel. Whenever he doesn't talk about the Amico and he talks about anything else that he wants to talk about, look at his view count. And then look at the view counts on his channel when he talks about the Amico. Clearly, people do care.
Oh, yeah. Tony is
living proof. Tony is living proof of that. And people who dunk on the Amico get more views than people who talk positively about it, because people love drama.
Don't you
want to know if proof that you
don't have to coach
that.
I take everything literal, Mr. Beefy. You have to be careful what you say around me, okay? Okay.
Go ahead, Carl.
I mean, if you want proof that people care about the Amico, go to my channel. There are 2 videos up at the moment of me talking shirtless on camera.
Well, that's why you're getting the views.
I doubt it.
Ninja Kitty, that's also not true.
I'm not that attractive.
Also, yeah, Ninja Kitty, that's not true. It's not just Pat Neen getting 100K views. Any YouTuber that has talked about the Amico that has a big platform gets that many views.
No,
just because
I don't know about that.
Who's getting
that's a bit of
100K subs?
As far as Retro Bros Pi video, you only got one that's 150,000 views, and that was 3 years ago. So I'm saying
but it gets more. It gets more views monthly than any of my videos.
Right, but I think that one particular video is still hitting. But I think if you do another one, it wouldn't hit.
I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to doing them. I'll drop all the Amico stuff, and we'll find out.
Well, look at your other videos on the Retro Pi. You got 68K, then 19, then 18, then 18, then 18, 16, 16. It just keeps
Damn,
dropping.
Tony went right to my shit.
Hell yeah.
Well, but my point was, Tony, that like those still bring in more views than any of my Amico videos probably do on a monthly basis, because they get the majority of like all my ad revenue comes from those. They don't come from any, like my Amico videos don't make any fucking ad revenue. Like they're 20 cents maybe if I'm lucky.
Introducing the next thing, sensation in gaming, the Pie Bro.
Okay, Ninja Kitty, I'm corrected. The official Intellivision Amico channel has 100K, almost 100K views on their video.
Journalism, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, my most popular video is not an Amico video. So,
what is it?
Ninja Kitty, why aren't you on this panel?
Sam Maggs hates Knights of the Old Republic. She's the new writer for the remaster of Knights of the Old Republic, and I did a video on her, and I got 1,800 views.
Tallarica DeVille, man,
So
I am telling you, I
could easily chase clout by just being a anti-SJW type channel.
That's what Tipster did. Tipster latched onto that Susie Q shit and made fucking 80,000 videos in about a 3-week period. That's how he grew his channel. But that's how you have to grow your YouTube channel. But I mean, you went back to the the whole, what I changed my content. I mean, that's my point in bringing that up, Tony, with the pie stuff is like, no, I wouldn't, because I've traditionally, like, my channel has shifted so many times over the last 5.5 years I've been on YouTube, just because I use this platform to just talk about shit that I like. Right now, it happens to be the Amico. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to be talking about in 2 years. Honestly, once the Amico is probably out, I might not even talk about it very much, because I'll actually be finally able to enjoy the damn thing.
You won't be streaming it?
No, I'll stream it. I'd definitely stream it.
I think it was last week, maybe last week or the week before, I brought up the idea of having custom leaderboards so you can compete with particular people. Like if I want to compete with Saggy, you, Cyrus, and we don't all live in the same region, so I wouldn't be able to, narrow it down enough that way. Is that going to be a thing on Amico?
I don't know. I think someone had asked Tommy about that, and they said they were thinking about it or working on it. But I mean, I know as much as you do when it comes to that. There's a lot that I do, Tony. Honestly, I probably know about as much as you at this point. Like there isn't anything me and Saggy know that everybody else doesn't know.
Show says that we're all doing YouTube in a slow way, except Saggy, Max, and Pete. And then, like Ninja Kitty says, it's because we all don't care or have busy lives. Yeah, it's like I told Saggy, I work a lot, come back, and come home, and it's real easy for me to pick up on the Amico because I already have so much information on it. So it's not like I have to re-investigate it every day. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
I'm trying to think what the last Amico video I did was, I want to say, my unboxing of the physical products. I've done more Dreamcast videos in the last couple of weeks than I have the Amico. That's for sure.
What HDMI cable did you end up getting?
What's up?
What HDMI cable did you end up getting for your Dreamcast?
Cyrus recommended a real good one, but it's sold out right now. So you know what I did? I have a RetroTink 2X SCART. So I went and bought a SCART cable, but the Dreamcast doesn't output in 240p. So I hooked it up today. It looks like shit. So I just said, fuck it. I hooked it up to my CRT until I get the HDMI cable.
You could get a pound cable.
I think the one that Cyrus had sent me is a little bit better than the pound cable. I know the pound cable is good. So if I can't get that one, then I'll probably just wind up getting the pound cable.
Potion Sword Run says, no kitty, it's because you don't have priorities straight. Potion Sword Run does an excellent little I want to call it series called The Tube, where he makes fun of various YouTubers with cartoon drawings. Fucking love it. It is fantastic. I recommend it.
You know, if I were going to get another Dreamcast, I would not bother with the RPGs. I would just go with the fighting games, the platformers, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't really. There's not really. Yeah, I mean, I'm a arcade Sega fan, so yeah, that's all it is for me. Racing games, fighting games. Yeah.
Role-playing games suck on the Dreamcast, and that includes Skies of Arcadia.
Yeah, you need Dynamite Cops.
Oh, dude, I streamed that last week. I fucking love that game.
That's a fantastic game.
Yeah.
So, did you end up with a Dreamcast with a bad battery, or is yours still good?
No, you know what? Cyrus actually sent me an extra Dreamcast he had, so he made sure all that shit was good.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Now that we got Carl here, we're going to let Vito jump on in.
Hey, okay, bring him on. That's fine.
I'll jump on out.
No, I was just playing because Carl.
I was trying to find that video today, man, of him going off on Vito. That shit was funny.
I mean, you know, I just don't like guys like that get away with it.
He's been a busy man with his various appearances on the news and stuff.
Oh, that video was so funny. I don't know how he stayed so calm. I would have just been like bashing heads together.
Yeah, man, that dude's got the temper of a saint, because I guarantee you I would have been thrown in jail if someone grabbed my shit like that. No question. I'm going to jail.
If you were lucky, I mean, with all the people out there, they would have just fucking mobbed on you.
That's fine.
Oh, you're talking about his protest?
Look, I would have got my hits in. Believe me, someone's going down with me. That's what my one buddy told me when I was growing up. He goes, if you're outnumbered, just grab one. Just make sure at least one gets it, and it don't matter what happens to you.
Fuck all that. You run away, and then you pick them off one by one when you see them later.
Here's the thing. Where does he live? And can the stand your ground law be applied to what happened to him?
Dude, he's in California. No, he's got everything working against him.
Yeah,
he would have got beat up, arrested, and then like raped in jail.
See, we don't have that shit going on in Michigan here because we don't fucking play. And motherfucker comes.
I mean, you live near Detroit. You live near Detroit, though. Need I say more?
Exactly. That's why I don't get shit for my Trump bumper stickers. Well, we do, but nobody's gonna do it to my face.
I thought Michigan was pretty blue, man.
It's pretty blue, but
Michigan, they fucking hate it up there.
I mean, it's pretty blue, and people are cowards. They'll leave messages on your car, but they won't say it to your face. That's the problem.
It's a mix where I'm at, man, because Pennsylvania, I'm not far from Philly, but like everywhere that's not Philly and Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania is just a bunch of fucking rednecks. Because Pennsylvania, they're hicks and like hillbillies out here. So, yeah, I know you're from what, Kentucky, Carl?
Yeah, Kentucky.
Well, we got the mix. We got a little like an area that's like in the sticks. It's closer to when you're going down south and you're getting towards Toledo, Ohio, and stuff. Monroe area, and where my dad lives, where I used to live in Carlton, is pretty redneck-ish. So
not to pick on you, Gary, but where you live would make a great setting for a Grand Theft Auto game.
I've said that for the last 10 years. Too bad Rockstar, all they want to do is rehash the same bullshit over and over again. Grand Theft Auto 5 and the trilogy. It's like, dude, do something new.
My 15-year-old was playing Grand Theft Auto. I'm like, do you know how old that game is? She's like, no. I'm like, that game's almost as old as you. She's like, no, it's not. I'm like, yes, it is.
Yeah, I pulled out the PS2. I've been playing Vice City for the last week.
Where am I from in Kentucky? Around Ohio.
Hey, look at that. Carl can read the chat. The laser surgery has worked.
Good job, Carl.
Yeah, it works pretty well. Mine work pretty well.
Are you done with all that, Carl?
I just ordered my glasses Friday.
All right.
You missed all the fun, Gary.
I did.
Ray was here. Max was on for a little while.
Damn.
Saggy was here and paying attention.
I've been slacking these last couple of weeks, huh?
Yeah. I had to dock your pay. Also, no pay for Saggy or Retro Bro on this stream.
Tallarica DeVille.
You can't afford me.
DeVille. Man, I'm telling you.
I gotta pay Carl now. I can't afford anyone else.
That dude needs a chill pill. Damn, I wish I could write lyrics.
This Tony, this goes towards my community service.
Probably. F1 JV apparently is no more fraud, stop cheating, 80 million votes for Bidum. Nah.
Yeah, let's go, Brandon.
Oh, I can agree with that.
You guys are so passionate over there. You guys are so passionate about freaking politics over there. Basically, the rule in Australia is like they're just all gonna fuck you over anyway, so just vote for whoever.
Yeah, dude, listen, I see I see some crazy shit on the news. I don't know if it's true or not, but like Australians getting fucking arrested and beat up for not wearing masks and shit. What the fuck?
Well,
dude?
I've been watching. I've been watching a particular guy with what is it, Rebel TV? You probably know his name.
Abiy Yamani.
Yeah, and he's been doing a great job of combating all this bullshit going on with the masks and all this shit. But yeah, it's supposed to be really bad over there. I feel bad for you guys. I mean, it's just as bad over here, but not that bad, not yet.
That's all down south in Victoria, like all in Melbourne and stuff like that. Like I'm up in the north, and we don't give a shit about the south. So it's like, yeah,
so it's like the big cities, pretty much heavy populated areas. That's how the U.S. is with the major cities.
Just Victoria and New South Wales. I live in Queensland, so it's like we just shut the borders and just said done.
Is it everybody, or is it just because of the police force type? You know what I mean? Is it heavier just down there? Or?
In Australia, you've got your PM and that, and then you've got your premiers. They're like the governors for you guys in each state, and they make the laws of what happens, like with the masks and everything like that. So they govern their own state and they could change and make the laws how they want in that state. So down in Victoria and all that, they have laws in place where like have your masks and get fines. Like in Queensland, you would get fines and that if COVID was everywhere. But yeah, down south, like I think the premier down there is what's his name? Yeah, he's a wanker anyway. But yeah, he's the one that like locked. He chose to lock down Victoria and Melbourne for 300 days or whatever it is.
And from what I hear, they have like 5 open cases of COVID right now. It's really little.
It's 1,000 to 2,000 at the moment open cases, and people in hospital. Country? It's like just that state in that state.
Oh, okay.
So Victoria.
Okay, let me ask you a question here, a serious question. So, if you could replace that guy with one of the following, which would it be? Wood from Beat 'Em Ups, Mel Gibson, or Paul Hogan?
You'd have to take
an easy question. Paul Hogan, mate.
I'm going Mel. Yeah, I'd go Mel Gibson.
Is he still alive?
Hold up.
Yeah.
To get to this comment, Yoke no says, love to have a tall drink and a weed vape with Carl. So
I don't do drugs. I'm too cheap. B, I don't care that much about drugs, and that's about it.
Weed is not a drug. Weed is not a drug.
Well, I mean,
it's getting legalized over here.
It's a medicinal herb.
Only
we get it over here.
Drug. Come on, man.
Uh-oh. Saggy says she's about to pop off in a Max chat. That's why she's ducking out.
I just realized she left.
What an animal.
Yeah. I think that the reason that Australians worry less about politics is because they're worried about, dingoes eating their babies, all the spiders.
It's so funny because I think there's only ever been that one recorded case of a dingo taking the baby. And then again, it was questionable, like whether, it happened.
Well,
they're worried
have eaten babies in the U.S.
They're worried about
Australia.
They're worried about Wood from Beat 'Em Ups eating their babies.
We don't want him back down here. Could stay in America. We're good.
Why don't you guys like him? I mean, I don't like him, but I'm American.
Hey, Ren, I got a serious question for you. So when I was in the Navy, we used to go to Australia. I was never I never went, but I had fellow shipmates that went down to Australia, and they said, and this is true because I've heard it from many sailors in the U.S. when we would go there, like Australian families like would want to literally have their like daughters and women hook up with these sailors. So it was weird, man. And I've heard multiple stories of this. What's up with that, man? Like, did they just want to come here or what?
I've never heard of that.
Okay.
That must just be
apparently Australian women love American sailers for whatever reason.
So anyway, why don't you like Wood? The beat up Sky.
Well, look at the guy. Off video, he'd probably put his hair in a man bun, drink a soy latte. That's, you know what I mean? That's
Wood has his head so far up his own ass. I remember I was at AZ Game On Expo, and these fucking people are walking around with like the original Nintendo system, and they're like walking up to Woodhawker. They're like, "Can you sign my NES?" And he's like signing their signature like he's a celebrity. I'm like, you got to be kidding me! Like, this guy's a fucking clown.
I mean, he is big now. Does anybody remember where he first kind of came from?
The Game Chasers.
Before Game Chasers, though.
And then he was on the Metal show. And then he was on the Metal Jesus episode once.
Before he was on Game Chasers, he was on Video Game Sellers. I don't know if you know who like Scott Sasquatch or
I knew Sasquatch is.
So he was doing like flea market videos in Florida, and Wood would always show up on there. That was like, I'm pretty sure that was before Game Chasers started, and then he started showing. I don't know how he made friends with Billy and Jay, but yeah, and then he was big time on that, and then that didn't even really shoot him to superstardom. It's when the Switch came out. The Switch started his whole blowing up, and I don't know how that took off for him, but
guess where he's from in Australia?
I guess it's weird. Arioka
guess where he's
says
from?
Beat 'em Ups is accepting donations and money from children. That's just fucked up.
Well, how do you know that though? Like, I want to hear that.
Well, he does. He's had drawings, and he's definitely had drawings from kids and stuff like that. He doesn't approach it. Yeah, I don't think he approaches it the best, but I think a lot of why people, it's kind of that jealousy thing, right? You watch it and you're like, fuck, dude, he was just an average guy, and now he's got like, I don't think he's terrible.
P.O. Box Christmas? That's in the chat? That's where it comes from, where he's with Wood, with the drink and that. He's P.O. Box getting stuff from kids. It's Christmas. You know what I mean? That's,
I mean, I don't like the little. I don't like Ryan from Ryan's World. The little one likes him. It pisses me off that a little kid makes like shitloads and bucket loads of money. It just is what it is. It's
you know what it is though. You know what's fucked up though. Like, there's no overseeing agency for this though. Like, these kids making money on YouTube.
Yeah,
on YouTube. Yeah, but you don't know how much these kids are working and making videos. I guarantee you they're not like going to these people's homes and be like, I want to make sure your fucking kid's not working all these hours.
They investigated Ryan's toy review.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
Well, I mean, you got to admit that mom and dad do put in a lot of work. So power to them, but
fucking Walmart,
they are pimping their kid out, and I wonder what his life's gonna be like. The same with like the Skylander boy and girl, like what those two are gonna be like when they finally hit like their mid-20s, because I could definitely see the money going to their head and them never having to work. But
Gary, my kid watches this. Her name's A for Adley. It's a really innocent channel. It's a good channel. Some of those kids' channels pisses me off. This one's okay, but their parents literally, bro, film every second of her life, like Christmas morning, birthdays, and like everything. And I'm like, how the fuck? Yeah, I'm like, how the fuck do you live like that? Like, this kid does not have a normal childhood at all. Like,
nope.
You're right, man. What's it going to be like in 20 years? Like when we were kids, like you have like the 80s and 90s stars, and then 20, 30 years later, they're like, what happened now? It's like 20 years from now, you're going to see these fucking crazy documentaries from these kids who had YouTube channels.
I mean, look at Dickie. You ever seen the movie Dickie Roberts?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Exactly.
So like, look at a lot of those guys are dead. Corey Haim's dead. Dustin Diamond is dead now. There's a lot of those guys that got into drugs. It's going to be the same thing all over again.
Ryan's drug review.
Ryan's Crackwell.
That's fucked up. Jeez, that's so...
F1 JB wants to know, is it mandatory to watch Bluey in Australia and buy all the merchandise?
Yeah, Bluey's the bomb. That's freaking... Yep, Bluey's huge here.
I think Bluey's on Netflix over here, I think.
You know, there's one guy that you can that a lot of people criticize is Blippi. But if you ever watch if you ever watch any of his stuff though, like he's pretty wholesome. I mean, a lot of people might say he's not, but
he was wholesome when he took a massive dump on his mate. Yuck. Man,
I mean, for the most part, his messaging though.
Yeah. He's good with what he does. Like, it's a bit cringy. Blippi, it's just like you want to smack him in the face.
But it's no different than when we were kids. We had Pee Wee Herman. I mean, Pee Wee Herman was caught jacking it in a fucking theater too. So,
fucking Pee Wee Herman just want to beat his ass too. Fucking man, there was some horrible kid shows. Oh god.
Chupacabra says the difference is those child stars got diddled. So
Corey Haynes, I think he absolutely did. Unfortunately, there's a documentary on Netflix with the girl who played Punky Brewster from the '80s. Some of you guys might remember.
She used to be mine. I used to have a crush on her.
Yeah, well, she pretty much exposes Hollywood and talks about like the shit that went on with these fucking producers.
Well, that's what Corey Feldman was supposed to do. He never did that, did he? I mean, I remember watching him go on the news saying he was going to expose, and he hasn't so far. So,
but he was like, you got to give me money. I got to raise X amount of money.
But they were trying to make a movie too, weren't they?
Yeah.
Bottom line is, we all know it happens. There's no two ways about it. It's like exposed or not.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, where were the parents at? Why wasn't this discussed in the first, like when it was happening? And then
getting paid.
Yeah, and that's my point. I'm coming to is that, wait a minute, you accepted the money. It's like Scarlett Johansson, that whole thing going on where, wait a minute, you pretty much sold your appeal, your look, your sex appeal, and now you're bitching about it after you've made your millions. It doesn't work like that.
I still don't know what happened with that. I never looked
into the children weren't selling themselves to they weren't
right. It's the parents. You're right. That's why I'm saying the parents are just as much are the bigger problem.
There's
I mean, obviously
in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
that's like I'll never put my kids on my channel, man, just because I know there's like it's just a fucked up world, man, and someone's gonna say something or just it's not worth it, man. And
yeah, I mean, we all know that the Hollywood liberals are out there worshiping Satan and drinking the blood of young people and doing these ritualistic sacrifices. We all know.
Tom Hanks in the glove.
I mean, I've heard of that camp that they allegedly go to. So
this is why we need Cyrus. Where's Cyrus to do his Alex Jones?
Alex Jones. Cyrus is probably not going to be making too much content for a while because he's got some life-changing things coming up. So
good changes.
No, good. It's good stuff. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. So he's going to be preoccupied.
That's good.
Cyrus got a girlfriend.
I don't know about that.
He's having a sex change? I mean,
I think that,
hitting the love shacks for a month.
He's got to get drunk and go swear around more kids. Come on. How come I got to be the one to say it? You guys should have been saying it.
I just
think he should go to Iceland. If Cyrus went to Iceland, he'd get
Cyrus is great, man. A lot of people like Cyrus is one of the nicest people I've ever met on this platform. It's unfortunate.
I talk to Cyrus here and there.
Yeah, the problem is he's too nice. He needs to get the fuck you attitude.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He is way too nice.
I mean, like, and I talk to Cyrus. I talk to Cyrus quite a bit. So yeah, I agree. He's pretty cool.
Cyrus is
pretty chill.
But he's also when he goes hard, he goes too hard. Like he doesn't have that he doesn't realize how hard to go.
Yeah, he just goes red, man, and goes off. That's how I get when I get mad. I try and temper it on YouTube, but like I'll tell you something, man. A year ago, my kid calls me crying. Right, it's my oldest daughter. Some boy called me a nasty word on the bus, and I fucking turned red, and I'm like, what? And her bus was like coming home, and I fucking just went right towards that bus.
Did you
and
tip it over?
I just saw red, man. But I was smart enough because I started yelling at the kid because he was like 14, 15 at the time. Because he said something really bad to her. And I just saw red, but my whole thing was I'm not going to hit him. I'm not going to curse at him. And I'm not going to threaten him. Nah, I'm not going to do any of those things. And I was good. But I just saw red, man, and that's Cyrus, dude. Cyrus just goes. But I can temper that because this is like social media, YouTube, whatever. It's not like a real thing. But Cyrus doesn't differentiate the two. He just gets mad and goes off. But he's a good dude, man.
You had an effigy of him and set him on fire.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's Carl's answered everything. Flaming effigies. What's up,
Flaming
Ray?
effigies.
You're back. We're still going.
He's not. I don't think he's oversensitive, Mike. I don't know if oversensitive would be the word.
He's not oversensitive. Yeah. He's reasonably tempered.
No, I disagree. I think he is, but it's a generation thing.
There's a disclaimer with each can.
Yeah, because he is about 10 years old. No, maybe not quite 10 years.
He's a big dude.
Cyrus is old. Cyrus is old school, man. Like he's a fucking Texan, man. Grew up in the 80s in Texas. He's old school. So yeah, I can kind of see that.
I don't know. Cyrus has always been pretty good to me, pretty nice. Though I do think he takes things to heart too much. But I mean, it is what it is. Why do you guys all go quiet whenever I start talking? Like,
no, we all fall into
you're the host.
We all fall into the trap sometimes. I think even you, Tony, like you went off on Tommy that one day on your stream. You just kind of let loose. Like I think Carl did it against Vito. I've done it a few times on my channel. I don't really know much about Gary or Ren, but
I've only done it in that one video, and that video is like 6 months old now. So, and that's the only Amico video I've done.
I do it pretty often. So you
could think like we all do dumb shit, man. So like when somebody does it, like I don't hold their feet to the fire and hold them to that standard every time, man.
I mean, you could make a drinking game out of every time I get mad. So,
or mention Hitler. I mean, either one.
I haven't mentioned the Australian fellow with the funny mustache.
Austrian.
Yeah, Hitler's Austrian.
I thought you said Australian.
I think he did
I said Austrian.
Was he Austrian?
Well, I meant Austrian. Yeah, Hitler was Austrian.
Was he? I wasn't sure.
He joined the war. He joined Germany's side in the pre-war, the first World War, and there's all sorts of rumors that he was Jewish and all that other stuff. And I can tell you,
he had a poop fetish.
Yeah, I've heard lots of crazy stuff about him. A lot of crazy stuff.
So my first kid I had was with a German girl. She's back in Germany. She used to tell me all this stuff about it. Like she's like, you couldn't 100% put the blame on him in a sense because of all his generals and that were so spread out over the country and the brutal things they were doing. He couldn't have his hands over all of it in a set. Yeah, he is to blame. Don't get me wrong, but I think it
sounds like something a German would say.
Yeah, but
Schulman,
damn Hitler sympathizer.
But he
Austrian, tomato.
Right.
I mean, here's the thing, and I always had this theory that most of Europe in that day and age were anti-Semitic, so that that's one of the leading causes of the Holocaust.
I think that's the only. but
there were other contributing factors, of course, but I'm just saying that's one of them.
You know, a lot of all the history of Hitler in Germany.
We were actually me and him were actually talking about this stuff this morning.
I can imagine. How do we always end up here? It's a weird.
Carl's back. Yeah.
Yeah, we get bored and then we just.
Tony. It's a popular subject. It's the same reason why they keep making Call of Duty 2 or World War II games.
Because the fact is that nothing has shaped the modern day world more than the World War II.
Oh, you know, a lot of the history of Hitler and things like that in Germany and that, it's all locked up. Like there's like certain books with things that people, you know, of the war that only Germany know, but a lot of, you're not allowed to have any of that over there. That's what the girl I was dating at the time said, that it's all locked up, like it's in vaults, like a lot of all that stuff with regards to World War II.
I mean, like, I did a few things, like all the people in this circle were trying to chase after his affection, and the guy who got more of it than even Eva Braun was his doctor.
You know what I thought was real crazy? Yeah. You know what I thought was real crazy about everything? The top like scientists and doctors and shit. Yeah, that worked for Hitler. Those guys never got tried, man. They went and worked for like governments and military agencies around the world. And then they use these small, they use like generals and that as their scapegoats. It's real fucked up, man. I watched this documentary. Maybe Netflix it was on. It was about this guy. They found out this fucking guy was like 80 years old living in like Michigan, and they found out he was a fucking like prison guard at one of the I don't know if it was Auschwitz or one of the other ones. And he was the one that would literally kill people. And there was this big thing on it. And then they were talking about the history and then where all these people went and how the Nuremberg trials were just a bunch of bullshit. It was just a bunch of scapegoats that they hung and tried. And I was
a lot of information.
Well, Carl, if you ever want to play like a really good, solid like World War II game that's not a shooter or anything like that, have you ever played the Commando series?
No, I'm not.
Like PC. If you got PC, man, go Commandos and go behind enemy lines and beyond the Call of Duty. Those are two great games.
World War II documentaries are my thing, not specifically video games.
Well, they got the little documentary parts in the game too, which make it like that much better.
Isn't there a new Call of Duty? There's a new Call of Duty that's going back to World War II, right?
Yeah. That's why I mentioned it.
I don't know how I feel about that, man. Because
it's like Rockstar recycling the Grand Theft Auto shit. You know, I've said for the last 15 years, you know which way Call of Duty should go? Civil War. How amazing would it be to see something like Call of Duty? You got the muskets.
It would be terrible, Gary. Terrible.
No, that would be amazing.
It would be so boring.
I mean, we can rest assured one thing.
I mean, the
thing with the Civil War is, you know, if you're on the southern side, you know the guy would have to be poor, because if he were rich, he'd have someone doing it in the war for him.
Okay, we're
I would do like a RTS game that's Civil War. That'd be cool. But RTS is a fucking thing of the past, man. There's no good RTS games anymore.
No, that was like that hit during the 360, and I think they just didn't sell well. You know, they had all those Supreme Commander. You know, they tried to bring back the Command and Conquer Red Alert series, and
I tried playing Halo Wars, and I couldn't get into it. It just wasn't as good, man. Nothing ever hit home like fucking Command and Conquer General 0 Hour.
StarCraft.
I love that game.
The last good one I put time into was when the 360 first came out, and the Battle for Middle Earth 2. That game was amazing.
Now wait a minute.
I started on Age of Empires, man. Age of Empires back in the day was what I started on, the OG Age of Empires. I used to play that and Roller Coaster Tycoon on my family PC like a fucking maniac.
Now, Assassin's Creed 3 takes place during the Revolutionary War, not the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good game.
Ninja Kitty reminds us that Age of Empires 4 is releasing this week.
Oh, nice. Was that on Steam?
Age of Empires could be a baseball game.
Pull Steam up.
That it could. So I don't know any other topics you guys want to discuss. I think we're kind of running thin here.
We got a few more hours. You can't end us right away.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Rhea to hop back on.
Hey, what is so I'm on Steam right now. What is Rigid Force Alpha? Is that like the prequel to Rigid Force Redux?
It's the non-Amico version.
Right now. So it's the real okay. So that's the one I should buy, right?
Yeah.
I heard Max talking about it earlier. He said it was on sale, but I typed in Rigid Force Redux on Steam and only fucking see, guys. This is the thing. Like everyone thinks I'm this huge shill. All I do is talk about Amico. I don't even fucking know this. I gotta ask Tony. What's Rigid Force Alpha?
It's
Steam sale sucks, by the way. If anyone's curious.
Yeah, that's what.
But the Xbox sale is badass.
Yeah, I should fucking. I gotta fire my PS4 up.
I bought Symphony of the Night and the Castlevania Anniversary Collection for $5 each.
You saw my no death run on Symphony of the Night, right, Carl? I think I did it last year.
I forget.
I own that game on every single fucking platform that's humanly possible. That's my favorite game of all time, Symphony of the Night.
What about do you have the PS4 version?
Yeah, beat it on there too. Got PS4, 360. I still have the PS1 disc actually too. Yeah,
nice. 56K warning says Steam sales haven't been good since they took away franchise bundles for $50. Yeah, I'm not really big on the PC gaming, so Steam sales ain't my jam.
Are you getting a Steam Deck, Tony?
Yeah, I already got one.
He got the cheap one.
That's what I got.
Carl's all mad because they got the cheap one.
I'm not getting one at all. I just can't.
What's the difference? Just size, space,
the hard drive size, and I think the SSD,
the memory.
Yeah.
What are the two sizes?
Fuck if I know. Cheap, not so cheap, and expensive.
You guys could send me one down in Australia because we can't get them.
I only got it because my laptop sucks. I can't even fucking make a video on OBS.
Buy a damn laptop, man. Come on.
You spent $2,400 for that fucking Amico shell. Why don't you buy a decent laptop?
You cheap bastard. When will you buy yourself a laptop?
Discussion for months now.
You know what's funny though, Tony? I know how you feel, man, because for the longest time I would not fucking upgrade my PC. Because I was like, I gotta fucking transfer everything. It's a pain in the ass. I gotta install everything. But then when I finally did it, dude, and I could do everything I wanted to do, I'm like, I should have done this sooner.
Upgrading tech's such a rip-off though, like phones and that. You just, you find one phone, you're like, yeah, I like this. This is great. And then all the operating system's out of date on it. You're like, fuck's sake. Gotta go get another one.
Now,
it's a bit of a pain.
When my dad was able to buy himself a laptop, you know what he did? He got my help. And I got him a really good one.
Is it a gaming one?
Yeah, and it was for his music.
Like I said,
I gotta upgrade mine. I'm gonna have to upgrade mine probably next year. This thing's already 3 years old.
Oh, it's ancient and decrepit then.
I know, dude. It's got
my fucking laptop is like 12 years old. All right, it is.
And the reason I picked a gaming laptop for him is because, in my theory, if you're going to do musical stuff, you need a gaming laptop.
Yeah, I don't even play like AAA games on mine. I just got it because it's great for like video editing, streaming. Because like streaming, you need a good, especially because I use OBS, and OBS is really processor. It eats up a lot of your processor.
Yeah.
So I needed something for streaming, and no, I love this thing. But I play like fucking sprite-based indie games on Steam, dude. I don't even play. If I get a AAA game, I get it on my PS4.
But like I said, I do need to upgrade it. I keep saying that, and I keep just putting it off because I'm so Like it works, and I'm like, oh fuck it, this works. I don't want to spend money on something else that works.
I got a
but you'll be able to do so
that...
much more, Tony. I'm telling you, you'll be like, fuck, I should have done it sooner.
I will. I mean, my phone. It took me 5 years to get a new phone, and only because.
Oh my gosh, you're such an old man.
No, I'm stubborn when it comes.
When
to
you
phones.
upgrade your
when they stop
computer,
working.
When you upgrade your computer, don't throw out your laptop, because I kept mine with XP on it, and I put Botocera on it, and that's good fun.
His monitor's bad. His laptop monitor's bad though.
Yeah, my laptop monitor doesn't even work. It's plugged into a TV with an HDMI cable.
That'll be all right. You can still put Botocera on it. And yeah, good fun.
Oh man,
just turn it into an arcade.
Good, Tony, you need to get monetized so you can start taking super chats for a new.
Let me tell you something. I tried Botocera for the RG351M, and my word, that thing just had so many problems.
Tony, is the M the one that looks like a Game Boy?
No, that's the V.
Yeah.
Which one's the M?
It's the metal version of the one you have.
Oh, okay. Is it better than the P?
The only real difference is that it has Wi-Fi built in. Let me tell you, I thought the screen was better, and I was wrong. But you're so better off.
What the fuck would you need Wi-Fi though for on this thing?
Well, like if you replace the operating system with something like Arcos, you can update the cores or get new ones.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like if you're gonna run a RetroArch, now you get a point. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck any of that means.
I'm not just a meathead, Tony. I know things.
Show says I paid $2 for a shell, but can't upgrade a PC.
You could get a good PC for $2,400 too, man.
I've never paid attention to PCs because I've always been a console gamer, and it just kind of passed me by. Now I'm just like, I'm too lazy to even know what the fuck's going on. So when it comes to PCs, I will defer to Carl and Gary's judgment.
Yeah, I'd say old PC gaming is good. If you're trying to put the latest and greatest stuff, I think it's just the biggest waste of money. I mean, obviously not if that's something that you like, but if there are games that you can play on current gen, and that's what you're trying to get those games running at the best that they can run, I think it's just a waste. I think the money can be put into other stuff. But if you're trying to go after games, like I said, like Commandos, games like Roller Coaster Tycoon, those are fantastic games. Those PC games. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could get like the Roller Coaster Tycoon experience on Xbox. I have it. It's not the same. You want a decent rig to play that, because it will destroy your Xbox. Just lags out when you try to get half a part built. But the old stuff is fine when you're trying to spend $2, $3, $4, $5 grand on a PC to play. Guys were doing like years ago, trying to get Dying Light to run the best that it could get. It's just a waste, in my opinion. Why not just buy a console, enjoy the games? Borderlands 3 or 2 was not, it's not going to look pretty, but games like that and current stuff, you can get it to look good. I just think it's a waste of money. I think that there's better ways to allocate that money in gaming.
There's way too much emphasis on graphics these days. It's like all about how much power you could get and how pretty the game is. People are just not
whoa
into the...
You're starting to sound like an Amico fan, dude.
Oh, well, you could call me that if you like. But it's true. A lot of people are really graphically heavy with the...
But here's the thing. I don't think it's in it. This is what comes back to the generational gap. I think if you ask, like Retro said like a ton of times, he plays like pixel art games. I think those are it's starting to get to the point where we're defining kids nowadays are not happy with old stuff. They look at Nintendo and they're like, it looks terrible. It doesn't look terrible. To me, something Nintendo is timeless. It'll always be timeless. I mean, you got as long as they modernize it. And me and Tony talked about like Final Fantasy. He thinks Final Fantasy VII wasn't that great looking. To me,
it was bad looking.
I think it looks great, and I will agree that like in battles you got a lot of polygons going on. You got the 3D look. That's understandable. When you look at the overworld, when you look at the isometric like landscapes and stuff, I think they still hold up really well. And I think that's a good reason why, like, Final Fantasy has gone downhill, is because all they've tried to do is make ultra realistic graphics, 3D, environments, and it just suffers from it. I
disagree with you, Gary. Final Fantasy has suffered because they went too mainstream, and they forgot about what brought them to the dance. Now, it was a turn-based RPG with exploration and an open world.
Yeah, but you're trying to appear to the younger audience that doesn't like turn-based stuff.
But here's the thing. So in a sense, Dragon Quest has done the same thing, and Dragon Quest still feels like Dragon Quest.
Okay, they have a different fucking.
So, all right, Final Fantasy VIII is a good example of why Gary is right. Because with the right and graphical enhancements, that game looks great, and it still retains the same kind of graphics, but they're just sharper, less blockier.
I mean, 7, 8, 9 will never be touched until they start going back to their roots. Final Fantasy is dead to me.
Garbage. And
everyone hates 13.
I got a buddy who likes 13 a lot. I can't stand it. It's so linear. It's so awful for like the first 8 hours. It's supposed to get better, but if you can make it to that point, it drags on and it's too linear. It's like, when am I going to get to go and explore some? Oh, you don't. You just got to keep
13. Final Fantasy 13 is the ugly baby of gaming.
Did you like the remake, Gary, of 7?
I haven't played like the remaster. Oh, you're talking about the new? No,
yeah,
I haven't played it. But they doomed themselves. They chopped it up into a bunch of pieces. It looks good. Does it look good? Yes, but it's not Final Fantasy VII. Other than maybe the story.
I heard that
game. I haven't played
hard.
It,
but that game was hard to navigate.
Yeah, Ninja Kitty says Final Fantasy VIII is ugly on the Xbox Series X. The enhancements do not help. Show says, sounds like a bad friend, Gary, for liking Final Fantasy 13. This new person, I don't know who 420 Gamer is. He says the Intellivision Amico debacle has been the most entertaining thing since AVGN stopped being as good. So
yeah, James fell off a little bit.
That guy is a troll. That guy is AVGN. 420 Gamer is a troll. Mark my words. Probably a Volp.
I mean, he's not wrong, though, dude. Like, this is literally the most interesting topic I've ever talked about since I've been on YouTube.
Maybe,
at least for me, anyways. There's just so much drama involved in it, man. It's people love drama on the internet, and
hey, if the console doesn't come out, maybe you can make a TV show of it.
For a long time.
I think even if it does come out, there needs to be a fucking documentary or something, man. It's been crazy.
People have always.
You're against why? Because you'd be the villain, Tony. That's why.
Right, exactly.
People have always
not if Pat Ian did it.
People have always liked drama since the beginning of time. That's just how it goes.
Yeah,
that's why The Bachelor sells, The Bachelorette sells, Big Brother.
Here's the thing: if they make a documentary on it, either I'm going to be like some 500-pound overweight like supervillain in this weird like layer,
like this.
Yeah, or
the
like
Kingpin.
If you said Pat and Ian make it, then I won't even exist. Like Pat and Ian will take center stage as the heroes.
Full credit.
People like us will just disappear like we didn't even exist. So either way, I'm fucked. I'm either like supervillain or just non-existent. So
that's pretty much my life altogether. So I'm okay with that.
What do you guys think? Let me ask you a hypothetical since we're on Pat and Ian. Okay. What happens to Pat and Ian if this thing comes out and is wildly successful? Like, what kind of credibility? Like, we talk about credibility a lot, right? And for me, it doesn't matter because I'm a small YouTuber. But what happens for them?
Here's the thing: is being a guy that doesn't like to be. I don't like to be wrong, and I'm usually on the right side to not be wrong. I don't think it's ever going to happen. So it's kind of just like a fool's errand to go down that road. They're not wrong. It's not going to do. I don't see it. So they picked their side, and they know for a fact. Like, obviously, it's not a fact, but they're like almost 98% sure that this thing is it going to come out. Yeah, I think they're they feel like it's going to come out. I feel like it is going to come out. If it comes out, like I've said it before, if it comes out late next year, they're in big trouble. But I don't see it doing well, and I think they see the same thing. They don't see it doing well. If it gets into the hands of people who pre-ordered it, and that's about it.
This is going to be so great. You know, this is going to be
even Pat and Ian though have kind of changed. Like I don't know. For the longest time, they're like, "Oh, it's not going to come out," and then it was like, "Oh, what's going to come out, but it's going to be shitty." So
I mean, they flip-flopped
kind of
on it.
Their mind a little bit based on the what
they have flip-flopped on it a bit. They have flip-flopped on it a bit, but they did the same thing with the VCS. At one point, I think they were like, you know, the VCS is not going to come out. It was looking bad. You know, there was a point where, So I just think the guys are passionate about what they talk about.
Biceps is in the house. He says Gary doesn't understand play devil's advocate. To Retro Bro's question, if it comes out and it's wildly successful, I don't think it affects Pat and Ian at all. They'll just go on business as usual. They'll just pretend like it. You know, well, we were just going off of what we saw, and you know, good for them for finally doing something right.
I think that'll
be the end of it.
I think that's the most logical thing that would happen. No, I don't hate Pat and Ian.
I think this will be great for parents who want to discipline their children during Christmas.
Jeez, Carl. My kids had fun playing it, man, and that's just not because
you whooped them.
Yeah,
but think about this. Like, let's say your kid wants that new Xbox, right? What do you get them instead? You get them the Amico.
If they want an Xbox, I'll buy them an Xbox, Carl. I'm not.
You know what? You know what I do think?
Good luck getting them that Xbox.
It's funny enough. I have two Xbox consoles in my house. I have the One X and I have the One S.
I mean, in general, like, you know, the kid who's been bad, by the way. You get them as, you know, get them the cheaper, inferior one out of, you know, just teach them a lesson.
To speak of Carl's point, I do see at least one video blowing up of a parent getting a child an Amico, but then when they open the box, there's really like a PlayStation inside, like as a joke, like, "Oh, you thought I got you an Amico? No, I really got you."
Oh, you know what? Speaking of PlayStation, Tony, did you guys see like Walmart is apparently hoarding fucking PS5 consoles? Did you guys see this?
Okay, so basically, I've been actually looking. You know, I sold some things and I was going to get like the arcade 1-up stuff, and I've been juggling this because like I don't want to spend the $700 on an X-Men arcade cab, but I do. So I was like, maybe I'll get the Halo edition, the Xbox One X coming out. And I'm like, I've been on this website. Well, there's a YouTube video, and they stay up to date with who goes in stock and who doesn't have anything. And like, so basically right now, Walmart's been hoarding PS5s, and they've been, word on the street is that they're letting the employers have people come up and you know, if you know you got a friend who wants to buy one, and you go in on it or whatever, they're selling them to friends. Right now, Best Buy has a, it's called the Total Tech Plan. And I think Rich has talked about this too, where they're pay locking PS5s and the Xbox One X. The Halo edition is, you know, some places have taken pre-orders, but places like Best Buy have actually held out their pre-orders. They're actually going to do their pre-orders like, I think, 5 days before the system launches. But they're hiding it behind a lot of these places are hiding it behind paywalls now. So like you have to pay $200 for a year's subscription to Total Tech on Best Buy to even get access to place a order for a PS5 or an Xbox. So yeah, it's a shit show.
I was thinking they were hoarding them for like a fucking sale or something, man. Hopefully.
When I got my PS5, I took it to CEX here in Australia, and they gave me $1,300 for it cash.
Wow.
I'm glad I done it because my two brothers and one of my other friends, at the 5-6 month mark, they all died, and all the same problem: power supplies.
I had a lot of issues with my PS5.
Yep.
Well, and that's why I've wanted to go with an Xbox One X. I've heard all the horror stories about the PS5's chewing up discs now.
Yeah.
My PS5 would just turn off on me. It would just fucking turn off.
My Xbox Series S is doing great.
Well, here's the problem with the S though. It doesn't do 4K, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
See, and that's the only reason, right? And that's the only reason, especially with like my back catalog and my library of games. I kind of was like, dude, if I had to get one, I just couldn't see myself buying an S because it's just not going to work for me.
If you got an S, you'd want to put it on a 1440p monitor. It'll look great.
I am okay with it. I'm okay with it. I love it. I'm going to get the upgrade card, the Seagate upgrade card eventually. Maybe the 2 terabyte one.
I thought about a Series S just because they are easy to find, and but then two things going for it. Yeah, there's no 4K, and there's no disk drive, and
1440p is plenty enough though. 1440p is basically
but I got a 1X.
4K.
I got a 1X that does 4K. It's so stupid that the fucking 1X does 4K, but the Series S doesn't. It makes no fucking sense.
I agree. It does. It makes absolutely no sense. I can understand the disk drive not being there to cut costs, but to not have 4K makes absolutely no sense.
But the thing is with it, you do 1440p, 4K or whatever. Man, I'm that old and my eyes are that way. Like, I can hardly even tell the graphical difference, like, from 4K up and stuff. Like, it's like, like 4K is more of a friggin' novelty, to be honest. I'm like, yeah.
But for now, I think now you're right. You're 100% right. Right now, it's not a big difference, but in 2 years,
things
the future proofing of it.
They start
what I'm worried about.
Yeah, future proofing. You're right. Yeah.
And this is why I bought like my Oculus when they came out with the Quest 2. I was like, I seen the cheaper option. I was like, dude, this is gonna blow up in the next couple years. And that extra storage is going to be a huge issue, and it's just now starting to hit where games like Resident Evil 4 VR came out. It's a big download. Yep. It's about 20-30 gigs. You got not Call of Duty, but the other Medal of Honor. That's supposed to be like a 60 gig download. You can't even put that on. I think it's like the only thing you might be able to put on, like if you have the lower storage model Quest 2. So when I always look into this, I always have to go the more expensive route to future proof because it always happens.
Here's the thing, and I did research on this. The human eye has a limitation on what the highest resolution perception it can perceive. That's why I won't touch like an 8K. I know eventually it's going to be all these Ks are going to be useless.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can see the difference in 4K. Like something that's built for 4K. Like if you watch
4K, yeah, but I'm not saying like 4K. I just mean like higher than 4K.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen anything higher than 4K.
They have 8K monitors at the moment that are freaking huge.
Yeah, but nothing outputs like nothing will even output that. Like there's nothing even being filmed in that, so everything would just be upscaled anyways. You wouldn't see the difference, like you said.
I know. I'm just making a point that
I'm agreeing with you,
there's going to be a limit. There's a limit. Yeah, I know. It's but yeah, I like my little wooden Xbox. What's that called?
Nice.
The vintage.
I thought about getting a Series S just for the backwards compatibility for 360 stuff, and then I realized there's a lot of shit on 360 that's not even on the backwards compatibility list. You know what I did? I went out and I bought another fucking 360 just so I could play all that old shit that's not.
And that's why I never got rid of my old. I made sure that when they were almost done with everything, I got that Halo Edition Xbox 360.
Nice.
And I made sure that like I'm gonna keep that. It's not going anywhere. And thank God I did, because like even with the backwards compatibility, it's an issue now. You have to be like hooked up online.
Okay.
You have to like download all the patch. They won't even let you play this physical media. We're bitching about physical media and disk drives, and it doesn't even matter because half the time you have to be connected, you know, online to even be able to play it.
If I want to get an Xbox 360, I'll get the last model they ever made.
Right, which is I don't know if the Halo Edition was one of the last. Like if you go with any of those, you get the the R2D2 bundle, I think, was one of the last ones they made. The Halo, the Star Wars console, the white one with the C-3PO controller. And then there's a few. I can't remember what they called that last model. There was a special name for it, but those ones were the ones to get. And I made sure that
I rocked with the OG one, the one you needed the Wi-Fi adapter for until that fucker died on me. And ironically, that's the one I wound up getting back because my friend actually like gave it to me for like $10 because I was trying to get a newer one, and everyone on eBay wanted to charge out the ass for the slim models. I'm like, well, I still have my old fucking 20 gigabyte hard drive. So I had a lot of games saved on there. I wanted to go back and play. So my friend still had his older one. So I was like, fuck it. I'll just roll with it till it dies.
Oh, and Gary, I'll tell you another huge disadvantage of backwards compatibility. Some DLC you can't even buy.
Yeah.
On newer Xbox.
There's like, I found out that they didn't do a backwards compatible version of Ultimate Alliance. And if you got that's why the gold edition for 360 is like now skyrocketing in price because you can't get the extra characters for that game, and you can't even play that on Xbox One X.
Yeah, 1-inch bicep. I agree. By the way, CRT for the win.
Yeah, so you're just screwed. So having like an original 360, and all those discs that at least play, you can pop them in. You don't need to be online; they'll play. Now, granted, if there's a patch,
fucking cheap. They're so cheap right now.
Yeah, it's the way to go. Collecting for that is, I mean, it's never like Xbox stuff's never going to be like super expensive, just because I think Sony and Sony RPGs and Nintendo games kind of hold that market. But there's always a few games here and there that are kind of pricey for Xbox. But yeah, you can't go wrong with finding a late model Xbox 360 and getting a shit ton of games, and it still looks good. I think those games are where they finally started doing 3D stuff where it looks good, where you can go back and play games like Dead Space. That's amazing. Go play Grand Theft Auto 4. It's amazing. BioShock is so good.
I cannot play Dead Space because of the third person perspective. I know that sounds weird, but
Dead Space is such a fantastic game.
Hear me out. It's like the guy in the third person perspective just gets in my way. I like it first person because the guy is not in my way, and I can look and really look up close to see what is there,
Well, I agree that like my vision is not what it used to be 10 years ago, and now I'm starting to I need a bigger TV. I need clear. The biggest thing that I hate with games like back then were the writing. It's like if they put like the speech or anything and it's like micro, it's almost impossible to see for me anymore unless I'm right up on my TV. So I can understand that it's not like the greatest kind of experience for you, but man, Dead Space, that's a fantastic game. It sucks if that's what's stopping you from like getting through those games or playing games like that.
Yeah,
there's so many great third-person games.
It's literally just the third-person perspective keeping me from enjoying it. I think I would like it if it were not for that. I really do.
420 Gamer wants to know, has anyone played The Forest? Very fun and beautiful open world crafting.
I haven't played it.
Have not.
Nope, never.
360?
I don't think that if it was, it sounds like maybe like a digital, like a eShop kind of game, because it's not ringing a bell. Yeah. And if it was anything 360, I've probably heard of it.
That's why I asked, because we're talking about it. I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
I found some crazy shit that I never even heard of before. That's not even on the shop anymore.
There's way too many games for me to know everything. You can get the Forest on Steam, 60% off right now.
Can someone do me look up Xbox 360 consoles and on eBay and see how much they are?
If you're looking for a slim model, you'll probably pay about $100 maybe.
Yeah, 100. Those come. I think they all come with the newer ones came with the transforming D-pad, which I absolutely love that. The D-pad,
transforming D-pad.
So what they did was, you can twist it sideways, and it's either kind of like a disc, or
Okay.
when you twist it, it raises up and it's more defined as like a D-pad.
Okay.
And that was I wish they would have never taken that out. I think obviously they probably had issues with that mechanism breaking down, but I think that was one of their best controllers they ever made.
You got one for $65, Carl.
Ooh,
Pre-owned.
okay.
Does that have a hard
Maybe
drive
I'll
in it?
consider that. Buy a few discs. I'll buy a few physical games.
Dude, I'll be honest with you, man. I just wanted to play that NBA Jam remake they had for that console, man. I love that fucking game. That was a good game. You guys remember that?
No.
When they did the arcade edition,
yeah,
was it the digital though?
Yeah, it was only digital.
Yeah, that's when they were That's when they were bringing back all the arcade games.
You can buy it. You can buy it on disc. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's when they were they started bringing back all the arcade games, like they did Turtles, they did X-Men, Simpsons, and
that Turtles game was bad, though. Unfortunately,
yeah,
the Turtles game was shitty.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's all a lot of these games. That's why I'm kind of worried about what Grand Theft Auto is going to do. Is how are they going to be able to work around all this licensing, with the music and stuff, and that's the biggest problem with making games like remasters and stuff like that, especially a game that has a lot of licensed music. It's just got to be a nightmare.
I'm actually considering getting a Grand Theft Auto the trilogy, so I could let you know about the music. Maybe
I wouldn't get it. They're going to change way too much.
I don't care about political correctness. I play games to play them.
Right. Well, they did one of the big missions in Grand Theft Auto Vice City is the porn, where you're helping the porn star or whatever. I have a feeling they're gonna just totally fuck that up.
Cut that, yeah. See, with the Resident Evil 4 VR, to me, a lot of people made a big fuss about it. They took a few lines out here and there. I don't think it really affected the game too much. It didn't bother me. But Tony's right. When you start taking out like sizable chunks out of the game, regardless of whether it was controversial or not, I mean, that starts to take away from the art itself. It's like if I just erase the nose of the Mona Lisa, right? It's like, well, it's still there. I just erased her nose. That's not no big deal. No, it's a very big deal. But
yeah, there's a lot of controversial stuff in Vice City and San Andreas.
And the game still holds up well. It still holds up well. You go back, I'm playing it, like I said, I've been playing Vice City for the last week. It's still a fantastic game, playing it on a CRT. Playing it, I mean, I'd love to have it in 4K and 60 frames a second would be nice with some.
Where'd you get a working PlayStation 2?
I have a collector, Carl. I have many PlayStation 2s, Nintendo, Segas.
Yeah, but those things don't last.
Game Boys.
Those things don't last
when you take care of them.
Yeah, when you take care of them, they will. I have more problems with the PS2 Slims than I do the fat ones.
If you want a PlayStation or something like that, Carl, you know who has an extensive collection that's always selling stuff?
Who?
Vito.
Vito sells stuff?
Yeah,
he really?
Vito sells stuff all the time. He sells refurbished and repo stuff too. He bought he found someone was going out of business, like a game shop or something. He bought the entire inventory.
Dude, I walked in. I got excited, man. I got excited because I collect for Genesis, and I got excited because there was this new game store, right? This new retro game store in my town. So I go over there the one day, and I go in there. It's like all it was fucking consoles, and dude, they had shelves full of reproduction cards. I'm like,
yeah,
do you guys have any real games? They're like, no,
I noticed that
they're
too.
Reproductions. You don't know the difference. I'm like, I know the fucking difference, dude. It's a reproduction.
A lot of these stores are starting to do that. I noticed our local disc replay starting to sell reproductions, and I'm like, dude. And I think part of it has to do you just literally can't find any of these games anymore at an actual store. You can find them on eBay or whatever, but everybody knows their price now. You're not finding that stuff. I mean, you can find common stuff, but nothing good.
Here is the thing about Genesis games and cartridges that old. The components are going to start breaking down. Eventually, you're going to have to get reproductions or be able to fix this stuff yourself.
Yeah. Ninja Kid is right. I almost forgot, but Show also sells consoles and gaming stuff.
Show, I'm gonna have to get with you, see what kind of Genesis stuff you got, man.
Well, what are you looking for? I just sold a few things. I don't try to sell much out of my collection. I just sold. I told Tony like a couple weeks ago. I sold Shining Force 2 and my Batman Revenge of the Joker. But I try not to because I like Genesis is one of my favorite. But is there anything particularly you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm looking for a few heavy hitters, man. Right now, Bloodlines is on my radar. Shinobi 3, that's not an expensive one, but if I get a good copy. I get a good copy. I can really just buy that one anytime.
Are you looking to get stuff like complete in box or loose?
Or definitely not loose. At least with the case. I hate fucking loose Genesis cartridges.
Yeah. And
I would say you got an extra Sega CD Model 2.
I just burned my Sega CD games. I don't even. Yeah,
I bought a few. I had to make sure I had all the full motion games like complete.
Yeah, you can burn. The Sega CD has no copyright protection on it. You can just fucking burn games.
Right.
Maybe I'll think about it when.
Now, who do you go? I was gonna say, who do you go through for your reproduction? You go through you heard of Nightwing?
No.
Oh. For who? Who are you talking to?
For you, yeah, retro. I was gonna say for your reproduction. Have you ever heard of Nightwing?
I don't buy reproductions.
Oh, you're just burning them.
Yeah,
okay.
Hold on, let me turn my camera on real quick. I do these too. Like I just make these for my own collection.
Because there's a guy on through Facebook called like Nightwing Gaming, and he does a great job with his like boxes and stuff like that. Okay, yeah.
All right, guys, I got to go.
They're pretty cool. But I do that with the Sega CD.
I gotta go because I have church tomorrow, so see y'all later.
All right.
Don't be talking about Hitler at church. Oh, he's gone.
Later, Carl.
All right. But yeah, no, I just make them and put them on my shelf because otherwise I'll just get lost and I'll lose them. I'm gonna start buying some shit for the Dreamcast though.
We're gonna see reproduction Amico games anytime soon.
I mean, shit, if this RFID thing becomes an issue, then it could be a possibility, right? Well, I don't know. They'd have to be stolen, though. That's the thing.
The best thing you could see for it is the homebrew community. I think that could definitely help out the appeal of it. If people started just making their own games.
Yeah, but they're going to have that Intellivision seal of quality.
But the real
for people smarter than me.
I don't know. That'd be interesting.
If the RFID isn't secure, right? And if you could clone an RFID or make your own and download it into the system, would it be eventually possible to figure out how to just download other things into the system off the internet and then homebrew games directly into the Amico?
You're going to have to be like hooked up online in some form or fashion, right? I mean,
yeah, but if you could get it to accept an RFID that you've made up, figure out what the other end of the handshake is or whatever you want to call it. I'm wondering if you could sideload games that way.
I'm sure there'll be a way. I'm sure somebody will come up with something. But then again, you're going to have like the community's got to be there, right? I mean, I don't see these guys just like going the extra mile if there's not going to be a community for it.
Kitty says no.
Did you guys talk about? Did you talk about the picture that I sent you, Tony? Of
what picture?
Tommy's boo boo.
Oh no, we didn't talk about that.
I don't know if you guys noticed. If you didn't notice that. Tommy, when he was showing off the games, he revealed his entire missile command code.
Oh, because you can enter the code manually, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that an option?
Yeah.
So, like, let me see. So
he showed on his when he was flipping it around and showing the back of the missile command. He showed that entire code.
Oh yeah, you can see it there. Look at that.
I know most guys have been pretty. They knew about it, so everybody's pretty much covered their code.
Mike Garcia says it's like hacking a Leapfrog console. Maybe to sideload Doom. That's about it.
Well,
yeah,
Doom
but
will
if it gets
probably
just
make its way on there.
disconnected, if it just gets disconnected though, if he has the card, all he has to do is be like, oh shit, someone's got my code. I'm just going to disconnect it. It's going to go back and forth.
That sounds like a hassle though.
But here's the thing, like, this is so weird now because I'm thinking about if this maybe it's just late. If somebody disconnects, if somebody taps their RFID card that you've given them, if the game is on your console, it's already downloaded, but there's no. Okay, because I guess it's like almost like it's going to go through the cloud and see if it's there or whatever. So,
but the thing is but here's the thing, like, are you going to, this is the whole DRM kind of talk again, like the thing we went through, Xbox, like 6-7 years ago. I mean, are you going to have to be, are there going to be checks every now and then for you to get online to play your system? Because what stops somebody from downloading it, staying offline, selling it?
Yeah.
How does that work? So
you just I mean, and Tommy said that's a possibility. I think that's one of those things where it's going to be like every company factors in like a loss for some sort of pirating. Nintendo does it, so like everybody does it. Maybe it's not as dominant for companies like Sony and Xbox, but I'm sure Nintendo does, but I'm sure that's probably factored in, and they just figure it's not going to be a big enough number that's going to bother them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Here's the difference. I think the difference is because the games are supposed to be NFTs, that could be an issue because NFTs might be more valuable, quote unquote. So, what if I take yours? Like, let's say I download it. I steal the code, download it, get ownership of the NFT, and then move it off the blockchain, and now you can't get it back.
Well, why wouldn't I be able to get it back?
Because there's only one. It's an NFT. There's only one of that particular code. You can't make.
Yeah, but that's a good point. Yeah, I know, because the way they have it set up is if you're offline and I just tap it back, it goes back to me. But yeah, see, this is when you get into that whole NFT and all that other shit. This is where I don't really understand how that's going to work. The blockchain,
it's above my pay grade too. It's
going to be interesting, man. It's going to be interesting to see what people do with this thing.
Because I know Gen X Gamer, he's really gung ho on the NFT thing, and that's going to make it more valuable just by being an NFT.
He's a fan of the fact that it's an NFT.
Yeah, he's really
he's a fan that, like, Amico's and Intellivision's kind of like the first to market with this. In a sense, I
don't think anybody else is going to use this. I really don't. I mean, I kind of like it, but Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, like, they have no reason to use this. They have a whole online ecosystem that they're trying to get people converted over to without even using physical media at all. Why the fuck would they kind of take a step backwards? This makes no sense.
420 Gamer says, are NFTs really not eco-friendly? It depends on
the way they mine them, right? Isn't it supposed to have to do with the power consumption with how it's mined? I think that's what I read.
Yeah, but it also, like, depending on the blockchain. I know Ethereum is really shitty as far as power consumption, but like Nano is better. So it all depends. It's up in the air right now as far as where the Amico games are going to be. But I think that's another issue too. Like,
you're really just safer to just go physical with this or digital with this thing completely. Like that's your best bet.
Because Tommy said that even the digital games are NFTs. And now I'm thinking maybe, like you said, maybe it is just fucking late and I'm just got like that fucking clouded brain. But how are they going to determine how many they made? Because digital, you could just keep making them. They would just have to keep cranking out NFTs. And so then the value of it would be nothing, even though it's an NFT, because you could just fucking crank out another one.
You know what I realized on this Amico game or physical product? It doesn't tell you anywhere on here how to activate it.
No, it does. It says on the card, tap RFID.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah. On the back. or on the front, on the top.
On the front.
So it's like a little engraving.
Yeah. And on the console itself, it says RFID tap or something like that because it's on my shell.
Yeah, they're cool. I don't know.
420 Gamer says at least it's biodegradable and fully recycled material.
Some people were concerned that it was going to fall apart on their shelves. I thought that was kind of crazy. I mean, biodegradable just means it's not going to sit in a landfill for hundreds of years.
We were joking that in the moister areas.
Florida, yeah. I hope you don't live in Florida. Your Amico games are fucked.
No, the boxes just disintegrate. But I'm not sure if Tommy meant they're recyclable or they're made from recycled cardboard. Because I don't think it says either one on the box either.
No, it doesn't. I'm looking at it right now.
420 Gamer wants to know if we'll be able to use cryptocurrency to buy Amico games. The Amico games will be cryptocurrency. We'll be trading those for food in the future. Chappie says, I'm not sure if anyone knows how NFT fits into this. I don't.
No, I'm not big on all that tech.
That Tommy meant NFC and then just didn't want to admit that he was wrong and then just said, fuck it, make NFTs work somehow, guys.
Is Gen X going to win the bet? Where you guys stand with the games? How many days has it been?
It's getting close
What's
to the
the
end.
bet? What is the bet on that?
He's not going to win. Has he sold anything?
I don't think he sold.
Well, Saggy has a bid in for like 40 for Finnegan Fox, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think
he's got to sell all of them, right?
He has to make $265. So technically, if he sold Finnegan Fox for $265, he'd win without having to sell the rest. But I think he's having trouble with like 3 of the games have no bids.
So what is the bet, Tony?
If he makes 50% above what he sold, then he wins, and everyone who bet against him has to give $184 to charity. And if he loses, then he has to give a set of the games to Days Gaming, who's gonna put him in a bonfire.
If he loses, he has to give him the Days. Is that what you said?
Yeah, well, he bought 2 sets, so
okay.
He's gonna give 1 set to Days to light on fire. Hey, what's up, Wiley? 1 Inch Biceps says, I think 1 doesn't brain duel. Nothing on the brain duel. I think brain duel would have been a good game if the Amico was already out. But seeing as brain games for the Switch, the new one, just got launched, I think we're in a missed opportunity. Because now it's going to be overshadowed big time.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you're just like a casual and you pick it up, it's probably a fun pick up and play thing for casuals. But when right now the only people who are really discussing the Amico are bigger gamers, I don't think they care about those kind of games. So,
well, I would agree.
No, they're not being sold.
If it was out already, then you'd be able to demonstrate it for the casuals. But it's not out yet, and any interest in that type of game that it would generate on its own, because there was no brain games released for the Switch in a while. They would have had at least a talking point to say, hey, we got these educational brain games that you could play on Amico. Can't get them anywhere else. But with the new brain games coming out, they've lost that little bit of incentive for parents to buy it, in my opinion. Mike Garcia says Gen X bet was rigged in his favor because he advertised it as charity. It was meant to show second market interest. Well, even though it's marked as charity, it's not getting that much interest, Mike. And the reason he put it that way was to let everyone know, because people were doubting whether or not he would give the money to charity. So he had to list them on eBay as being for charity. So that way there's no way for him not to give it to charity. because
I don't know how
people
that
like
works
you
for
were
eBay.
like,
I've never
he's
sold
not gonna
anything for
contribute.
charity on there.
Yeah. But like I said, because people, he was damned if he does, damned if he doesn't.
I know that feeling.
56K warning, scalpers not even buying them. Nope.
Why would scalpers don't need to buy them yet? They're still available.
Yeah, how did you feel about that when he sent that email out saying they were almost sold out?
Which email?
The second one.
Oh, you're talking about Tommy's email?
Yeah.
I think that was for, wasn't it? It's the email said the Euro market was almost sold out. It wasn't for the U.S. market. Go back and read that email because they only allotted so many for the European market.
Well, I'll go back and read it. That makes sense because I know that they're available on Amazon Germany. So maybe, but when he talked about it, he made it seem like it was for both because people were asking. And he's like, "Oh no, we did this X, Y, and Z."
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the email said it was for the European market, and he even said they because remember, there's 50,000 of them, but not all 50,000 are allotted to go directly through their website. They have to allot some to retailers as well. So realistically, what maybe 30,000 is what they can sell, and the other 20 probably have to go to the be split up amongst Amazon, Walmart's, wherever else they're going to be selling them. Yeah, Max, I told you I was going to be on here tonight. What are you surprised? I'm actually going to go soon. It's almost fucking 1:00 here.
Yeah, I'm reading the email now, and what it says is the allocation of pre-sale limited collector's edition have been going extremely well. Parentheses, we are almost sold out. However, our European fans have indicated they'd like a bit more information about the sale. So
that's vague.
Yeah.
Makes it sound like that. I mean, he probably sent that out. Maybe sales slowed down, and then, hey, how are we going to generate? What's a quick way to generate some urgency? Companies do that all the time. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't sell as well as they did. I really am. I thought I didn't think they were going to last a week. I thought, maybe I thought they would last a week or two because it seems like a lot of collectors do like them. So I was surprised that. I think where Tommy and the team failed is they got him in the wrong hands. Like they shouldn't have given him. They should have given him to a better channel than John Hancock. I mean, nothing against John, or I'm sorry, John Riggs. Nothing against John Riggs, but his audience, I don't think is, they're buying cereal. They're not buying fucking video games.
Does he do cereal reviews?
Yeah, he does, dude. He does a lot of fucking cereal reviews.
Mad Max, you could jump back on if you want to join Retro Bro. 1 Inch Bicep says Retro Bro prefers to stay here where his comments are read aloud to everyone. That's right. We appreciate the 1 Inch Biceps. He's a celebrity around here.
Wait, is he saying his comments aren't read on my channel? I'm confused with it.
No, I think he's saying his comments aren't read on Max's channel.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Max doesn't read comments. He's terrible at reading comments. You know who's real bad about that shit is Saggy. I give her shit all the time. I'm like, Saggy, how the fuck do you miss my comments? I'm literally a mod and a channel member. I'm always giving her shit. Nah, Max. I like Max. Max does a lot of movie talk. I can't get into that. I watch a movie, I make a decision if I liked it or not, and I move the fuck on. That's about the extent of my movie going, involvement.
Well, I could sit there and argue with movies and talk movies, but Max more talks about people who talk about movies. He'll be like, this person's upset because of that, and he's an asshole for being upset instead of just being like, well, forget them. Like, here's why the movie's good, or here's why the movie's bad, or that's why I don't watch Max that much.
Yeah, I can't get into that because, dude, movies is like. In video games too, they're both very subjective. Like that is really based just on what kind of shit you're into. So I can't really. I mean, there are some things like some of the, like the SJW stuff they get into here and there, and whether it is or it isn't. Like I can kind of see that being a topic of discussion, but that's pretty much like all these people talk about now. And I'm like, I'm good. And then I don't see it. Like someone would be like, oh, this movie was just riddled with SJW wokeness. And I'm like, not really. I mean, I didn't see it, but some people really look, they dive deep, man.
Yeah, I get shit for that all the time because I'll be like, that's not really SJW. That's just a chick in the movie. But you don't understand. She was beating that dude up, like, because she was the star of the movie, and the stars usually beat up the nobody people.
They're buying into the little things instead of like getting the whole picture and understanding that like that's part of the story, you know.
Yeah. Like, why is Scarlett Johansson beating that dude up? I'm like, because she's the Black Widow and it's her movie. What did you expect? Did you expect she was gonna like cry in a corner and then like Captain America was gonna show up or something? I mean,
yeah. No, that was Wanda that happened to. I was gonna say that kind of happened, but that was Wanda. That wasn't Black Widow.
I mean, there are things that I do understand, like when they're like, oh, well, they shouldn't have changed this character's gender or this character's race. I kind of get that.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Like when they wanted to make Bond a female, I'm like, that's stupid. I'm sorry. Not because I'm some fucking, anti-feminist or whatever. I'm just like, Bond is a dude.
No, I always like going like to the source material. I always have a problem when they start changing stuff around. Like I'm not like totally like the Nick Fury thing. Although I love, Samuel L. Jackson. I just like when they keep it like to the look of the comics and stuff like that. I think it just works better.
But Samuel L. Jackson is what the ultimate version of Nick Fury is based on.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, that's
see, and then I usually don't bitch if especially like in that aspect. I try to keep it where I'm not totally a huge comic book guy. I know my stuff, but either way, I just like to keep it like the source. Like if they're trying to pull like what they did with like Wolverine, like the fact that like you don't ever see really Wolverine don his costume kind of pisses me off. Even though I think Hugh Jackman always looks great as like he looks good as Logan. So
56K warning says pirating a movie to get angry at time is the new trend. Yeah, get angry at time.
By the way, we just seen Free Guy. I thought that movie was awful. Well, I don't think it was awful, but I didn't care for it too much.
I heard good things. Someone was telling me that it was a real good movie.
I
haven't watched it
yet. Either way, like I said, certain things like Retro Bro saying making James Bond a female, it makes no fucking sense. Why not just have a new character who also is a secret agent, works for the same organization, and she has adventures? She doesn't have to be James Bond. She could just be whoever she is.
It's because they know it's not going to do well. Though. Yeah. That's the thing. They know if they do that, it's not going to sell well. And what they want is the same success, just with
but it's not going to have the lead
changed.
Success. Even if you make James Bond a woman, it's not going to have the same success because people are going to be pissed off.
Yeah, but
I totally agree. But they don't see it that way.
Yeah, but there will also be a lot of people that will go see it just because, like, they're curious. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to go see the new Spider-Man movie, even though I fully expect to be let down, but I have to see it when it comes out. And I think that's one of those, like I said, the new Spider-Man movie. Like I know I'm going to be let down, but I'm going to go see it anyways, just because I feel like I have to see it.
And I think it'll be a great movie.
I've been.
But like you said, everything's subjective. So
yeah.
Ninja Kitty says, what about the rumor of Indiana Jones being a woman after the next movie?
Well, it can't be worse than the last one we had, so let's be real with ourselves here for a moment.
The last
you
movie
think the Crystal Skulls was bad?
I didn't
was that
like
the last
one?
one?
Yeah, it was.
I thought it was really good. I liked
I thought the first half was good. Once it started going into aliens,
yeah,
I was like,
that's when it lost me too.
Yeah, I don't think Indiana Jones should be a woman either. Again, it's an established character. I mean, you could have, Indiana Jones's daughter take over, or like his sister or wife or whatever, or some girl who he helped and inspired, but she shouldn't be called Indiana Jones.
Speaking of Spider-Man, do you guys think the Uncharted movie is going to be good?
No,
I never played the Uncharted games, man.
Me either.
So I mean, that'll be like when it comes out, I'll go watch it.
No,
so I have
no Tom Holland as Nathan Drake, Tony.
I just think that a video game movie has never been good. So
yeah, why do people? Why are we in this weird phase all of a sudden where people are getting angry that video game movies aren't good? And I'm like,
they've always been that way. They've never been top notch.
Exactly, they've always been bad. If we're lucky, they're okay. Like Sonic movie was okay. It was an okay movie. Everyone's like getting mad that some of these or they expect greatness out of these films.
It's what do you expect to do with the franchise? Like I never understood how Sonic would ever be a good movie to begin with. In the first place, it's like, how are you supposed to translate that? Either you're going to keep him in his world and it's going to be an animated movie, and people just in general, if it's more geared towards adults, they don't like that. It's trying to find a mix between both worlds. I think the Pikachu, the Detective Pikachu was really good.
That was probably the best video game movie. Mortal Kombat.
The new Mortal Kombat was good, I thought.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay. I like the original. I'm still big on the original. We talked about the Mario movie. Again, like you said, everything's subjective. Lots of people don't like it.
Yeah.
But
wait, did they come out with a trailer for the Mario movie, or did they just announce the cast?
No, I'm talking about the older one.
Oh, okay, the older one.
He's talking about the old one with Bob Hoskins and.
Oh no, that was bad. that was terrible.
But you seen it in the theater, didn't you?
No, I don't think I did at the time.
I waited.
I was younger, so I don't know if the age thing has to do. I was probably like 6 when it came out, around that 7. So we went and seen all. We went and seen Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and all those movies.
Street Fighter, I loved as a kid, and then I went back and watched it as an adult.
Oh, that's awful!
Like, what the fuck was I thinking? It's a terrible movie.
It's a good movie. Raul Julia has the greatest.
That was his last movie.
So good. It's so bad. It's good.
Yeah, that was his last movie before he died too.
Yeah. I mean, overall, it was a shitty movie, but it's so bad that it's enjoyable.
Did you see that Rob Zombie's they're doing the Monsters?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not a big Rob Zombie fan.
Nah, neither am I. And I'm just tired of seeing Sherry Moon Zombie end up in everything he does.
Crazy. Hey, listen, guys, I'm gonna bounce. It's 1 o'clock on my end.
All right, take it easy, bro.
Thanks for having me, Tony. Man, I appreciate it.
No problem. Open invitation whenever you want to come back.
Sounds good, brother. Take care.
All right, take it easy. So we're here with Gary. He wasn't here earlier. He's the last man standing. He outlived them all.
Last one in, last one out, right?
Yeah. 56K Warning says it's funny that Sony still hasn't given Kojima a movie script. Kojima is fucking overrated. All right, it's overrated.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Metal Gear Solid is what propelled them to greatness. The only games I would actually give him credit for are Metal Gear Solid, and if you've played the Boktai series on Game Boy Advance, those are fantastic games. Other than that, I would agree with Tony. I'd say it's just a name. And what was the last one they did with the Norman Reedus? What game was that?
Death Stranding.
Yeah,
fucking ridiculous. That game. The game itself is ridiculous, and the story is so fucking convoluted and just, oh my god, it's fucking ridiculous.
And I'd still say that Metal Gear Solid was like the only, like the one on PlayStation was the only good game out of the bunch. Like 2 sucked. The Sons of Patriot sucked. Like they were nothing like what we got. Like that story and the way that you play through Metal Gear Solid was fantastic. I don't think that was ever recaptured again. And, it was just everything was hyped after that game. Like everybody was so, giddy for the second one. And when I played Sons of Liberty, I don't think there was anything special about it. It just lost that appeal that the first one had.
Yeah. I remember playing the original Metal Gear on NES, and I really didn't care. There was no need for a story. You're just a fucking soldier fighting some terrorists, get the fucking Metal Gear, whatever.
Now, did he make both that and Snake's Revenge?
I'm not sure if he made Snake's Revenge at all. I think they got a different sequel in Japan.
Okay, yeah, because it's a different feeling game. But and that was the thing. It wasn't until like years later that I was like, oh wow, there's one for the Nintendo. Once I became a collector, I was like, wow, there's Metal Gear for Nintendo, and it was like, yeah, it was like Kojima really hit on Metal Gear Solid and rode the wave. And is still riding the wave off that game. I mean, I don't think there's been a game to that caliber since Metal Gear Solid. There's nothing.
Kojima didn't do anything with Snake's Revenge but he had his own sequel called Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake for the MX2.
Now, if you did like the Nintendo one, I think the one for the Game Boy Color, that was the it had a sub name. They just named it Metal Gear Solid, but it was Ghosts of something or other, and then they cut that. But that was a fantastic game too. That has that old Nintendo feel, but has kind of like the mix between PlayStation.
Yeah, I've never played that one. To get to Ninja Kitty's comment here, no love for the Double Dragon movie. That movie's also so bad it's good. The only real tolerable acting appearance by Alyssa Milano.
We watched that like a couple months back. We seen it. I was like, wait a minute, is this the Double Dragon? Because it had been a long time since I seen it. I was like, oh yeah, this is so awful. It's one of those like it's so subjective though. Like you like it because it's awful and it's campy, but
yeah. I like some of the things that they do in the movie, like when they're talking about hunting the celebrities and stuff, like the little jokes. But the movie is just so bad.
It didn't age well at all.
Not at all. Yeah, 1 Inch Biceps confirms MX2 Metal Gear Solid Snake is Kojima. Arioka says the original Metal Gear for NES wasn't done by Kojima. He hates that port. He made the original Metal Gear for the Master MX. 1 Inch Biceps says, I don't see why everyone is excited for Kojima to do Silent Hill. People should want the original guy who did Silent Hill to come back. Yeah, I agree. Kojima's overrated. Everybody just thinks he's the greatest. Fucking Metal Gear Solid has a decent story. It's concise, makes sense. Then the shit just goes off the fucking rails in 2, 3, and all that other shit.
Yeah, I could never get into like I played probably through 80% of 2, and I was super excited. I'll be honest, like after Metal Gear Solid, and then when 2 came out for PlayStation 2, it was like oh my god, like this is gonna be huge. And it was a letdown. It just wasn't that. I mean, you just can't capture like the characters, the settings, being able to go from like the different areas. Because here's the thing with Metal Gear Solid, I remember going to Toys R Us and I remember playing the demo. And for the first like maybe 10 minutes of sitting there in Toys R Us, I couldn't understand it. It was one of those games I couldn't wrap my mind around like how to play this. And then once you figured it out and you got out of that basement area and you go up the elevator, not the basement area, but the port or wherever he scubas to, and you get out of that area, was like oh my god, this was like something new. It was just a game that nobody had kind of played before. It was just different, but I don't think they captured that moment in any other game. It was so different at the time.
I agree. Potion Sword Run says, I remember I had to put down my controller for a 40-minute cutscene. Also, in case you guys missed it, Kojima credits himself 500 times in each game. Yeah, if there's one person that in the game industry who likes to pat himself on the back more than Tommy, it's Kojima. So you got to step up your game, Tommy. You got to credit yourself more than Kojima does. 56K Warning says, Twisted Metal going to be turned into a series after the success of Squid Games. Twisted Metal is another one that fell off. The first 2 games were great. Loved them. Then they just got kind of stupid. They tried to come back with Twisted Metal Black, but that had more like convoluted story. Like Twisted Metal didn't really need a very involved story. It was just supposed to be, stupid, silly car combat with crazy people that had wishes. It didn't need this complicated story with a fake world and you're inside fucking what the hell's his name? The clown's mind or whatever.
Yeah, Sweet Tooth.
Yeah, Sweet Tooth.
And you know what? Since I pulled the PlayStation 2 out, I've been playing Head On. I think Head On's really good. I'll agree. Twisted Metal, the first 2 were great. Head On's pretty good. And that was like a port. I believe it was on PSP first. And then they ported that over to PlayStation 2. But that has kind of like all the stuff I want, right? It's an arcade little kind of race shooter game, and I don't need a huge story. I just need like what's perfect for that game is the little cutscenes to give you like just kind of like a little quick maybe bio or description of these characters, and then go have your fun, right? It's a quick, 30 minutes, play a couple levels, have a little bit of fun, and then that's it. I don't need that's a big problem with the games nowadays is they need to have all these grand stories, and they don't. I think a lot of the younger generation expect these games to be like ultra realistic graphics, huge stories. Music, in my opinion, has fallen off in the last like 5 years. What's a memorable tune from a recent game that you remember? Are there any?
None.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Games are getting too full of themselves. We don't need a grand story. Mario was just, hey, princess kidnapped, go fucking save her. It's some games it works having a big story like a Final Fantasy 7 or an 8. But not everything needs that. Not everything needs this huge, elaborate. Call of Duty does not need fucking Kevin Spacey cutscenes and fucking huge, elaborate conspiracies about governments trying to fucking shoot fucking space missiles down at people and shit. Just be like, hey, you're a fucking soldier. Go fucking kill the enemy troops and fucking do it through like 10 missions and then fucking play multiplayer.
I mean, that's the thing. They're getting away from the attention to detail. Like, just give me cool, unique, scenarios and situations, and then, unique set pieces in the environments blowing up or doing some, some stuff we haven't seen. But, it seems like that's what a lot that they're trying to do is bring these actors, these big name actors into the spaces to create like what looks like a real movie, right? That's, these grand narratives, but to me, it just falls short. It's like you're losing me in the game because you're taking me out of the game.
Yeah. Like I said, everyone's just getting too full of themselves. They want to spend extra money on actors and voice actors and shit. Just give me a fun game. Maybe I'm just a cranky old man now. Maybe that's what
no. I think that's why we like to stay towards the quick, accessible pick up and play, modernized retro games. I think they're easy to get into. I think you're not going to get this humongous story, right? You're going to get a cutscene with a little bit of description, and then you can go and have your fun. That's why I've been enjoying the Bloodstained games. Castlevania is kind of dead, but they've done a good job, and there's not really much story at all, but it doesn't need it. Not every game needs 10 hours of story to be a good game. Yeah, and I think a lot of games have lost that along the way.
56K Warning says gaming is becoming stale. Potion Sword Run says same with Far Cry 6. They thought the actor could save it. Yeah. Games are becoming repetitive, stale. You don't need 100,000 fucking fetch quests in your game to pad it out, okay? I'm fucking sick of that shit. That's why I hate Skyrim so much. Go from fucking point A to point B, just back and forth mindlessly to get a little, oh, thank you for finding my sword that I left in a cave. No, I'm going to go fuck off for the rest of the game. No. Just give me an actual, not everything needs to be fucking open world, all right?
Yeah, and I think that's a big point. Like, that's what everybody wants. But it's not.
They think they want. People think they want it.
Right. They think, just because it's going to be an open world game. And because if you ever read the comments of certain games, they're like, oh my God, is this going to be open world? It's like, that doesn't make the game like good. That's like Pokemon. All the Pokemon fans want an open world Pokemon game. But like, and here's the thing, a lot of people like looking at Arceus right now, Legends of Arceus, they think it's going to be a mainline Pokemon game that's going to give you everything that old Pokemon gave you, but it's open world now. But what they don't understand is, no, while it looks like Breath of the Wild, this is just going to be an offshoot of like, okay, we gave you the open world game, but you're losing like trainer battles. You're losing everything that made Pokemon really good. And they don't see it. They still think that game's going to be like a mainline series game but in open world. And they're going to be sadly mistaken when that game comes out early next year.
56K Warning says, hey, Pokemon needs to be open world.
I don't think so.
Pokemon just stuck with Nintendo hardware.
I think if they would just certain games don't need a change. That's the problem. I think look at Kirby. I mean, they're trying to do the same thing with Kirby. Now, the reason why it works for Kirby is because they've never really done an open world game. So it's unique to see that. It's like,
is it an open world game or is it just a 3D?
I mean, I think, and here's the thing: I don't think it's an open world game per se, but I think it's like 3D, and Kirby's never really ventured into that space. So, like the biggest example is like Donkey Kong. When they on the 64, they went into that kind of open world ish, 3D space. It was cool because it was unique. It was the first time you kind of seen them go in that territory, visit that area. So it's fun for a little bit, but then it's still going to fall back that like Donkey Kong belongs in a 2D space. And I think the same thing with Mario. I think Mario, sometimes it works. Like I like Galaxy, but I've never played Odyssey before, and I'm not a big, Mario 64 fan. So I still think he belongs in the 2D space.
Yeah. I think a lot of open world games suffer from the fact that it's just an empty world. Yeah, you can go anywhere and there's nothing for you to fucking do. Like, what's Pokemon going to do? Well, wow, you could fucking walk anywhere now, and there's just going to be random fucking Pokemon battles every 2 steps for fucking Pokemon that you don't want.
See, I think the biggest thing is that people what they really wanted was an MMO out of Pokemon. They didn't really want an open world. They wanted MMO. You want to be able to interact with a bunch of people, not just be in this open blank, like you said, a blank open world space. Now it feels more bland. And someone did a good video on why Sword and Shield wasn't good, right? Because I mean, when you played Pokemon games back in the day, it was static 2D images. You had to let your imagination run wild with the game, and I think that it lends itself well to that type of game. But as soon as you moved into this 3D space, and now what once felt large feels small.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the reasons that Pokemon's gonna fucking eventually just be garbage. It's just way too many fucking Pokemon. Just way too fucking many. And
yeah,
everyone wants every Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, and I'm one of those people.
Like the original Pokemon and really think about it. There was 151, right, of the original Pokemon.
Yep.
And realistically, there was like 30 that you used, right? There was like fucking 80 Pokemon that they were just fucking crap. You didn't use them. They were just in the game. Now you're down to like 50 good ones and like fucking 300 fucking just crap Pokemon that you don't fucking need.
Oh, there's like over 1,000 now.
Well, see, there's probably like 900.
So but basically they screwed themselves, right? I mean, they never really future-proofed this, and if they would have left the game alone and just kind of been like, okay, well, we'll just update sprites and that could be easy work. No, you're now trying to take that into a 3D space, and it's the reason why they're reusing assets.
What they should have did is, instead of making new Pokemon for every game, they should have never established that. They should have just said, okay, this 151, and now we're going to be in this other environment, and the world's different, and maybe these Pokemon spawn in different type of locations and whatever. But like you said, now there's like a fucking 1,000. There's way too many.
It's basically what killed the Toys to Life genre. I mean, they like Skylanders. That's what made them like almost impossible to keep designing games based around Skylanders, because they wanted to bring back every character that was made in previous games. And now you're on game 7. It's like, well, what do we do? We're getting to the point where we can't balance it anymore. It's just too much. So eventually, Pokemon's gonna die.
There's no balance. There's no like I said, everyone's gonna complain if you don't bring every fucking single one back. There's some jackass gonna fucking complain about it. You need like a Pokemon Apocalypse, Apocalypse Black, Apocalypse White, fucking just slaughter all the Pokemon and just start all over.
That's a great idea.
I was playing that Nexomon on PlayStation. It was actually pretty fun.
Yeah, I heard good things about that one.
But it's the same way. I literally took the starter Nexomon from the beginning of the game, and have played like 12 hours and never needed another one. He's basically killed everybody on his own.
Yeah, I'd agree. I do the same thing with probably every Pokemon game I've played, and then even replaying those games, you just go back and you tend to do the same things. But to be fair, I do the same things in like most games. Like if I play a Call of Duty game, I'm always picking up like an SMG. The same kind of weapons. I do the same. I'm always like the hero in a game, never like the bad guy. When I have those options, I tend to do the same thing. So,
but to be fair, like in a Call of Duty game, the SMG and the sniper rifle and the shotgun, they all accomplish the same thing. You can kill the other player with it. But
right.
Like in Pokemon, there's like the little fucking rat Pokemon is never gonna fucking beat the boss. Like you would have to fucking spend like hundreds of hours to make that one Pokemon worth.
Well, and even if you did, and the problem is like we said, like the balancing issues is even if you did, if like I was pretty competitive in it, probably about 5 years back. Even then, it's like there were only a handful, and that's what made it really kind of bland, was that you couldn't just take. It wasn't like the anime where you had like Pikachu killing or battling like big Pokemon and he could take them down. You had to use a set core of guys, and I haven't liked this in fighting games either, where you get into a game like Marvel vs. Capcom and there's tiers, right? Because the game's so unbalanced that like, if I want to play competitively, I can only use from these 5 guys. Otherwise, you're pretty much screwed. I've never liked that about any games that are like that. They appear to give you an option. Same thing works with like games like Skyrim and Oblivion. They appear to give you an option to play any way you want, but if you pick the hard, way, the hard route, it just doesn't work out for you.
It's just not fun. So yeah, that's my Pokemon rant. How's your week been, Gary? You weren't here earlier to tell us.
So we went and we had our last week was the my wedding duties. I had to accompany the old lady to a friend's wedding, and then Saturday I was gonna be on the thing, but then at the last minute we were like, oh well, we'll go out and we'll go do haunted houses. So we stopped at we have a place called Wired's Orchard here in Ypsilanti, Michigan, and we went and did that. We went to the 3 haunted houses, and I was a little disappointed that I'm just, maybe it's just because I'm getting old, but one of the points of going to like a place like that and doing haunted houses was always stand in line and get yourself psyched out before you get in there. And you got all these people buying fast passes, and there was a group of kids who'd got in there, got in front of us. The old lady was upset, and she didn't like that people were jumping like crazy. And then by the time we got done with our 3 haunted houses, we wanted to see if we could upgrade and do. We wanted to see if we could do the one that we didn't pay for and upgrade it, and they wouldn't let us. And the same people who were in line were the people who jumped in front of us with fast passes. So we thought it was kind of funny that, hey, they paid the extra like $20-$30 for the tickets, and they basically ran through everything in like 10-20 minutes. But no, we did that, and then just been getting ready for Halloween. The kids are Ghostbusters, been working on my costume. She's been working on her costume, and we're ready for tomorrow. Hopefully it's not going to be a raining mess. We were supposed to go to we were going to do Cedar Point today, but because of the rain and all that stuff, we didn't go there. So
sounds good. I did have a lot of games. I was all psyched on Monday. I had a lot of games lined up.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I said I was all psyched up on Monday.
I lost you guys.
I had like 4 games lined up, Gary. I had all kind of shit.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you not hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Did I just...
Are you having trouble hearing, Gary?
No, I can hear you now. The little one's over here jumping and messing with me.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, little guy? 420 Gamer wants to know, if you were given the opportunity, would you hang out at Tommy's house for an evening and check out all his cool stuff? If so, what movie would you watch during dinner? This sounds like a very trollish question, a very weird question. I would not go see Tommy's quote unquote cool stuff because I don't like things. I'm not a collector. So I don't want to go see his old consoles or his comic books or whatever. It's not my thing. I don't do that kind of stuff.
I'm a collector, and I'd agree with Tony. That's just weird. It's like if I asked one of my buddies to come over and check out all my games, that's not why I do it.
Would you like to come over and see my toys?
My Turtles collection.
But if I did find myself over there for other reasons, and we had to watch a movie, I don't know. I guess he'd probably have like Spider-Man on 4K, so we'd probably watch that.
Which Spider-Man would you watch?
Spider-Man 2? One that came out, he'd probably have like fucking No Way Home. I'm sure he's got an early copy. We watch.
Is it Far From Home or No Way Home? Far From Home.
No, No Way Home, the new one, bootleg.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah, we'd watch that. There we go. If he had the bootleg, I'd watch the bootleg. I want to see it.
1 Inch Biceps wants to know: are you close to Cleveland?
So I'm just south of Detroit. I'm in Ecorse, which is, I'm minutes away from Detroit. My old man, where I used to live, was in Carlton, which is about 25 minutes from Toledo, Ohio. So yeah, so to get to like Sandusky but if I'm at my dad's, it takes probably about an hour and 15 minutes to get to Sandusky. So yeah, Cleveland's not far. Cleveland's like what, maybe 2.5 hours away from me. So yeah, I'm really close.
Nice. Anthony EFX says, I just spent 2 hours catching up to the stream. I can't believe this is still live. You guys are mad lads. Tony, you think a super fan would be willing to do timestamps for future streams? I will do timestamps on this stream, but they're going to be like generic. It'll be like fucking Raya and Mad Max are here, and Saggy and Retro Bro showed up. Gary came on. Because we just, there's no set way how we do topics. We'll start somewhere, and then we end up talking about Hitler and fucking
we get derailed.
Yeah, we're like fucking rambly old men. I don't know how it happens. I started noticing I'm doing it in real life too. I'll be telling Sidekick Max something and I ramble off to some other thing. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm derailed my own conversation. Yeah, we all caught the rambling man disease. Chappie McChapster says, if the Amico limited edition cards don't sell out, do you think the Amico will be released? I would hope that the limited edition, the box set, they weren't counting on that money in order to release the console. They would be in real dire straits if that was the money that they needed. Like, I don't think they're that bad just yet. No, because I don't really see that even if they sold out of those, that money really helping. I think this was more of a test to see where they were at with their base, and see how many. Maybe that could be like for a production thing, maybe to get a test to see how many they should make. Yeah, but, that could be it. Yeah, because if they were depending on this money, I don't even think the whole million, is that what we calculated, was about $1 million if they sold all 50,000. Yeah, I don't even see that money really helping them out in the grand scheme of things. So, if this console doesn't come out, this is bad. We've said it's bad. We've tried to be objective here and find the good in things, but it's hard. 1 Inch Bicep says, I pre-ordered the purple one with the gift card. Not sure I need the gift card now that I have all the box games. Well, you would hope that there would be a release of more games besides those 8. So hopefully you'll be able to use your gift card at some point. Right.
I would hope that Night Stalker's like not far off, and there's a game. Obviously there's a few others here and there. Cloudy Mountains, not hopefully that might be done. That could be a a digital game that you can go and buy. There's a few others I can't really think of right now, but
they have a whole list. There's a whole list of like 100 games that at some point he said that they were working on or implied they were in talks with the developers for the license. Harlem Globetrotters, they got the license, so that game still hasn't come out yet. The Care Bears game.
Do you really see them dropping a game every week, Tony?
At this point, right now, no.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think you'd be lucky if you got a game a month, possibly 2 games a month. Even then, they would blow through even if they did 2 games a month within the first 6 months, it's 12 games. Do they have 12 games? I mean, you got your 6 pack-ins. I do believe they might have 4 or 6 games to drop digitally.
Well, even these 8 games, remember, they're not actual game licenses yet until they're made available on the store.
Right.
So these games could be, they drop 1 every month before these games are even out. I mean,
hold on. So do any of these games that were, I don't know if we talked about this before, any of the ones that are physical or whatever right now, are any of those packing games?
No, they're not packing.
Okay. So we are at 6 packing games and then the 8 that are there. So we're already at 14?
No, we're at 6 packing games and 8 possible games because the store says that they might not even finish them. If they don't come out, you don't own a license. So there's no telling how far along these 8 games are.
But I'm just saying, theoretically, there are 14 games out there. Well, technically 13, right? Because they still haven't announced that last pack-in, right?
Right. So yeah, theoretically 13. Anthony EFX says, I think if the Amico fails and the console doesn't come out, the least time it could do is release the APK for a usable UI so the pre-order people can use it on their Android TV box system.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I'm sure it'll come out. I'm sure something will be pushed out. I'm not sure how well it's going to work or how far it'll last, but I'm sure something, even if it's 100,000, because they just do the run because 100,000 is the cheapest they could get a full manufacturing run. Hey, Carl's back.
You are still on. Criminy sakes.
Yeah, we're still on. But I think that's going to be it. I think they're going to make 100,000, and they're going to hopefully sell 50 of them, 50,000, and it's going to be the end of it. Because I don't think they have the money. I mean, it's real weird because they said they had like a $50 million marketing budget, right? So you would think that they would just shift that money over to the manufacturing side, some of it, in order to get them out, right? But they didn't because they said that the prices were too high.
Easiest way they can make money: human trafficking.
No, Carl, no. But I'm saying, right? So if you had that 50 million set aside for the marketing, but you're not using it for the manufacturing, right? You're not reallocating money or moving it around. That should be an indication of either they're not ready and they can't manufacture, or that 50 million isn't even enough to manufacture.
Right.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I probably would have done from the very beginning. I would have licensed the patents that Blaze owns for their cartridge-based system, because I think that's probably enough to get an Amico game on there.
Yeah. Chappie says, "Is there gameplay video of all 8 limited edition games?" I think there's a couple of seconds at least of each of the 8 games.
Have they shown Brain Duel? Oh, they've shown clips, right? They've shown
that's
clips.
why I said a couple of seconds. There's a little clip here and there.
Snippet of it, yeah.
But I mean,
we haven't seen much from that.
Yeah, Astro Smash is the only game that's had any sort of lengthy.
The most boring game in the universe.
And I'd say we all kind of know what to expect with Finnegan Fox. There's been a little bit of, decent demoing of that. Evil Knievel has gotten kind of this, we've seen that's out. You can go watch gameplay of that. We've gotten a little bit of, it's kind of the same, on the same lines of the Finnegan Fox. What are the other games? You got Brain Duel, Biplanes. There's a little snippet. I don't know if there's really any huge gameplay segments, but we know what we're getting from that.
Dyna Blaster.
That game's been. Is there anything but other than maybe a few second snippets of that? I don't remember seeing too much of that game. That's like the Bomberman, right?
Yeah, I think there's I won't call it extensive gameplay, but there's some gameplay on Cyrus's channel, I think.
Oh, that's right, because that was the one that we critiqued about the controller lag, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, I respond to Chappie. I gotta be honest. In an ordinary situation, our pastor tends to go a bit. He can be a bit long-winded. Other people might consider, but me, I love going to church to learn things. So I don't mind. Now he's kind of in recovery because of a medical operation, so I don't know who we'll get this time.
Well, we'll pray for him. Chappie McChapster says, "I knew that Evil Knievel was a mobile game, but I didn't realize it was so old that it hasn't been available for multiple years," according to Tommy. It's still available now on iOS, I believe, Apple.
I used to. Any of you ever play a game called Dungeon Runners?
No.
So it's basically this free-to-play online RPG. And they had a purchasable version on the Xbox 360, and it was crap.
Yeah, a lot of mobile games when they go to console are crap.
No, I mean this one you actually had to buy.
Yeah, I mean that too, Carl. I've played some mobile games that you have to buy, like Marvel Puzzle Quest.
Yeah, that wasn't too good. I played there's a good one I picked up and I didn't realize it was a mobile game until after I looked it up. Was I think it's called Death's Coming on Switch, and that was a mobile game where you I think it's called Death's Coming, and it's where you have to everything's kind of like it's got like a retro feel to it, and it's kind of like a sim based game where the characters are all kind of running around in a city, and guys will go through the puddles, and you have to tap on the power lines to break, and then they fall into the puddle and they kill. And your whole gist of the game is to get combos. So the more people you can kill at once, the better you do. That was actually a pretty fantastic game, and that was
okay. But you looked at that game and didn't know it was
a mobile game? Yes, I didn't know it was a mobile game. I thought that was an original kind of Switch indie title type game.
It looks exactly like every other mobile game.
Now, Gary,
kind of surely
you must have realized it is a mobile game when you saw the price.
$6.99. Yeah.
Well, it's on sale right now on Steam for $2.09.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I paid for. It was super cheap, and I was like, "Oh, that looks pretty unique and looks neat." And then when I looked up some stuff about it, I was like, "Oh, it was mobile for." It kind of made me upset. I'm like, "Wait, this is mobile."
I seen it on the PlayStation Store a lot, and I know it's mobile because I could just tell the art style and the.
It's not bad though. It's really good.
Isometric. Oh, I'm sure it's good. I'm just saying you just know once you get used to seeing certain mobile games from a certain group of developers, you're like, yep, that's mobile.
Right. I look at any games that I see that are like Clash of Clans, and they have that like the UI or the HUD or whatever.
Yeah.
You can tell like where all you got to do is farm money, farm jewels.
Hey Gary, did you pick up the Castlevania games in the Xbox?
I did not.
They're for $5 right now. Anniversary Collection and Symphony of the Night.
Well, I have. I don't think I'm missing anything other than the PlayStation games. So I have the first 3 for Nintendo. I have the 3 for Game Boy Advance. I have 2 for my Game Boy. I have Symphony of the Night for PlayStation. I have all my Castlevania games, so it's kind of like unnecessary for me.
All right.
Arioka says that we should play Raid Shadow Legends. All YouTube shows promote it, so it must be great. I was always tempted to try it. It doesn't look bad. I'm sure it's a decent game. Like any
is that mobile
game.
So,
1 Inch Biceps says it looks like a Java game. Gary, I'm guessing he's talking about the game you suggested.
Oh, and Gary, I did end up finishing Axiom Verge 2.
Okay, was that any good? Did you like the ending to it?
I didn't actually get to the ending. I got to the end boss fight, and that was it. That was enough for me. I can't do the escape sequences, but it's definitely a good game worth playing.
Did you play through the first one?
I got stuck on halfway, and
I keep hearing the first one's just a lot better than the second one.
It depends. Like, see, the first one
on the fence.
More or less, like a love letter to Metroid. This, they kind of basically do their own thing. I gotta be honest, I like the fact that you have a droid and android form and you can switch between them. But it's easy to get lost in this one, probably a bit more so because it's just stupid stuff, basically. I would recommend.
Doesn't sound like the kind of game I would play.
Well, like, I didn't know that I got a remote controlled boomerang, and I'm supposed to use that to hit the switch.
1 Inch Biceps says he was talking about Evel Knievel looking like a Java game. My fault.
Yeah, it doesn't look appealing to me at all. I mean, I got my trials on, Xbox and my Switch.
If you have
those versions.
If you have the Transfusion, you don't need to buy that.
Yeah.
Arioka says I was being sarcastic about Raid. Yeah, I know. I was also being sarcastic. But seriously, try Blasphemous if you haven't. It's one of the best indie games. I actually have it on PlayStation. I haven't played it yet.
Yep, I have it on Switch. I got the physical version. It's absolutely fantastic. Great visual style. The kind of games we like to recommend on Mondays.
Ninja Kitty says Joe Danger is better than Evel Knievel. To get to 420 Gamer causing trouble in the chat here, he says DJC invested but doesn't consider himself an investor.
Wait, is that true?
Yes, DJC was his Wednesday show or whatever. He said that he invested but not more than $1,000. So
was this recently that he did, or was this been
this Wednesday?
Oh, okay. Well, if more power to him. If he thinks it's going to be successful, then
which is probably why he was upset and angry and yelling at me the other day.
God, I must have been behind with all this. I've been busy like the last week, so I must have missed a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't consider himself an investor. He was trying to like, oh, well, I'm not an investor. I just put some money on the Republic. Nothing, not more than 1,000. It's not a big deal. Because here's the FTC stuff.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I mean, you are what you are. I mean, you're definitely an investor. I could definitely see that. Hey, you definitely you definitely gave money to the cause. I mean, if that's the way you're looking at it, like you don't expect to make an investment, any money back off of it. It doesn't matter one way or another. You're still considered an investor. But I do see that, like, hey, if you wanted to give some money to help out the cause to get this thing, rolling and whatnot, I totally understand that.
Can the viewers know what I'm about to say next?
No.
Fuck him.
Yeah, I don't. Everyone wants to know why he was upset with me. Probably because he invested in April, and he wants that 10x return. He was talking about not having to wait for the box set, or that he couldn't afford all three, or he was moving some money around. Something like that, if I remember correctly. And so dropping the 1,000 on the Republic probably is a big deal for him. And I am often seen as the guy who's trying to ruin it. If it wasn't for that damn Tony, the Amico would be the #1 console of all time, and they'd all get 10x returns. So
it's, you have the right to your whatever your own words.
Yeah, I do, Carl. But people get mad. You mess with their money, or they think that you're messing with their money, and I'm sure that people are in his ear saying that I'm evil, taking down the company. So it is what it is. He's not my friend. He never was. I don't wish him any ill will. I've always said I liked his music, like I said earlier. And if he wants to call me names and make a fool out of himself, that's his God-given right.
He still should know better than that, though.
Arioka says, aren't the people who bought the physical products technically all investors now? No, they're not.
They're collectors.
They're it'd be the same way, like if I buy Coca-Cola at the store, I'm not an investor. I don't have to be like, hey guys, I bought a case of Coke before I talk about Coke. No.
Here's the deal. They're collectors. If they buy a whole set, they're collectors in my eyes.
I'm not a collector, and I bought a whole set.
Oh, I mean, why did you buy a whole set?
I bought a whole set because I have the shell, and eventually, at some point, it'll be a set. You have the shell.
I mean, that's different in your case.
Because I'll have an actual console. I'll have
You're a gambler.
And the box set.
You're not. Yeah, but you're not a collector. Then you're a gambler.
Oh, he took more than a dig at me the other day. One of his biceps. He was on Retro Bro stream, on the infamous stream, and he did a whole 10, 15-minute rant.
Can someone tell me about this infamous stream, please? So I don't.
I'll tell you off stream, Carl.
Okay, that's fine. Cool.
So, yeah, that's the story with DJC. Like I said, it is what it is. You want to put money into it. I think he's worried about the FTC stuff too, because I brought it up, and so then everybody else started bringing it up and was running with it. And if he did invest, and he's been making 3 live streams a week, and almost 4 or 5 videos a week on the Amico, and never letting people know.
Yeah,
I mean, that could be an issue. Like I said, I'm not an expert, and I'm not the guy at the FTC. I'm not an activist. I'm a journalist, so I'm not contacting anybody. I'm just reporting on things that I see. And
I'm an activist.
And by the way, about my appearance in that Terminator movie, no, I didn't do all my own stunts. I had a CGI stunt double.
Like I said, if that probably spooked them, probably got them worried. A lot of these channels are so small that they might just get angry letters from the FTC and a warning. I hope that no one gets into dire financial troubles over this bullshit. But ignorance of the law is no excuse, as we all know. Ninja Kitty is saying that his rant wasn't 15 minutes. It was 2 minutes of him trying to cut a wrestling promo, and it came off pretty lame. I laughed at it. We all can see that I suck at estimating time. The other day, I made a video. I thought it was 3 minutes.
All right.
Like, oh, this is a short video. I talked. I was like,
have
this
no
is like
sense of direction. You have no sense of time.
I don't. Because, like I said, I made this short video. I'm like, all right, I'm going to make this FTC video. I was like, oh, that was like 5 minutes. It was like a fucking 20
Gary's
minute video.
married, so I mean, you know, he's got no sense of masculinity.
Tony is definitely a streamer activist. He's been active for over 5 hours.
But that's okay.
Again, it doesn't even feel like 5 hours. It feels like 30 minutes of us just bullshitting. I guess when you're having fun, when you're enjoying yourself, time flies. Chappie says, Gabbing with Geeks is a weekly live stream, i.e. it lasts for a week. Yeah. One day we'll do a 24-hour stream for charity or something.
No. Well, that could be interesting. Yeah, okay.
We'll hear Carl snoring live on stream.
I can't do it all. It would have to be a weekend day.
Yeah. Well, anything else we got, Gary? Anything else you want to? We're closing in on the 6 hour mark.
No, nothing really. I think I jumped in pretty late.
These videos
so I'm not
are going
too sure what you guys talked about, but
what's that, Carl?
These videos are going to 6 hours now. Damn.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. I mean,
we
didn't even cover everything that I wanted to cover. We didn't talk about He-Man or the season 2 of Masters of the Universe.
Well, they're not like worth doing anyway, talking about anyway. So,
1 Inch Bicep says no, don't go. The Amico is my gospel. Everybody, turn your hymnals to page 32 of the Telerico. We shall sing, bring them to the river, and block the Mexicans. Go ahead, Brother Carl. You may begin the hymn.
No, no way.
No.
I will tell you what people will be hearing when the Amico launches, most likely. Hello, Intellivision customer service. How can I help you?
That was horribly racist, Carl.
Okay. Now, it's not racist because you know for a fact that you, more often than not, the tech service companies are usually utilize India.
It is true.
Thank you.
But as a white man, you're not allowed to do those accents.
Carl's like Dave Chappelle. He can get away with it because he's a comedian.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not a comedian. They lie to me all the time. They tell me their name is Mike or something. So,
hello, my name is Mike. May I help you with your customer service?
It's my crusade of vengeance.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of customer service calls. They're all going to go straight to Tommy's phone. No, we don't. We're not going to encourage Carl to do impressions of other races, guys. Come on.
Oh, what you want to do next?
Carl,
can you do?
I think we're going to cut it there. We're all getting a little sleepy.
Making bad decisions. Dude, I guarantee the call center won't be in Utah. It'll be in India.
They do have the Dubai branch, so it might be in Dubai.
Oh, yeah. Well, closest thing. Maybe, but we'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Rhea and Mad Max, for showing up earlier. Saggy and Retro Bro for coming in after them. Carl for being the co-host with the most. And, of course, Gary for showing up late and keeping us going for the last couple hours. You know how we do it here, folks. Love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.